Turn your mic on, please.
Could you just repeat it? I couldn't quite hear your question.
I'm running out of time now. I don't know whether the chairman will let me roll that back a bit. During the Trump administration and the Biden administration, the State Department and USAID proposed that USAID take over and manage U.S. economic assistance and federal programs and services to the three strategically vital Compact of Free Association allies, namely Palau, Marshall Islands, and Micronesia. We made sure that was rejected because Congress has been providing all such assistance to those strategic partner island people through Interior Department since 1961, including under COFA since 1986. Now that assistance is appropriated so that Interior continues to actually administer these funds and programs under COFA for the next 20 years at least, and that'll continue until Congress changes it. Does state and those who have or will be exercising U.S. aid authorities understand that COFA economic assistance is not discretionary grants, but usually agreed obligations that secure the highest level of strategic interest of U.S. in the Pacific?
Congresswoman, I don't know a lot about how the program works now, so I don't want to render a judgment. I would have some outside group that all of you agreed to evaluate the Interior program and then ask AID how it might change it, and then you decide. But I wouldn't dismiss AID, but if you are really devoted to the Interior option, then you keep it.
Thank you. My time is so brief, and you had me repeat a long question.
I'm sorry.
Congressman Yoho?
Yeah, same question.
Yes.
The compact has worked pretty well, and I think you guys vote on it and you determine your destiny of what you want to do. I would use USAID or whatever entity comes back as a facilitator, but I would certainly engage DFC, MCC to do those structural projects that you need that really boost your economy down there.
Do you think with the reforms for traditional USAID foreign assistance now underway that the role of agencies like the U.S. government's Development Finance Corporation that was mentioned earlier will become more important as instruments of U.S. foreign relations, or do DFC and similar agencies that harness private sector investment also need to be reformed? DFC was modeled after the Marshall Plan, which creates jobs in the private sector overseas instead of handing out grants. That can create markets for U.S. exports.
Sure.
So while we're promoting foreign investment in the U.S., should we also be promoting U.S. investment overseas to create jobs back here at home? What direction are we headed in this regard?
It's imperative that we do that. We need to revamp the reauthorization of the DFC. And if you look at post-World War II, if we did not come in there with a Marshall Plan or something like that, would Germany, Japan, Vietnam, South Korea, and the other countries that benefited from that, would they be in our top 20 trading partners? And if we didn't do that, who would have been in there to do that? It's either going to be our influence with our values, or it's going to be the other people, and we don't want they're authoritarian, and it'll be a disaster for the world. Liberty and freedom will go away.
Mr. Primorak, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Communist China cannot compete with our private sector. It's massive. When you include our allies in Japan and elsewhere, it's overwhelming. China cannot come close. So DFC as that tool to be able to bring in that kind of capital power, I think is a perfect solution. Thank you.
Mr. Natsios? Oh, Congressman? Do you have anything to add, Mr. Natsios?
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, can we get a bathroom break?
Can you
Two
hold
of
it?
us are 70 plus.
Can you hold it for two individuals or no?
I'm going to remind you that when you're 70.
I ask in seriousness, can you hold it for two individuals or no? If you can't, I'm happy to give you a restroom break. I want you to be able to concentrate on answering to our representatives. I don't want anybody to say you were distracted. So, all right, we will continue. We will muster on once more into the breach, dear friend. Chair now recognizes Representative Luna.
Chairman, for the record, I'd like to submit this letter saying that PEPFAR funding was actually resumed. I know there's been a lot of push saying that the Trump admin had actually cut it, but.
So ordered.
Thank you. You know, I want to start out by saying initially I think the idea behind USAID was done with a good intention. However, we've come to find out that the agency has indeed, to a certain extent, operated in a rogue capacity. And USAID has absolutely broken the trust with the American people and not been transparent about where our taxpayer dollars are going. There's an individual by the name of Mike Benz. He actually served over at the State Department for a while, and he's been going on to expose a lot of what USAID has been doing, which, being a member of oversight and being on this committee, I wanted to verify and see if he was telling the truth, which, much to my disappointment, he was. And I say that because I'm disappointed that our taxpayer dollars are funding some of these items. I mean, to just put this in perspective, in 2021, the Special Operations Command under Mark Milley, as chairman of the Joint Chiefs, put out an instruction manual, a vision for 2021 and beyond, that contained instructions and examples on how the military could work with the State Department, Intel Services, and USAID using race riots. Here's examples of some of the instruction manuals here, 1 and 2, in order to destabilize nations. In addition to that, they advocated for setting up job fairs near some of these riots so that disaffected workers could gain employment. Now, as a member of Congress, I ask myself, did anyone in USAID get elected to Congress? How about to a presidency? When you are acting in the shadows and you are destabilizing nations using race wars to do it and then advocating that the military does it, in my opinion, not only do you put the future generations that would have to fight in those wars in jeopardy, but at the end of the day, you're operating without any oversight. So I guess the question for you guys is, Mr. Natsios, is that something that you were aware of? Are you aware that that instruction manual is being promoted not just with the military under Milley, but that USAID may be operating in this capacity? Because in my opinion, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of many of my constituents, I don't think that's where our taxpayer dollars need to be going.
Well, I completely agree with you. Personally, I doubt very much that what you've been told is accurate. But let me just
Well,
tell you.
I'm telling you right now, I brought the receipts, okay? And the reason, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I find this disturbing on so many
disturbing.
capacities.
It's
And I would
very
like to also just, if I can, sir, Mike Benz, what he's exposing and bringing receipts, I've confirmed it. Thank you for doing that on behalf of the American people, because I understand that when you take on the intelligence agencies, we're also now finding that apparently in this manual, that they're also
Hello.
controversy to a global audience. I mean, using disinformation.
What's up, guys? Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning. Hello, Captain Falcon. What's up, buddy? Major Potty with 40 months. Thank you so much for that. Yansoon with 18 months. Love you, buddy. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, guys. What's going on? How's everybody doing? Avowed comes out today, early access. I'm excited. Just me trying to get through some scary times. At the very least, we got some solid games. At the very least, we got some really solid games on the horizon. First of all, again, if you're not playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, you're missing out on a lot of really great stuff. And then Avowed Early Access is today, comes out full access on the 18th. Civilization 7 comes out this month. Dune Awakening is supposed to come out in the next couple of months. Merking Lee, thank you so much for 10 months. Appreciate it, pal. I don't play woke garbage. Monster Hunter as well, if you're into that. I'm not into Monster Hunter, but the people that are into Monster Hunter are fucking really into that game. They go nuts over that game. Civ 7 full release was the 11th. What is the Metacritic score for that game? Because I was thinking about giving it a shot. Civ 7. Metacritic score is 80 from critics and 4.3 out of 10 from users. I generally agree with critics when it comes to media stuff, guys, just to be clear. I think it's a rare occasion when when user reviews are higher than critics. It's just very rare in my experience that that's valid. You know what I mean? I fucking hate user reviews. They're the worst. Especially in 2025, man. Just everything gets astroturfed. It's just the worst. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy is holding a press conference outside of Linda McMahon's confirmation hearing, which is going on right now. We'll tune into that for a little bit. I guess various Democrats.
Y'all know Louisiana's a state that depends critically on federal K-12 funding. And I know firsthand about that. I'm a retired school board member. Is
McMahon being nominated for Secretary of Education? Is that what's going on?
School dad.
I think with Dragon Age, the media was pretty wrong.
The school board.
Are you talking about Veilguard?
Being at a school board meeting in a rural district where students are still struggling to recover.
Veilguard got 83 out of 100. I played like 5 hours of that game and I just got kind of bored with it. I don't love games that are super on rails, you know? It's just not my favorite kind of game. Ethan content nuke backfired. Who could have seen it coming? According to whomst did it backfire?
The board members know this program will work. They know it's a game changer. But there's a problem. Their federal funding has been, after difficult debate.
Okay, I don't know if we're going to watch that. Hakeem Jeffries did an interview with Jon Stewart that was like an hour. I haven't watched this yet. When did it come out? 6 days ago? Have all of you guys already seen this yet? Just type yes or no. Have you guys already watched this yet? No. We got a New Zealander in the chat. All right, let's give it a watch. Let's go.
I'm all day, every day for the Knicks. Boom. That's what I'm talking about, sir. And that is the bold leadership that we in this nation need. Hello, everybody. Welcome once again.
You know, the Democrats are just, they're probably in the stickiest spot they've been in since, well, definitely 2016. This might be the stickiest spot they've been in since like the Reagan era. When Reagan was elected, he was massively popular and the Democrats just kind of lost their footing. I mean, they still controlled the House, I believe. They're just in a really tricky spot, like really tricky spot. It wasn't a historic landslide or anything like that, but it was a resounding victory for Republicans right now. And now there's this power vacuum with no clear leader. And what we're watching right now is various actors within the Democratic Party establishment and, well, the whole apparatus, I suppose. You see various parties are kind of jockeying and trying to position themselves to be in a position of power. You know, if you ask the question, who's leading the Democratic Party right now, there's not really a great answer for that. It's not really Hakeem Jeffries, even though he's the minority leader in the House, really important position. It's definitely not Chuck Schumer, even though he's the minority leader in the Senate. It's not Kamala. She seems to be jockeying for a governor run in California, which isn't to say that she won't run again in 2028, but probably for the best for her to kind of lick her wounds a little bit, you know, and regroup, reassess. It's not Pete Buttigieg, it's not Gavin Newsom, it's not Gretchen Whitmer, it's not Chris Murphy, it's not Fetterman, it's not. So we don't really, it's you don't really have like anybody who's setting the tone, certainly not Biden. And in contrast with the Republican Party right now, they're on a bit of a high. You know, we're still not that far removed from the election. It's only been, what, 4 months? But they have a lot of momentum right now. Donald Trump has hit the ground running for his second term and is definitely executing on a lot of what he promised during the campaign. So if you're one of your supporters, one of his supporters, I would assume you're feeling pretty good right now. He has issued a flurry of executive orders that is basically unprecedented. There's never been a president, as far as I understand, as far as I know, that have issued this many executive orders within the first month of his presidency. In contrast, Joe Biden, I think, signed 73 executive orders his first year in office in 2021. Donald Trump so far has signed something like 52 just in the last less than a month. So a lot of eyes are on Hakeem Jeffries right now, even though he's not the leader of the party right now, nor is he claiming to be. His posture and his rhetoric and his tone is going to reflect somewhat what we can anticipate to see from Democrats, at least on the House side of things right now. A lot of people want people in leadership positions within the Democratic Party to be much more assertive, much more aggressive, and I think most importantly, much more disruptive. I think what a lot of people on the Democratic side of the aisle want to see is the Democrats use every single procedural tool at their disposal to obstruct at every opportunity that they can do so. Pondering spoke to this a little bit on the podcast last night. Anecdotally, from what I observed from people that I follow on social media, that seems to be the consensus view. They just want to see that Democrats have some fight in them. Even if Democrats can't stop most or a lot of what Republicans want to do right now, that's just the consequence of losing control of government. Republicans, unfortunately, they're going to be able to do a lot of what they want to do. And to the, you know, it's going to be difficult to stop 80-90% of what they want to do. Kieran said, did the Destiny allegation just blow over and no one cares now? I really don't know. I really don't know. I know, you know, Destiny decided that he was just going to stream through it, and he seems to have retained a decent amount of his viewers, but I don't pay attention to people's analytics, so I don't know if has his views gone down. Have his views gone down? There are legal challenges that that can be used against this administration, and there's a lot of there have been a lot of court checks on the administration so far. The courts have stepped in and checked Donald Trump many times already, like 6 or 7 times, with really big deals. I'm looking at his views on YouTube and they don't seem to have gone down. I don't know if his live views have gone down. So I don't know. I've told you guys it's in the modern era, it's really difficult for people to actually get canceled. You know, once you reach a big enough size online, you can kind of get through anything. I don't know. When was the last time someone got completely canceled? It's easier to get canceled if you're like a small creator or a mid-sized creator. The risk of you being permanently canceled and run off the internet, I think, is a lot higher. But once you reach a big enough size, I just don't know. Dr. Disrespect is certainly not canceled. He came back and his views are doing just fine. He got his monetization back on YouTube and he seems to have weathered that storm. You know, how it impacts him behind the scenes, I really can't speak to, but, you know, I think it's fair to assume that he probably lost some very lucrative sponsorship opportunities, but at the end of the day, he's still like extremely affluent, still very, very successful. I just don't think, yeah, he was definitely not canceled, which is wild to me. That's so wild to me. It's so wild to me. It's so wild to me, bro. Especially in his case, because he was kind of cultivating not like an explicitly political, like a politically partisan kind of audience, but he was definitely doing the anti-woke stuff for like the last 2 to 4 years. He was kind of dipping his toes in more and more. And so much of the anti-woke libs of TikTok, Joe Rogan stuff of the last few years has revolved around accusing people of being pedophiles. The huge part of the conservative movement right now is just very flippantly, baselessly accusing people of being child abusers. In that crowd, being a child abuser is like the worst thing you can be. And then he comes out and admits to exchanging at minimum, inappropriate text with a minor, and he just fucking completely weathered that storm. Fine. He'll be fine. It's just wild to me, like, so if he can survive being canceled, if Keemstar can survive being canceled after the Atticus situation, then I just don't know if anybody can actually be canceled in 2025. So what I was hoping to see from Destiny was like, if I were his friend, his close friend, in proximity to him, I would have said something like, probably a good idea for you to take a break, maybe talk to someone for a little bit, ask for help, because this is clearly a pattern that's a problem for you. And he seems to have taken the position that if he just streams through it and cracks jokes about it, then he'll get through it. Like, he cracked a joke the other day. It was just like a joke about like somebody had gotten it. I think it was a conversation maybe about Kanye secretly filming people or something like that. I don't know what it was about. And then he like quote retweeted a joke, and he was just like, he's just like me for real. And it's like, I don't know. Those jokes to me are not funny. I think that situation was very serious. I think what happened to Pixie is just unimaginably difficult. I don't think it's funny. I don't think the situation is funny. Count to Infinity, thanks so much for 23 months. I'm canceling Hutch right now. What would you guys even cancel me for, man? Do you guys have any idea how fucking boring my life is in a good way? Do you guys do, like Esme can literally track my location anywhere I go? I forgot about that too, and I texted her last night. I was like, hey, can we do our own thing for dinner tonight? And she goes, yeah, I saw you were at the restaurant earlier. I was like, what the fuck? You watching me? You'll cancel me for balding? Oh boy. Not that bad. We're hiding it still. We're hanging in there. We're hanging in there, Takes a second in the mirror to get to this, but we're hanging in. We're hanging in there. I don't think she has alerts when I leave the house. I don't think that's... If that were true, that would be... I think I would definitely think that was weird, yeah. Okay, let's skip the introduction and go right into the chaos of launching tariff wars.
I've not seen, actually, anything like this. The chaos of launching tariff wars in the morning, calling them off by afternoon, and claiming victory as though somehow in the intervening 6 to 8 hours of
Trump is also doing another live press conference in the Oval Office. That's going to be live in about 3.5 minutes. We'll tune in for that. He's just, in my opinion, I feel like we should be rooting for Trump to be in front of a microphone as much as possible, to be in front of a camera as much as possible. Historically speaking, when he does this, it doesn't help him. Like, he's his worst enemy. He just craves the spotlight and attention and the cameras and the lights and the attention. He craves it so much that he does this stuff where he's doing these like daily press conferences. But he's just really prone to saying Like, I would say even more than Biden. He's just really prone to saying and doing things that make it easy to dunk on him. So if he wants to do daily press conferences, we should support him 100%.
Bluster, the countries that you had challenged had fallen to their knees in prayer. No, dear Lord, not our wheat, not our lumber. We'll do whatever you say. It is obviously the strategy of, it reminds me of, it's that strategy of create chaos, act like you've solved the chaos by calling down the chaos when you realize the American public is turning against your chaos, and then claim victory and expect to be praised for it. It is very reminiscent of, it's
that's exactly what Trump is doing.
something my dog used to try to pull. The dog, I can recall, he used to vomit on the rug. And I apologize to any of you who are listening to this podcast in a cafe. But the dog would vomit on the rug, and then he would eat it. And he would look up at me like, huh? How about that? I just cleaned up for you. How about a treat? And I'm like, but you...
Dogs are so fucking disgusting, dude. We've all had a dog that did that. It's so gross. It's so foul. I remember my dogs did that constantly growing up.
Fucking threw up. That's you. You did that. You don't get a treat.
Cats will just throw up and then fucking like literally smear it into the carpet. Cats have this instinct to bury their poo. And so they vomit and then they fucking just like scrape it into your carpet. Maybe they're doing it to intentionally fuck with us. I really don't know. Cats are fucking devious like that.
And so that is my plea to the American people. As the Trump administration...
We had an unfortunate Roomba incident yesterday. Do you guys know where I'm going with this one? How many of you have a Roomba? First of all, Roombas are fucking magical. Some of you guys have experienced this. It wasn't the first time this has happened too. Sometimes cats don't leave all of their poo in the litter box. Every once in a while, you get a little bit of turd. Maybe it sticks to their furry booty hole as they're jumping out of the litter box, and it lands on the floor. And Roombas cannot detect them. So what happens? Your robot companion ends up smearing shit all over your downstairs floor. Thankfully, it was confined to like a 7 square foot region. It got caught on something else and then ended up shutting itself down. That's like the third time this has happened. Just don't let the Roomba go in the place with the litter box. Yeah, we ended up making a new barrier. Like the new Roombas are cool, man. You can like set up a barrier in the house. And so we set up a barrier that it's just not going to go even fucking close to the litter box.
Vomits on the carpet of our great nation. And then the metaphor is about to break up, and then eats I think I've made myself understood. And I cannot think of a worse lead-in to the very respectable guest that we have on our program today. So I'm just going to get to that and hope that you don't remember any of this, that there is a neuralizer that just went off for you. But we are delighted to be speaking with a gentleman today who is in the center of the storm, who is trying to find a way to hold back those things that will be corrosive and corrupting to this American experiment. So let us get to the guest now. All right, so we're very excited today. We are pleased to be joined by House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, representing New York's 8th congressional district since 2013. Brooklyn, sir, how are you?
Good. It's great to be with you.
It's very nice to see you, sir. How are you holding up? I assume
I think Hakeem Jeffries might be a fucking alien. You guys know what I mean? Are you getting the same vibes?
For me, even just
We'll do
doing a television
1.25
show about
1.25.
what's happening in Washington, it is utterly chaotic. So I can't even imagine being down there right now. How often does your phone ring or your BlackBerry ding or whatever it is, however the communications are happening down there, where there is another 5-alarm fire, reversal of policy, trade war on, trade war off? What's the pace going on down there?
Yeah, it's intense, probably as intense as I've experienced during my time here in Washington, D.C., which included the first Trump administration, included serving as an impeachment manager during the first impeachment trial, included being here during the violent attack on the Capitol on January 6th. But this is a flood the zone strategy that's very...
You know what I do appreciate about Hakeem Jeffries, though, is he gesticulates a lot. You love a good, like, hand gesture person. You know what I mean? I fiercely identify. I don't know if it's my Italian side, but I use my hands a lot. DG Hippie with 51 months. Count to Infinity with 23 months. Green Shoes and Sam with 5 months. Captain Flavortown with 12 months. I would be interested to get your reaction to Vaush video. You don't hate Democrats enough. Are you trying to give me an aneurysm? Are you trying to piss me off? Vaush. You don't hate the Democrats enough. Oh boy. All right, we will watch that. Fuck.
intentional, and they are trying to overwhelm.
I just find it rich. I mean, I don't know if Vaush was doing this, but speaking more broadly about like leftists in the online space, I saw a tweet where Crystal Ball was complaining about Democrats not doing enough. And then Kyle Kalinske quote retweeted her and said, Hakeem Jeffries has to go. And he was kind of reiterating that Democrats are doing enough. I'm sorry. I just feel like, listen, if you have a platform and you didn't do everything in your power to make the case for Democrats at the congressional level and in the presidency, if you didn't do everything in your power to prevent the Republicans from taking control of the levers of power in Washington, D.C., then I don't think you have any right to complain about this. I get to complain about Democratic inefficiency, and I have complaints. I'm not loving the Democrats right now. I have serious complaints. Very serious concerns about the next year or two. But if you decided in 2024, you know what? I'm going to sit on the fence on this one. I'm not going to take a firm position one way or the other. I just feel like you don't get to turn around and then complain that the Democrats aren't doing enough when they're out of power in government. Like, there are so many things that I want to see change in terms of like how the Democrats are responding to this moment. But I don't have any illusions. I haven't deluded myself into thinking that the Democrats can actually like stop the Republicans from doing what they want to do. They can't. They don't have the numbers. Republicans have enough unanimity in the party to get all of their cabinet members confirmed. They have all the unanimity right now to kind of do whatever they want. Democrats can't do anything. They can slow them down at certain points, but they ultimately can't stop them. And if your position in 2024 was, I'm just not going to endorse the Democrats, my red line is Gaza, okay, well, this is the consequence of that. Now, I realize Vaush is not in that camp. I'm pretty sure Vaush was telling his people to vote for Biden. I'm just speaking off the cuff here, unrelated, but I will tee this video up. Vaush, you don't hate Democrats enough. We'll watch it right after this.
The American people with a parade of horribles. And we've got to push back. We've got to be strategic, but we also have to be relentless in how we push back and define what's happening for the American people, why it's wrong, why it will hurt them, and of course, offer a positive vision for what life could be like if you had more enlightened policies in Washington, D.C.
What we're seeing now is the execution of a plan that has been in development, I would imagine, for 60
Decades.
years, maybe
Decades.
longer. It seems like there's 3 pivot points that the Republicans want to kind of redefine America's relationship with government. The first one's probably
What's he going to say? Reagan, 9/11, Trump?
the biggest one, I would say, is the New Deal. They've been kind of after that for
okay.
quite some time. Do you see that as, this initiative as part of a plan to redefine to repeal the New Deal, to redefine the Civil Rights Act, to redefine the Immigration and Naturalization Act? Is that, boy, they have a strategy. They got a book, Project 2025. They've been working on that with think tanks and everything else. Are you seeing them executing it as a particular, very pointed strategy?
It's a great observation. It's a great question. I think there are 3 periods of time that many far-right Republicans, or even some traditional Republicans, would like to roll back. There's the FDR New Deal period. There's the Civil Rights / Great Society moment in the 1960s. And then there's the Obama era. And there's a real effort, I think, to try to strike back at all of those things. The Republicans have had a problem with Social Security for decades. They have a problem with Medicare and Medicaid, which came out of the Great Society era in the 60s, the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, for decades. And they certainly are trying to do everything that they can to either launch a frontal assault against those issues, to end Social Security as we know it, end Medicare as we know it. Certainly they want to end Medicaid as we know it, as well as rolling back the progress that has been made in society.
I always wonder if the idea for them is privatize, privatize, privatize. Their position is,
Maddie is a first-time chatter in Twitch. Welcome. To be fair, I do think Democrats should be saying more Republican have a 1-seat majority in the House. We'll try to get 1 Republican to stop the most radical parts of Trump's agenda. Well, I would imagine that's already happening. I mean, we're not in the legislation phase yet, As far as Senate confirmation hearings go, the Democrats, quite frankly, they just can't stop any of these nominees from being confirmed. There's nothing they can do to stop it. They can delay it procedurally here and there. They did it with Kash Patel, but they're only delaying the inevitable. They can't stop it from happening. Once we get to the point where Republicans are trying to pass their reconciliation package where they're actually trying to do legislation, I think you will see. I mean, like, I do have faith in this Democratic Party to stay unified right now and to put all the pressure on Republicans to get a bill passed without any support from them, which is kind of like all you could, like, that's like the most you can ask for right now in terms of like what you expect the Democrats to do in order to obstruct or slow down or prevent, this or that line item on the Republican agenda. Midlife Maddie has gifted another 5 subs. Has he really gifted 400 subs? He's gifted 395 subs, man. I really appreciate it. He treats it like he's going to the movies. Every time he comes into the stream, he's spending $25. 17 on the ticket. $3.50 for a small soda. What am I saying? It's like $550 for a small soda. But yeah, it's like he's going to the movies every night. I'm gonna guess he is childless and makes between 90 and 140,000 a year. What do you call it? Dink? Are you a dink? Double income, no kids, no children?
government can't do anything right, as though if we leave it to...
Dude, the dink life is great. It's amazing. I understand having a child is life-changing and your whole perspective shifts and you're just a totally different person after that, and it colors your existence in a way that is just not possible without kids. I understand and appreciate all that. But the dink life is fucking amazing. We can just, 3 days prior, just say, hey, you want to get out of here for the weekend? Yeah, let's do it. Let's get out of here. Let me just pull up an app and then press a few buttons, and then someone's going to come to my home and feed my cats while I'm gone. That's the extent of what we have to do for pre-planning. And apart from that, we can just fucking do shit. We can just be like, yo, you want to go to Hawaii for like a week? Isn't that nice?
To corporate interest well, they'll act on behalf of the American people because, you know, the corporations are people and they're lovely and they're good neighbors. Is everything moving towards privatization? Is that their goal for all of these programs?
Well, there's definitely a strategy, which is demonize, downsize, privatize, right? They want to demonize the functions of government, local government, state government, federal government. And look, of course, can we find additional efficiencies? Yes. Do we need to make sure government is effective in every possible way? Yes. We need an efficient government, an effective government, and an equitable government. But they want to attack government, and in this case, civil servants, demonize the government as part of the effort to then downsize the government when they
Widower caretaker for my parents full time. Maddie, I appreciate you, buddy. You're so goddamn generous to the stream. You don't have to do it. Don't feel pressure to keep doing it, okay? I'm just saying. You've done enough. You've done enough. But I do appreciate it. I love you. Thank you for being a part of the stream. Super generous guy.
they downsize the government so that it can't function properly, so that it can't deliver services that the American people rightly deserve and need, then you make the argument, well, because government is so ineffective and inefficient, because we downsized it, now we should privatize it. So it is definitively a scheme.
Perfect.
It's a scheme. Now, what's at the root of the scheme? What's at the root of all that we're seeing? The effort to steal taxpayer dollars, to freeze funds, right? To shrink these agencies. At the core of it, I believe, is that the Republicans in the House, the Senate, the administration, they want to enact massive tax cuts for their billionaire donors and wealthy corporations. Follow the money. That's the reality of what's taking place. And in the process, they want to stick working class Americans with the bill. And this is a continuation of an effort where there have been people in this country in power who've been jamming working class people, middle class people, and those who aspire to be part of the middle class, jamming them up for decades. And so, as you've indicated, John, consistently, the American people are understandably frustrated. They are understandably upset. They know that the deck has been stacked against them. Now, as Democrats, we probably have to do a better job of explaining that we understand that, and we certainly have a plan to tackle and dismantle it so we can bring economic opportunity to life for every single American.
That, I'll tell you, that feels like the nugget, the core of all of this. You know, if we're really looking back and we're thinking, you know, and we're hearing now you know, there's a new DNC chair and the Democrats are really going to reflect on what went wrong. But if I'm thinking about the difficulty with the Trump era is I think a lot of the diagnoses that he puts out there resonate with people. You know, government is not responsive to your needs. I think that really resonates with people because I think people do feel that. And for all that the Democrats kind of talk about working people and all those different things, I think they've lost the thread in some ways, certainly in Washington, about tying government effort to the reality of people's lives, right? My experience.
Biden tried to pivot to that, you know, Biden pivoted back to that kind of like reinvestment in the middle class through various programs, policies, legislation. ARP was the largest domestic stimulus program literally in the history of our country. Not per capita. Not per capita. The New Deal was greater per capita. You know, invested in renewable energy while at the same time in the process of doing so, creating tens of thousands of union manufacturing jobs. And you know, Biden was legitimately, without a doubt, the most progressive president of my lifetime. And he did the best that he could with the kind of majority that he had in Congress, which was tiny. You know, you're not going to get FDR New Deal era legislation with a 50-seat majority in the Senate. You're just not. You're limited in what you're going to be able to get done. And I truly believe that Biden got done. I don't know what else we could have hoped for or expected or from his presidency during those first 2 years. You know, I legitimately think he squeezed every ounce of like direct support for working class people and beyond that, you know, student loan debt, for example. And it just sucks to hear people like Jon Stewart just be like, well, I think Democrats have lost touch with reality. Well, the truth is, like, Biden did do a lot of what you're talking about. But people got distracted by TikTok compilations of him tripping and, you know, stumbling over his words. And at the end of the day, just unfortunately didn't matter. Just didn't matter. He wasn't rewarded for it, you know. Like typically, when you have a president do the kind of things that he did and pass or sign the kind of bills that he signed into law, you would expect that the president would be rewarded. But unfortunately, we just live in an era where like the actual conditions and the actual facts just don't matter as much anymore. We definitely live, I think, firmly in a post-truth society. You know, we were kind of joking that we were heading towards that kind of a culture back in 2016, the post-truth kind of era. And I think we're just firmly in that now. You know, the facts just don't matter. It doesn't matter that Biden did all that he did for working class, middle income, low income people. You know, none of that shit matters. How does it play on camera? You know, that's what matters more, unfortunately. You know, what can you convince people of through 20-second sound bites on TikTok? That's unfortunately what matters more than policy, effective policy. So I don't know. It's frustrating. I have tremendous amount of respect for Jon Stewart. Sometimes he says things that makes me scratch my head, you know. It's easy to sit on the sidelines and be like, well, do more. We need you to do more. Do more. We really need you to do more. It's like, have you seen these majorities in Congress? Gone are the days. Gone are the days where presidents were elected with, you know, big enough mandates where they could actually get around stuff like the filibuster. Those days are fucking gone, bro. It's just, I don't know, for the foreseeable future, we live in a country where every president has these just tiny majorities to work with in Congress and their hands are tied. Of course, you know, Obama had big majorities and look what he did with it. You know, the last time we gave the Democratic Party a big enough majority to actually do something meaningful with it, they fucking did. They did. They did. They passed the ACA. It took over a year to negotiate that bill. There were so many times where that people thought that bill was dead in the water, but somehow they got that bill over the finish line. Good things happen when you give Democrats big enough majorities to actually do something. But that involves us, you know, like that involves us. Like, what kind of majority are we going to give the president? If it's not a big enough majority, okay, well, rein in your expectations, right?
Down there has been that it's a really insulated place. It's overly lobbied. It's very hard to understand how these programs are addressing real value. It's sort of the money spent versus the value, the efficacy of it. But I'm surprised the Democrats don't have that book, right? They don't. Where is the Democrats' Project 2025? Is that underway? Is there, everything you're saying feels right to me. The Democrats have to make this point. Where's the infrastructure to do that? And who are the leaders taking charge of that effort? Because when I listened to, I believe his name is Ken Martin. Is that correct? The
That's right.
NC chair?
That's right.
He kept saying it's a messaging issue, as though, no, everything's going right. You just don't realize it yet. As opposed to, we've gotten away from New Deal values. Does that make sense to you?
Well, I think there's a few things going on here.
Yeah.
In terms of how we better communicate with the American people, Maya Angelou said it best. People won't remember what you say. They may not even remember what you do, but they will always remember how you make them feel. And I think what we have to do a better job of is making the American people feel that we understand the pain that they've been in economically for a long period of time. Now, this moment, you have a situation where you have post-pandemic inflation that hit everyday Americans hard. And of course, many Americans are going to see the economy not through the lens of macroeconomic numbers. What am I paying for food or groceries or gas or housing? And the cost of living in America is too high. And we've got to be clear that our top objective is to do something about it, to make life more affordable for the American people, to bring down housing costs and food costs and gas prices and childcare costs.
I mean, not for nothing, Kamala did this. She, you know, did it with like, was it a $50,000 or a $25,000 grant for first-time home buyers and she wanted to pursue an agenda that was, not enough, but it was a good start. An agenda to promote and incentivize the development of 3 million new housing units in the country, which would help bring the cost down. I mean, you need to go much further than that. 3 million is too low of a number if we're talking about like building enough housing to actually impact the markets and bring these prices down. But she had a plan for that technically, right?
Costs and utility costs and the cost of insurance, where it's out of control and it's robbing people of the ability to own homes. But we also have to zoom out a little bit because there's been a decades-long march to sticking it to working class people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as a result, you have every now and then people who can come along the political scene and exploit the pain economically that people are in for their own political gain.
But you make a great point. I think it in some ways amplifies the thing I'm trying to get at, which is you just said it's a decades-long march. Where have the Democrats been over those decades? Like if I'm living in an area of entrenched economic pain, right? And I've got a party saying, we've got to understand what you're going through and we've got to do something. At a certain point, those are just platitudes. You've got Trump out there going, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to deport these people, trans people. They're the ones that are causing your problem. These people are going. Everything is specific and pointed and planned, right? Where is that? Like what's the playbook to express in specifics the very thing you just said? 4 decades.
Trump's Secretary of Education pick? What is this?
What about educational programming centered around specific ethnic and racial experiences? My son is in a public school. He takes a class called African American History. If you're running an African American history class, could you perhaps be in violation of this court order, of this executive order?
I'm not quite certain, and I'd like to look into it further and get back to you on that.
So there's a possibility, you're saying, that public schools that run African American history classes, right? This is a class that has been taught in public schools for decades, could lose federal funding if they continue to teach African American history.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that I would like to take a look at these programs and fully understand the breadth of the executive order and get back to you on that.
I think you're.
No, wait, no, but that's what you're absolutely saying. You're saying it's possible that teaching Black history would violate this executive order, and therefore it's possible that schools that teach Black history would lose their funding. That's exactly what she's saying.
You're going to have a lot of educators and a lot of principals and administrators scrambling right now.
Okay. Good times. Shit. 1 second. RFK sworn in as HHS in Oval Office with President Trump. Oh, that's what he's doing in the Oval Office. Oops, wrong one. Here it is.
Decades, this has been going on, where there's a disconnect between the pain of the people and the power and actions of the government. Where have we been?
So politically, I think one of the reasons why we've seen the pendulum swing back and forth, it went from George H.W. Bush to Bill Clinton to George W. Bush, George W. Bush to Barack Obama to Donald Trump to Joe Biden back to Donald Trump. And
You're getting me dizzy.
It's a dizzying swing of the pendulum with very different people who have very different ideologies. What's consistent? The American people have a constant desire for change. Why? Because no one has solved the fundamental problem.
That's interesting.
Now, here's the thing about Democrats. Under Barack Obama, we did deal with the healthcare affordability crisis. The Affordable Care Act has been transformational. It has ensured that tens of millions of people who otherwise would not have had access to high quality healthcare have it. That's progress for the American people, but we of course have to do more. Under Joe Biden, you did see steps that were taken to try to bring down costs, particularly in the area of prescription drug pricing, and steps to bring jobs back to the American people through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, CHIPS and Science Act, all designed how do we bring domestic manufacturing jobs back home to America enough with our jobs going in the other direction?
Right.
So we were doing the work. Perhaps we were not speaking as forcefully as necessary to say, you know what? We understand that y'all have been getting jammed up in the communities that I represent. It's been happening. And John, here's the thing. You can actually point to several different ways in which the deck has been stacked against everyday Americans. Poorly negotiated trade deals, the outsourcing of good paying American jobs, the dramatic decline in unionization, and the rise of automation. And yes, the innovation economy is important and we have to continue to lead developments in the innovation economy, but automation has cost good paying American jobs.
No question.
You add those factors together and you have a middle class that has been in decline in relative terms. And the American people are smart enough to know, wait a second, my life was supposed to be better than the lives of my parents, whose lives were better than their grandparents, and my children's lives, consistent with the American dream, should be better than mine. But that appears to be broken. So we have to fix it, and we have to fix it decisively. But in order to convince the American people that we're prepared to fix it, we have to be very clear that we understand that this has been a problem for a long period of time, and we haven't yet collectively been able to turn around this dynamic with the comprehensive, decisive action necessary.
I think that's a fabulous way of sort of laying out the task at hand. And it's a big one. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It's a difficult one. I wonder if, in your mind, when you're down there with the Democratic Party, do they understand that their role in creating that world? So like we talk about NAFTA and through the Clinton, you laid out very nicely these different eras. There was sort of HW and then Clinton and then Bush and then Obama. But things like NAFTA, things like allowing the sort of trickle down policies to continue through deregulation. Do they understand that maybe even the way that Democrats want to help people access these good things, they have to rethink how government delivers those services? Let's talk about a specific example, which is the ACA. You brought it up.
The irony here is that real wage growth in the last 2 decades has actually been way better than it was in the previous 2 decades. From the 1980s to the 2020s, real wage growth was very bad. I'm sorry, to the 2000s. We saw a decline in wages, in real wages, which accounts for inflation. Anyways, and from
Which I think
2000
really
to 2020, we actually have seen decent real wage growth.
Gotten, I don't know how many millions of people health insurance, but the way that it's done it is sort of a...
Is he about to talk shit about the ACA? I'm going to lose my shit.
Delivers those services. Let's talk about a specific example, which is the ACA. You brought it up, which I think is really interesting.
Don't do it, John.
It has gotten, I don't know how many millions of people health insurance.
40.
But the way that it's done it is sort of a Republicanized, almost like a privatization. It's kind of, if you will, a subsidy to the insurance companies. A promise that, like, look, if you take people with pre-existing conditions, we'll give you from the government $500 a month to subsidize these plans that we will have access to. But we're not going to fix what's at the heart of our healthcare system. And we're not going to fix what's at the heart of our insurance.
I think all too often these discussions are framed from a perspective of, well, the Democrats did this, but they should have done more and they should have done this instead. And it's almost like they treat the Democratic Party, and a lot of people do this in this age of populism or whatever. A lot of people treat the Democratic Party as if it's this entity that's totally removed from its own voters. if we were to go back and look at polling at the time, you know, like what sort of healthcare system would you like to see replace the current system? You know, if we were to have that discussion in 2009, how many people were picking up the phone and calling their senator? How many people were picking up the phone and calling their representative in the House and telling them, like, I want an NHS style healthcare system. I want a kind of system that we see in Canada or England or Italy or Spain. If people want that kind of a healthcare system, which I do, I mean, that involves massive mobilization. That involves prioritizing the Congress just as much as they prioritize the presidency. It involves pressure. You can't just, you know, expect that something like an NHS style healthcare system is going to happen when, you know, the people voted in representatives and senators who didn't hold those positions.
System. So those two frustrations still exist, and they get compounded by the overwhelming cost of this program. Are the Democrats not thinking big enough to change the relationship between, you know, this whole idea of having to fight to lower insulin costs, as though that's like, you know, oh, we got 10 drugs that we can now negotiate with. Like, don't they have to be clearer, stronger, and change that relationship to get government to deliver?
To be clear, those 10 drugs, I believe, were the 10 highest selling drugs. He seems to be minimizing the impact of Biden successfully accomplishing a policy where the government gets to negotiate the prices of these drugs. These are the 10 highest selling drugs. These are drugs that millions and hundreds of millions of Americans purchase every year.
Deliver these services directly and effectively.
Well, I think the Affordable Care Act, it's been an interesting journey, and
I like that phrase.
No, a very important one.
Yes.
In terms of what has happened,
I don't even understand the laughing there.
Transformationally, you're talking about more than 100 million Americans with pre-existing healthcare conditions who now have coverage because of the Affordable Care Act, who otherwise would be left to the public market, the insurance market, and healthcare insurers, many of whom would have no intention of allowing them affordable access to the healthcare that they need to live. That's more than 100 million Americans. Young people who, you know, have transitioned out of college or hit age 21, but were in the workforce since high school. At that point, they would generally have lost their insurance coverage. They could not continue to be on their parents' plan. Now that was extended to the age of 26. That's been one
of the biggest like axes that I have to grind with leftists is they constantly shit on the ACA. And the ACA was hands down the most important piece of legislation, the most important, impactful piece of legislation since, I don't know, Medicare was signed into law. Like it was, you know, Biden at the time whispered in Obama's ear, this is a big fucking deal. And it was. And it just gets slandered constantly by leftists who are probably so young that they're still on their parents' insurance plan, which was only made possible because of the fucking ACA. Just drives me insane.
Transformational. We've made the point through the Affordable Care Act that being a woman is not a pre-existing condition. It is not a reason to deny health care coverage. And before the Affordable Care Act, it had been. But I think the biggest success in some ways of the Affordable Care Act, which Republicans for 8 years obsessed about taking down, until finally politically the American people said enough, and we took the House back in 2018, and they've pretended not to want to touch the Affordable Care Act ever since, but if they got a chance, they would, is that when that battle was being waged, and I wasn't in Congress at the time,
right,
it was still unclear, John, in America, whether healthcare was a right or a privilege. That was an open question. It's no longer an open question. we at least understand that access to high quality, affordable health care is a right in the United States of America. Now we have to continue to bring that right fully to life.
Right. I think that's kind of my point is the ACA has done some really great things for people, but doesn't it reinforce an existing corrupt system? And with the debt, because if you think about the Republican strategy, right? The Republican strategy is I'm going to get rid of abortion in America. And I'm going to work for 50 years. And if we can't make it illegal, we'll make it impossible. But we are relentlessly focused on this goal, which is to make it illegal. And they're going to take the court track. They're going to take the, okay, if you're going to provide that care, you need to have an anesthesiologist and they'll make it impossibly financially for places that want to accomplish that. I think Democrats my point is, are they too comfortable within a system that seems not to be delivering? And do we need...
If we did a public opinion poll right now, would you rather keep the current system intact and maybe expand on it? Maybe expand Medicare and Medicaid subsidies and try to fill in the gaps here and there? Or would you rather pay higher taxes for a system that more reflects like what England has? I am not confident that you could get more than 50% of people that would say that they would vote for the latter. I think what the polls have shown is that like Americans will vaguely kind of say that they believe that government should ensure healthcare. But then once you start getting into the nitty gritty, once you start getting into the details, you're like, okay, and like, you don't have to convince me. Like if we abolished the insurance system in America, which to be clear, no other country does that as far as I'm aware. Not any of the countries that have NHS type systems ban private insurance. So that would go well beyond what we see from like European nations and Canada, for example. But if we did abolish insurance and switch to a Medicare for all type system, even though our taxes would go up, we would ultimately be spending less money on healthcare costs. Because now you're eliminating all the bureaucratic, the administrative costs that come with having an insurance person be this middleman. You know, you got to pay people to like pick up the phone and communicate with doctors and there's all these extra costs that are just unnecessary. It's just wasteful. So like in my ideal system, we would just replace insurance altogether, right? But you know, if you were to poll people right now, like, hey, would you want to pay, let's say, I don't know, I'll make up a number, 7% more on your taxes? And we would have a system like they have in Canada. I'm not confident you could get a majority of Americans to say yes to that right now. And a big part of the reason for that is something that might surprise you, but I don't know if you guys know this, but a majority of people with insurance in this company express to pollsters that they're satisfied with their insurance. That's just the reality. It's not a big, huge majority, but it's like 60% of Americans. When you ask them like, hey, what do you think of your health insurance? Like 60% of them are like, yeah, it's pretty good. Abortion would be 100%. Abortion would 100% be federally outlawed if we went to that system. Well, there's that. That's true. That's true. Didn't Bernie show research back in 2016 that universal healthcare would save trillions over 30 years? I mean, yeah, and he was referencing studies. It's not like he came up with those numbers, but all this to say, it's complicated. It's fucking complicated. I'm just saying, be skeptical of somebody pointing to a single opinion poll that's phrased a very particular way. Be skeptical of anybody who points to that poll and says, see, this means that, 75% of the country want Medicare for all. And that's just not the reality. And the other thing you have to consider too is that the Republican media apparatus, they will spin up to full capacity. The conservative media have demonstrated time and time again that they can successfully, with enough grit and persistence and repetition, they can successfully change public opinion on a lot of things. ACA, the approval rating when it passed, it was like 38%. It was like in the dirt. And it stayed under 50% until 2017. When Republicans geared up and actually got this close to getting rid of it, it woke people up. People started looking into it and being like, wait a second, what exactly is the ACA? Is it the same thing as Obamacare? Oh shit, I benefit from the ACA. They're saying they want to get rid of the ACA? Wait, no, I need that. I rely on that. And then boom. Democrats, that was the reason why Democrats had such a successful 2018 midterm. American voters are fickle. They're largely uninformed. I'm not saying they're stupid. I'm saying they're uninformed, like a lot. And it's no small thing to get universal healthcare coverage done in the United States. It's a Herculean effort. I'm confident that it will happen one day. I really do think it will happen one day. But I have no illusions about, like it's just as simple as like, well, the Democrats just got to pick themselves up by their bootstraps and just find the will to get it done. There's so many structural barriers to get there, on top of the fact that the American electorate doesn't seem to be clamoring for that right now. I know that's like, as far as leftists go, that seems to be their highest priority is universal health care. They have a lot of priorities, but that's like, Medicare for All was like the big rallying cry for the leftist kind of block of the country and the Democratic Party. But writ large, there doesn't seem to be a ton of pressure from American voters right now to like make this happen. And until we get that, I doubt we're going to get a Medicare for All type system, There's also a lot of like, this is a very frustrating topic. Pete Buttigieg in 2020 ran on a policy of Medicare for all who want it. That was his policy. Perfectly reasonable policy. Completely reasonable, you guys. If people want to stay on their insurance, let them stay. If they're happy with their insurance, let them keep their insurance, and we'll make a Medicare for all type system available to people who don't want to stay on their insurance. And that was enough to get, like, leftists fucking despised him for saying that. You're sticking up for the insurance industry. You're corrupt just like the rest of them. But Pete's proposition was basically what every industrialized nation has. Like, how many of you guys live in a country that offers healthcare to everybody, right? Like, there's going to be, I don't know, maybe 30% of my audience right now live in a country where healthcare is. None of you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but none of you guys live in a country where insurance is outlawed. You can get insurance if you want to get insurance. But leftists in 2016 and 2020, like, it wasn't enough to expand Medicare access to everyone. They wanted to get rid of the insurance industry altogether. And it's just that is an extreme position. That is a very extreme position. So stupid to be like anything less than abolishing the insurance industry is unacceptable to me. Insane. Fucking insane. Anyways.
To take an approach that is more clear and direct, to say to people, like, if healthcare is a right, I'm not sure that the ACA is the most efficient way of delivering that right.
I think it's a fair question, certainly, that you're asking, but,
approximately 71 to 86% of Americans are satisfied with their current health insurance plans. Now, like, you never know what happens. Like, you could experience some catastrophic health condition. And then all of a sudden you're getting a bill for $2,000 and then your answer is going to change or whatever. But when you look at polls consistently say that Americans are pretty fucking happy with their health insurance. I will say that for me, I'm happy with my health insurance. I'm just saying, like, I want a public option. I want a Medicare for all who want it type system. I definitely want that, but generally speaking, yeah, I'm happy with my insurance. Am I alone? Is anybody else in chat? Are you guys happy with your insurance? My insurance lets me pay $15 a session for therapy sessions. I get medication that would cost me thousands of dollars every month if I didn't have insurance. I get regular checkups, you know. The quality of my care is pretty fucking good. I generally speaking don't have any complaints about my insurance right now. I mean, my insurance is pretty good. I get it through Esme's job, and they give her good insurance. You know, it's pretty comprehensive, right? It is what it is. And I like my landlord too. I said it.
The way that healthcare has developed in the United States of America has been a far too cumbersome and complicated system. And what we've seen is a series of steps that have been taken to try to make it as equitable as possible. You've got Medicare and then Medicaid, and then the child health insurance program that was put into place during the Clinton era, and then the transformational work of the Affordable Care Act, and then the subsidies that were enhanced during the Biden administration. Now, this is a long journey.
Dog says you're happy to be paying more every year as they raise rates. Well, wouldn't it? I mean, like, how would you avoid raising rates? That's just inflation, right? Like, you can't, I mean, the health insurance industry is not going to just keep prices the same every year, right? Like, inflation's going to go up and the prices go up as well, right? It's not weird or necessarily bad that healthcare premiums go up every month. I mean, that, or every year. That's inflation. Inflation is not a healthy baseline of inflation is actually good. You want that in your economy. I can't believe pet insurance is a thing. We have pet insurance and we have benefited greatly from pet insurance. I feel like we definitely save money with pet insurance. It's come in clutch. We've had to give our pets like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 operations, and then it's like mostly covered with pet insurance. Like, it's a pretty good situation there. What is a healthy baseline? Economists generally agree that 2% inflation is healthy. 2% inflation is the target. That's a healthy economy. That's a growing economy. If you're anything less than that, then especially if you're like negative, if your economy is shrinking, well, that's like now you're in a recession, right? So,
But that's taken us to a place where about 90 to 95% of the American people now have access to insurance, in addition to, of course, what takes place in the private market with employer-based healthcare. But there are still gaps. There are still flaws.
My point is, in your perfect world, would you say this system, first of all, we don't need to tie healthcare to your job. That limits people's liberty and freedom. And we don't need to give subsidies to an insurance company. It's almost like what Trump understands is I can use the government to bully, right?
now correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't the profit margins for insurance companies quite low? Aren't they around like 2%? Or is that a different industry? I might be thinking of a different industry, but hold on. No, it's close to 3%. The net profit margin for health insurance corporations was 3.3%.
I wonder if Democrats can take that message and say, oh, right, why aren't we playing by that same rule? If we were redesigning the system, is this the way we would design it? And if not, then how do we take a hard line to get that system to deliver?
Yeah, well, I think that point that you make about leveraging the ability.
You know, a moderate Democrat would say that a public option fixes the problem of having people's quality of healthcare tied to their jobs. You know, like it is just plainly the case that in America, a lot of people stay in jobs that they fucking hate because they get, you know, decent healthcare benefits that their whole family gets to use. And so, you know, if you freed up that consumer, if you freed up that worker to, you know, if they weren't tied to their job in that way, then maybe they could live a happier life exploring a job, you know, a different kind of job in a different kind of industry or whatever. And so, you know, that's valid for sure. Like the system that we have right now, the complaint that a lot of people have to stay in jobs they fucking hate because otherwise they'll lose their insurance. I mean, that's absolutely a valid complaint.
Ability of the government to bring about the best possible result for the American people is something that certainly we have to continue to.
It's like that in Canada too. I can't really switch jobs because my insurance is too good. Okay, hold on. Explain this to me. So in Canada, you have government subsidized healthcare, but your employers also provide supplemental insurance? Is that how it works in England and Europe as well? Do employers still provide supplemental insurance? Well, pharma is something different. The pharma profit margins, I think, are insane. What is the average profit margin for major pharmaceutical corporation? I would guess that those would be much, much higher. Well, 12.5 to 14%. Their profit margins are, you know, 4 to 5 times higher than insurance agencies.
Lean into in the healthcare space and in every other space as it relates to improving the quality of life for the American people. I will say that one of the most important things that was accomplished in the previous administration is to get.
Oh yeah, in Canada we get insurance from employers, especially for dental, eye care, and prescriptions. But there's a different kind of pressure for an American. Like, if you lost your job, how catastrophic would it be for you to lose that insurance? Maybe you have longer wait times and maybe your life would be disrupted a little bit and maybe the quality of your care goes down a little bit, but you know you're going to get care. In America, if you lose your job, you know, you get, like, in California, there's this thing called COBRA. I don't know what it stands for, but you know, you can pay the state to provide you insurance for like 6 months, but then that runs out and you're fucked. Like, Americans are entirely reliant. I mean, we have government programs. I mean, I was kind of shocked to learn that is COBRA federal. I was kind of shocked to learn that like 40% of America lives, you know, gets their healthcare subsidized similarly to like the NHS. You know, like a little bit less than half of the country, you know, they do get like almost fully subsidized healthcare. Percentage of Americans get all their health care costs covered by government. Okay, hold on. Let's be more specific. Does Medicaid pay for everything, guys? If you qualify for Medicaid or like Medi-Cal in California at the state level, does it pay for everything? Do you get copays, you know? How much does Medicaid cover? What percentage of healthcare costs does Medicaid cover? Not getting straight answers on this. Medicaid pays for everything for me in New York State. Pays for almost everything. My son is on Medicaid and we still have small copays. Might depend on income. Well, of course it depends on income, right? And then what percentage of Americans are covered through Medicaid? What percentage of Americans are covered by Medicaid? 18.9%. And then what about Medicare? Wait a second. Hold on. Is it the same exact percentage? Medicaid. Both said 18.9%. Is it literally the same percentage? 18.9% for both of them? We'll say it's close to 40, but Medicare is a little bit different. I think Medicare, you still are on the hook for a lot of the costs. I don't think Medicare covers everything. But anyways, I mean, there is a decent amount of Americans that are that where government pays most of their healthcare costs.
Give the federal government the ability to negotiate drug prices on behalf of the American people using the federal government's bulk price purchasing power.
Right.
The idea was, now it's limited to Medicare recipients, that's tens of millions
Okay, Smudge, talk a little bit about
of people, and we got to expand it out.
Which is crazy.
Right? We got to expand it out.
Yes.
But here was the theory, John. Wait a second. Walmart and Target and Best Buy are able to use their bulk price purchasing power to negotiate lower prices that they then present to the consumers, and it increases their profitability because they can get a broader share of the market. Shouldn't the federal government be able to use that same market-based principle on behalf of the American people?
Oh, yes.
So that is what we're working on. We have made progress in that direction because now the federal government can do it for Medicare recipients. The Republicans rejected expanding out that power to everyone. We'll continue to press.
this is the most insane gaslighting I've ever seen. We literally just agreed that profiting on healthcare is bad. Private healthcare's entire existence is based on profiting on healthcare. The ACA bolsters that system. And you connect those dots without just saying what about or whatever debate lord thing. I don't think that having a profit motive in the healthcare industry is in itself a bad or evil thing. We benefit from the profit motive having some kind of factor in our healthcare. We have cutting edge healthcare in America. Quality of our healthcare is insanely good. And a big reason for that is the competition in the market drives those kinds of innovations. My position is that if you have the profit motive entirely driving our healthcare system, it leads to bad outcomes. But I don't think that we should get rid of all, like, any kind of profit incentive for healthcare technologies and innovation. That seems a bit regressive to me.
Press forward for it.
Does this change the way that you look at the presidency, what's happening right now? Like, do you think in your mind now, well, the next time we're fortunate enough to create a message that resonates enough with the American people, and we get a Democratic president there, first, day one, executive order number one, the government negotiates drug price deals with the drug companies, benefit managers out of the game. Like, we're going to attack this much more directly. We are not going to the din of all the lobbyists of all these different industries. We're cutting that out, and we're making this much cleaner to the way that we want to operate.
We definitely got to make the system as clean as possible and continue to build.
Innovation does not require privatization. Not necessarily, but generally speaking, markets are more efficient at driving innovation. Generally speaking. Now that doesn't mean I'm like a libertarian and I think that the free market should just determine everything. There should be no guardrails and no regulation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But generally speaking, if you give the government 5 years to come up with like a cool like tablet, and you give Apple 5 years to come up with a cool tablet, Apple's probably going to make the better product there. It also depends on the industry. But yeah, we shouldn't be so scared of markets that we want to eliminate the profit motive altogether. At that point, you're just a communist, and I don't know why anybody would be a communist in 2025.
Upon the work that has been done. I will say that given the flood of outrageous behavior, extreme behavior,
Yes.
you know, thinking about 2028 at this moment for me is a luxury. It's a luxury.
It is. I would admit that. So you had an emergency meeting with the caucus, yes?
That's right.
Was that the House and the Senate, or just the House?
That was just the House. That was last week. It was a virtual meeting because we were all spread out across the country, back home in our districts. And that was in response to the unlawful, illegal Office of Management and Budget so-called funding freeze that was clear overreach. The American people rose up. I think it was announced on January 27th, this funding freeze. By January 29th, it was rescinded.
But they said they only rescinded the memo. The freeze is still in place, or is that incorrect?
I think what they were referring to is that the blanket freeze is gone. Now, it's temporarily gone, and we're going to continue to press forward to make sure that it's permanently gone. What has not been rescinded were some of the executive orders that froze precise funding in certain areas that he issued on day one or day two. For example, the freeze as it relates to foreign aid.
Oh, that's the USAID. And that wasn't, is that even the president, or is that Vice President Musk? Is he the one who froze USAID?
It's a reasonable question to ask. Who's actually running things right now? Because Elon Musk seems to have an extraordinary amount of power. And certainly my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, House Republicans, are bending over backwards to do his bidding.
Can I tell you my favorite tweet that he put out? It was something about last week and about agencies. It was something about like,
To be fair, we publicized our rail healthcare in TV, and the BBC is seen as one of the best news outlets in the well, and the NHS is heavily revered. Again, it depends on the industry. Like reporting the news, I think that's a really good example of when like markets and market incentives hurt the product. When you have a profit motive introduced to news coverage, well, now you're inserting it's kind of a conflict of interest on its face. And so, again, it really just depends. I'm not saying that the free markets do everything better than government, but they do a lot, like in terms of incentivizing innovation and progress.
like, who are these unelected bureaucrats who have all this power over our lives? And you're just like,
Well, the BBC is funded by government, but my understanding of BBC is like the UK government has no direct influence on what BBC actually says, right? They have zero editorial influence, right? It's not funded by the government, BBC. And we have similar things here, like NPR and PBS and blah, 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 blah.
I think they're you. I think you're that person.
No, Smudge, you blew
What
it.
recourse is there other than outrage? I think the frustrating thing for a lot of people watching at home is, at this point, the recourse seems to be, let's put Chuck Schumer on television to give as non dramatic a reading as he can of the outrage. What is the real recourse? Can there be temporary injunctions? Is there a Congress? Have the Republicans just decided we're just going to give it all to the executive and we no longer have the power of appropriation? We're just going to go along with all of this. What is the recourse for an opposition party that doesn't control the House, the Senate, the executive, or the judiciary?
It's an all hands on deck effort. We got to make sure that we push back in the Congress, push back in the courts, and push back in the community, particularly as it relates to shaping public sentiment, which we have seen can be decisive. Abraham Lincoln once made...
You have recourse in the courts. I mean, the courts could step in and determine that some action that Trump took is illegal, right? And then, but as far as the Congress goes, the only recourse they have is if they can keep a totally united front and force the Republicans to, on their own, pursue their legislative agenda without any support from Democratic congressmen and women. The best that you can hope for is that the Republican Party is so fractured that they can't come to any kind of an agreement on the legislation that they want to pass. Or there are some times where you can delay legislation from getting over the finish line. You ultimately cannot stop it. There's nothing to stop the Republicans except for the courts. If the Republicans agree on a reconciliation package and they have the votes to pass it, Democrats cannot block that. That's just, I mean, then there's the midterms. That's political recourse that you have. But, you know, in the meantime, there's 2 years where if the Republicans can whip the votes, then there's nothing that the Democrats can do to stop them from passing bills. That's what happens when you give power to one political party. They get to pursue their agenda. Biden got to do the same thing in 2021. This is the inverse. Like, I saw Ken Klippenstein expressing frustration with Hakeem Jeffries, or it might have even been Crystal Ball, when he gave the answer to this question here. But it's just true. I mean, like, if you didn't want the Republicans to have power, then you probably should have done everything in your power to convince your viewers to take this election seriously and support Democrats and make sure you're voting for candidates that will actually beat Republicans. But a lot of people didn't do that. And now those same people are spinning around and saying, you're not doing enough to stop this.
The observation that the Congress pushed back in the courts and pushed back in the community, particularly as it relates to shaping public sentiment, which we have seen can be decisive. Abraham Lincoln once made the observation that public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. Public sentiment rose up in response to the funding freeze. They backed off. Public sentiment rose up in response to the overly broad tariffs related to our North American allies. The market also weighed in,
Right.
and all of a sudden, they backed off. 2 days later.
Yeah.
So we are seeing that public sentiment can be an important vehicle, but we also have to push back in Congress. And by the way, at the end of last year, when both the incoming president at the time and Elon Musk tried to tank a spending agreement that had been negotiated in a bipartisan way because they demanded, the nerve of these people, they demanded that we give the president a $4 or $5 trillion blank check by suspending the debt ceiling for the entirety of his presidency so he could pass massive tax cuts for his billionaire friends and wealthy corporations. Our response was not simply no, politely, it was hell no. And the Congress defeated that bill. The Democrats and a handful of Republicans, but Democrats could have done it on our own. And we showed that in that context. And so there will continue to be legislative pushback. And I think it's also important, John, to understand that, listen, Donald Trump won the popular vote this time around. He lost the popular vote in 2016. He lost the popular vote in 2016. He comes into Congress. There are 241 Republicans in the House, only 194 Democrats. This time around, so-called mandate, he wins the popular vote. And currently there are 218 Republicans in the House and 215 Democrats. It's the narrowest majority since the Great Depression.
Oh, that doesn't portend well. Anything that relates back to it's the last time that happened since the Great Depression, that's not a good sign.
Right, not a good sign. And then what happened immediately thereafter was FDR's election, bringing about a true golden age for America, or the beginnings of it, as he battled through the Great Depression. So I think.
Let me call out some people. I haven't said thanks in a minute. Mendezu, thanks so much for 68 months. Dubbed the B with the tier 1 sub. Chillbro Baggins with 4 months. Viva los Doyers with 4 months. Captain Cortisol with 80 months. Why aren't groceries and gas cheaper? I thought they were supposed to be cheaper. Good luck with that. Rusty with 4 months. Speaking of which, actually, there was a interesting moment on CNN where a Republican kind of gave the game away. Actually, real quick for a palate cleanser. Have you guys seen this video? I missed this. Apparently, this is an old internet video. And it's goddamn fucking hilarious. Have you guys seen this?
Put your hands up in the air. All of the dream. Come on. How does it mean when we're in our Life, it never die. Women are my favorite guy. Sex, I'm one thing more. Tell the world, stop the war. Boom, hit the beats, go zoom. Have a body, feel the groove. Cyber system overload. Everybody move, man.
I missed that video. Apparently, I'm like 2 years late to that video. It showed up on my feed the other day. I'm like, what is this? Fucking hilarious. There's another one too that's like my favorite. It's like one of my favorite internet videos of all time. I'm gonna have to scroll back in the bookmarks to find it. Hold on, give me a minute. I'll find it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Fuck. All right. I can't find it. Hold on. I'm going to keep scrolling, but somebody help me find it. It's an internet. Oh, found it. This is one of my favorite videos of all time. Have you guys seen this one?
So you wanna live long, so you wanna be free. Hey, running out of time, that's a really bad beat. On me, she wanna play hard to get this far by me, but I never wait long, I move on to what I need. I get my way, get out my way. Switch my place, I'm on my way. No mistakes, I know the stakes, yeah.
Yeah, why is this video funny? I don't know, but it is.
I don't show face, I keep my go crawl, I'm down on my knee. That's me, I don't talk down, I just move how I need. Ole, one time, now she going both ways. She knows in control, all that bullshit gets on you. I get my way, get out my way.
Why is that video so funny? I don't know, but it is. It makes me laugh. There's never been a time where that video showed up on my feed where I skipped it. I always watch it. Like every 4 months, you know, it pops up on my feed. And I watch the entire thing every time. I'm getting sidetracked. Here, hold on. It was about inflation. Here. Former New Hampshire governor, Republican Chris Sununu, was asked about, like, well, when are the prices going to come down?
The other issue is people don't realize the amount of inflation that is regulatory driven, which Trump is really driving on. So you're going to see tariffs come in hard and fast. They're painful a little bit. That's why he's doing them quick and early to hopefully get through it, negotiate some better long-term deals overseas, and then he can pull back on them. At the same time, get rid of all this regulation and bureaucracy and red tape, specifically on energy. Right? An elderly family or a low-income family has to turn on that light switch and pay these massive energy subsidies because of regulation as much as anybody else. That's where we can see some I would say, deflation on the energy side. But you don't want every product in America going down in price. It sounds good, but it would be an economic disaster.
That's deflation. You don't want deflation. The Republicans ran on, you know, we're going to bring these prices down. And then once they get elected, they're like, well, you don't want deflation. That's bad, right?
We certainly are going to stick together. Listen, we'll work with anyone in order to solve the core problems, which, how do we drive down the high cost of living for the American people? How do we bring the American dream to life? But we're going to push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. The courts will do that as well. I think that executive order related to birthright citizenship was issued either on January 20th or January 21st, 2 or 3 days later. A judge appointed by Ronald Reagan struck down the
Not only struck it down, said it was like, I want to paraphrase and say, it was one of the most blatantly unconstitutional things he'd ever said, and he was mystified as why Trump's lawyers thought that they could bring a case of. Yeah, it was a scathing
birthright citizenship
opinion
because it's unconstitutional. And we've seen now more than 20 different lawsuits have been brought related to 11 different executive orders And that
Oh, hold on. Rusty with 4 months came from YouTube just to give you my prime. Hope you're doing well, dude. Recently had to stop listening to PKA. Genuinely cannot believe how brain broken Taylor is. Kyle's just as stupid. Feel for Woody, to be honest. Should get him on the stream more. It's funny you mentioned that. I was going to reach out to him again and say like, hey, come on. I think I want to do like semi-regular discussions with Woody. Because him and me vibe on like, we seem to align. I'm going to say like 90% of the way when it comes to politics. Taylor, what's there to say? The thing with PKA that's grinding my gears right now, really pissing me off, is PKA is doing this petition drive. They want to get people to sign this petition to have Donald Trump give Kyle a pardon. Kyle was convicted of some kind of felony. I think what he did was he mailed himself hash oil and got caught. I think he was living in Georgia, and they have pretty strict drug laws there. But I'm pretty sure it was a federal offense. But I can't really speak to it. But anyways, he got arrested and charged and was convicted or pled guilty. I'm not sure of the specifics. To some kind of drug trafficking charge or whatever. And now they're doing this big push to there's like 40,000, 50,000 people who have signed this petition to give him a pardon. But the last time I was on PKA, Kyle was telling me that it was an appropriate punishment. I'm not embellishing. I'm not hyperbolizing here. Kyle told me that it was an appropriate punishment to permanently take someone's child away if they crossed our border illegally. Which, to be clear, I think the first time offense is a civil offense. I could be wrong. Is a civil offense. Not even a misdemeanor. The second time you do it, it becomes a misdemeanor, I believe. Or it's either maybe it's being here illegally, like overstaying your visa. I think the first time is a civil offense. Hold on. Is illegal entry into the U.S. a misdemeanor? Any alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers, or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry into the United States by willfully false or misleading representation or willful concealment of a material fact shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months, or both. It looks like illegal improper entry is a misdemeanor. And then I believe being in the country, like overstaying your visa or whatever, I think the first time offense for that is civil infraction. Is illegal immigration a crime? Improper entry versus unlawful presence. Unlawful presence is not a crime. Okay. Okay, there we go. That is a civil offense. Like overstaying a visa is not technically a crime. I believe if you do it a second time, it becomes a crime. Either which way, you know, I brought up the child separation policy the last time I was on PKA, and at first Kyle was incredulous and didn't believe that that's what Donald Trump did. I don't think they took people's kids away. I don't think that's true. Which kind of blows my mind, because I feel like that was front page news for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks back in 2018 when it was first uncovered. So at first he said, I don't think that's what Trump was doing. They weren't kidnapping kids. And then he looked it up and live fact checked himself live and said, okay, so it turns out Trump actually was kidnapping kids, like permanently taking kids away from their parents. And then he changed his tune and said, yes, I think that was an appropriate punishment. So I'm sorry. If you think it's an appropriate punishment to permanently take someone's child away for committing a misdemeanor by crossing our border illegally, then why do you deserve a pardon for knowingly breaking the law? I may not agree with the law. I think people should be able to, mail cannabis. That's not a huge priority to me, but it is a law. And he knowingly broke it and he got caught. Why does he deserve a pardon, but someone who crossed the border illegally deserves their kid taken away permanently? Give me a fucking break.
Righteous litigation will also continue moving forward.
Are there people within the Republican caucus? Now, I know that people always say what they say on CNN or Fox or MSNBC is not necessarily how you guys.
Trump is signing EOs at the moment. I'm not seeing that. It's not live yet. Broadcast is usually delayed by 15 minutes, but photos are out already. Okay, we have it queued up, so when it goes live, we're going to hear it go live. And we'll switch to that when it starts.
Talk with each other. I would imagine there's a good bit of trepidation, even amongst the Republican caucus, about a little bit of the chaos that is being brought through this first couple of weeks. Are there allies that you think will have the courage to work with you on reasonable stuff? Because even though the majority that they have in the House is less, the House is a zero-sum game. If you've got one extra one, you control everything. It's not like the Senate. So you really are on the back foot, hoping that Chip Roy is crazy enough that he'll tank whatever it is that they throw out there. But are there, I guess, is there any political courage to curb the worst excesses of the vindictiveness? Because you don't sort of see it. Like, they're talking about, we need to make government more efficient. And they basically got rid of all the IGs, which are their reports, which Congress generally ignores anyway. But at least they identify areas of waste, fraud, and abuse generally.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. It's absolutely the right question in terms of the congressional dynamics. And here's the thing.
This is a little dry, so we're going to switch to the Vaush video. Unless you guys want to continue, we can keep watching it if you guys want to. Of all the Democrats that I have a problem with right now, Hakeem Jeffries, I think I get the sense that he's doing the best that he can with the cards that he's been dealt. I don't have huge issues with him right now. I have more issues with Democrats that are not understanding this moment for what it is and are not stepping aside. I'm not saying let's put all the youngest members of Congress in charge of the party, but we need to seriously reevaluate our media strategy right now, because it is abysmal. Abysmal. Who they're putting in front of camera right now is just not really bad. It's really fucking bad. Okay. Vaush made a video called, or Vaush rather, made a video called "You Don't Hate Democrats Enough."
Do you guys remember what the Tea Party was? Not the Boston Tea Party. That was a while ago. You know, that's probably before your time a little bit. I mean, the Tea Party is in the grassroots, well, kind of grassroots, political movement that arose.
Zapel Mirabs with 47 months. Mendezu, did I get you? ATX Couch Potato with a gifted sub. Baylord with 13 months. Look up Ballin' with My Bros. It features Casey Frey as well. Ballin' with My Bros. Sweet Revenge with 10 months. And Kato Duck with 74 months. Ballin' with My Bros. Is it just trying to ball with my bros?
Hey, Jimmy? Jimmy, put the ball down. Get inside where it's safe.
Hey, why don't you go back inside, man? I'm just trying to ball with my breasts.
Hey, no. Son,
Dad, I told you. I'm not gonna tell you again. I'm serious, okay? Go back inside. Get back inside. Dad, I told you to stop interrupting me while I'm trying to do things outside when it's just my personal time. Don't talk back to your father. I want to hang out with you and everything. It's cool that you're out here, but just go back inside, motherfucker. Your mother wouldn't like that. Get back inside. I was trying to ball with my bros. Get back inside, son. Son, I'm gonna go inside and finish my pie. Yeah, okay. Whatever.
What? Why is this so funny? I don't understand. This is like, when did this come out? 6 years ago? This reminds me of kind of like early internet, you know? This reminds me of like 2005 to 2010 era internet stuff. It's just kind of weird, you know? If you don't think that's funny, I mean, to me, I don't know. It's just fucking hilarious to me.
Or that arose to criticize Republicans because they felt they were too weak in response to Obama's overwhelming mandate back in 2008. The Tea Party was basically the beginning of what MAGA is now, the proto-MAGA movement, where they were like, we need more populism, more aggression, more Christian nationalism, more overt racism. Like, we need to be much worse, basically, you know? You guys remember that? It started with Rush Limbaugh, as so many bad things did. I think we might be getting near that point with the Democrats now. I talked about this a lot yesterday because, like, the Democrats have failed us immensely. The Democrats gave Republicans. So the Democrats over Biden's term did not go after Trump. They allowed Trump to continue to walk free, even though they absolutely could have buried him in legal pressure. They just chose not to over January.
I already have such an issue with this. The Democrats are not in charge of the DOJ. That's Merrick Garland, and the DOJ is independent. You don't somehow the framing of like what the DOJ's function is has now just permanently changed. The way that people talk about the DOJ, they're like, well, you know, Trump could have gone after Hillary, but he chose not to. And here's Vaush saying, well, the Democrats could have buried Donald. Number one, he was indicted 4 times. Number one. Number two, it wasn't the Democrats that indicted him. It was a district attorney in New York. It was a district attorney in Georgia. It was a special prosecutor in Florida. It was a special prosecutor in DC. I don't know what he means when he says the Democrats could have buried him in like legal pressure. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's not like I don't know, in his mind, does he think that the way that it works is like, okay, there's a box there's a closed box with a slit on the top in Merrick Garland's office in the DOJ. And, you know, once a week, the Democrats come by and they like drop a piece of paper in the box and say, like, I want you to prosecute this person. That's not how this works. It doesn't work this way. The president, not any member of any party tells the attorney general what to do. Although I have no doubt in my mind that Donald Trump is 1000% going to tell Pam Bondi what to do, and she's going to listen. So already this framing to me is a bit suspect. Oh, the Democrats could have buried him legally. What? What are you talking about?
January 6th. I guess they just thought like the public should decide or whatever. You know, they gave the Supreme Court to Trump by way of losing to him prior by fronting Hillary Clinton. They gave both houses of Congress. They've given him the presidency, and now they've backed.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm not even 2 minutes into this video. The Democrats gave the Republicans the Supreme Court is wild framing. Is so insane. That is a crazy thing to say. Mitch McConnell stole a Supreme Court seat from Barack Obama. The Democrats didn't give them a Supreme Court majority. The voters gave Donald Trump the presidency and empowered him to appoint 3 Supreme Court justices. That wasn't the Democrats' fault. He's doing that flowchart thing. That one flowchart where it all, like every single, there's like 6 different outcomes and every single outcome is fuck the Democrats. He's literally doing that framing.
Off completely. When was the last time you heard something from Biden? Nope, he's gone. When was the last time you heard something from Kamala Harris? Nope, she's gone. Good night, y'all. Fucking literally, you lose. Goodbye. We're just like empty, vacuous politicians. Remember how active Donald Trump was even after January 6th failed? You'd think like Donald Trump would have run to the edges of the earth after that. Like literally, failed.
He's rewriting history. Donald Trump kind of went dark for like a year. He wasn't super public for like a year. I don't know what he's talking about. Donald Trump kind of fucked off for a little bit after he left office in 2021.
Insurrection turned on by his own party for a time. The Democrats didn't capitalize on it. And then Biden gets inaugurated. But nope, Trump never stopped. And look what it turned out to be. You know, like look how
this is just not true. Trump did stop for a little bit.
That happened. My argument from yesterday and now today, like the only path forward is infinite hatred towards the Democrats because they did this to us. They f***ed us. They ruined it. They did it to us. They did it deliberately. They did it through incompetence, through malfeasance. They did it through abstemiousness. They're horrible. I hate them.
They did it deliberately? We deliberately lost the election? What the fuck is this?
I hate Pelosi. I hate Schumer. I hate Jeffries. They're horrible, horrible, horrible politicians. And I mean that both in terms of their ethics and in terms of their ability to actually be politicians. You saw this clip, right? I hope you did, because it's pretty bad, where Hakeem Jeffries did a press conference and he was basically like, well, what do you want us to do? We need audio for audio to happen.
What leverage we actually have? What leverage do we have? They control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It's their government. What leverage do we have?
Now, I would want to see the full context of this presser, but yeah. Jon Stewart just said the same thing in the interview just a moment ago. Like, it's a zero-sum game, essentially. Like, if the Republicans have enough votes, the House are very limited in their ability to even slow things down. In the Senate, there are more procedural options that the Democrats can have to be more obstructionist. In the Senate, there are, different rules there that allow them to postpone things, delay things, sometimes block things if Republicans don't have like perfect unanimity. But the House, it's just, the House literally, the only leverage that the House has is they can be perfectly united and say, Republicans, if you want to pass any bill, you're going to have to do it completely on your own. You're not going to get any support from us. That's the only leverage they have. That's it. And if the Republicans have enough support within their own conference in the House, Democrats can't do anything to stop it. That's what happens when you give a political party control of government. Why is this? What is controversial about saying that? I don't understand. The American voters made their decision. This is what they voted for. Do you guys understand that? This is what they voted for. The American voters voted to elect Donald Trump and give Republicans control of government. They did. That's what they did. And now the Republicans control the government. And, they're going to be able to do a lot of what they want to do. And there's nothing that Hakeem Jeffries can do to stop it. Is Vaush, I wonder, at any point in this video, going to articulate what he wants them to do? Or what he thinks they can do?
Just remarkable. Just absolutely remarkable. Incredible defeatism. They lost.
It's not remarkable. It's not even controversial. It's the least remarkable thing maybe he's ever said ever. Story at 11. Republicans have majorities in Congress. They're going to be able to get stuff done. Hot off the press, guys. Everyone's talking about it.
Lost by 1.8%. Oh, sorry. There's nothing we can do. We have no power. Because Democrats don't believe in the use of the bully pulpit. They have no power whatsoever. Meanwhile,
the bully pulpit? What is the bully pulpit going to do in this spot? What the fuck does that even mean? I hear this so often when I would argue with leftists during the Biden era. Stuff like the $15 an hour minimum wage. When Manchin killed the $15 an hour minimum wage, I had so many fucking brain dead leftists in my chat that were like, oh, he's just going to give up. And I would ask them like, well, what do you want him to do? And they were like, have you ever heard of the bully pulpit? And I'm like, in West Virginia? What do you, what do you mean? What does that look like in practice? They never, and it's always these vague illusions like, you ever heard of the bully pulpit?
99% of the time when Republicans do something that gets national attention, it's just them talking into a microphone. Like most of the time when Republicans do something that pulls people towards them, it's not through their ability to enact policy. What policy has Donald Trump put forward yet? No bill has gone through the House, the Senate. He hasn't signed into law anything except for the partially bipartisan supported Lincoln Riley. Is that her name? I forget. I can't remember names. The anti
executive orders are policies. I don't even know what we're talking about here. He's done like 53 executive orders. Those are policies. Right?
Immigrant, the fascist and the Lincoln Riley, thank you, yeah, act. That's the only thing that's gone through. He's put forward a bunch of executive orders, but apart from that, most of the attention that Trump gets has always been through his ability to talk into a microphone.
I completely disagree with this too. He's getting a ton of flack for the things that he is doing. You know, he's getting attention for pardoning January 6 people. He's getting negative attention for pursuing this policy of tariffs. He's getting negative attention because of what Elon is doing with Doge. He's getting negative attention for his posture on Gaza. He's getting negative attention for his posture on Ukraine. It's not just rhetoric. It's not just rhetoric. This has been the most active presidency, I think, ever in my life that I've ever seen. Can anyone think of a first month of a presidency in recent times that have been this active in terms of the sheer volume of things that they're doing? It's not just it's not just the things that they're saying. The things that they are doing is what is driving this conversation. This video is driving me nuts right now.
Power to change public opinion was built only on control over government. Why was Trump so influential from 2021 to 2025? Can somebody explain that to me? I'm begging you. Can somebody explain that to me? He wasn't in power. It's the bully pulpit. It's soapboxing. Strict control of the media environment. Not even that. Right now, the media environment is completely controlled by the right. But back in 2021, 2022, no, not really. There was a period of time during which they were even turning on Trump. Democrats just failed to use this power. They just didn't, they don't believe in it. So if we're going to get out of this mess, there's two ways.
I'm going to lose my mind. Democrats impeached Donald Trump after January 6th. They impeached him. They kicked it to the Senate. And it was the most bipartisan impeachment vote in Senate in history. They actually convinced like 7 Republicans to go along with the impeachment. It wasn't the Democrats that failed to do something about Trump after January 6th. It was the Republicans. It was Mitch McConnell's decision to not push for Donald Trump to be convicted in the Senate. Initially, the reporting suggests that behind the scenes, McConnell was seriously considering voting to convict in the Senate. And he was seriously considering, pressuring other Republicans to do so, but he backed off. This idea that the Democrats just chose not to do anything. What are you talking? They impeached him after he left office. Why are you blaming the Democrats for this? This is fucking insane.
Ways, okay? Short of
What should the Democrats have done? Just illegally told U.S. Marshals to go to fucking Mar-a-Lago and arrest him? Like, what more do you want them to do? They sounded the alarm for the last 4 years about January 6th. And the voters, enough voters just didn't care. Not like Democrats weren't talking about January 6th. What? It was the centerpiece of Biden's campaign before he dropped out. He was framing the 2024 campaign around Donald Trump's threat to democracy and specifically harping on January 6th, and it wasn't working. The voters didn't care, or enough voters didn't care. And so then Kamala came in and she kind of turned it about opportunity economy and a little bit of the threat to democracy stuff, but why is he blaming? Okay.
revolution. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Short of that, in terms of like electoral performance, you make a third party or you make the Democrats better. Third,
I'm gonna Minecraft myself. So sick of this earthly realm. The mere suggestion of a third party whatever guard, I mean, like if you think that the Democrats are inefficient now at stifling the Republican agenda when they're out of power in government, just barely in the House, if you think they're inefficient now, what do you think's going to happen when the Republican mandate like doubles because you've now split the left-wing vote in this country? At most a left-wing third party in this country would get, I'm going to say 10 to 15%. And you basically just guaranteed Republicans now, not only do they have control of Congress and the presidency, they're going to have super majorities in the Congress. They're going to be able to do whatever the fuck they want, and they won't need to worry about any kind of democratic obstruction. They're going to get rid of abortion. They're going to get rid of Social Security. They're going to privatize fucking everything. The idea that, the mere suggestion of a third party in this moment of doing like another left-wing third party is so fucking suicidal and self-destructive.
Party for a wide variety of reasons that I've been rambling about for 5 years now. I just don't think it's very viable. It's very, 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 very difficult to build this up. Certainly in the
okay, well, you got there.
In the context now, the political context, that we exist in currently. It hasn't succeeded yet. I don't think it'll succeed in the near future.
Okay.
However,
Okay.
I do think that pressure is mounting right now against the DNC. I think that people are getting more and more upset. I saw this clip yesterday right after stream ended. I just about blew a gasket, okay? I had, this damn near killed me, and I'm considering pursuing legal action against Jeffries because I consider this kind of like a personal attack against me. So, you know how Eric Adams, the ostensibly Democratic mayor, the corrupt mayor of New York City, who has for some time now been signaling more and more that he is leaning right, up to just now getting pardoned by the DOJ, not pardoned, but like having the case against him dropped by the DOJ, and in exchange, he's allowing ICE to run rampant in New York City, and he's told his people not to be critical of Trump. Here's what Hakeem Jeffries, effectively the leader of the Democratic Party, has to say about that.
Any reaction to the dropping of the charges against Eric Adams?
No reaction at this point in time. The people of New York City will make a determination as to who is best positioned to lead the city of New York forward.
Now, I want you to imagine this, okay? I want you to imagine that a powerful local Republican, like a governor of a major Republican state, because this is New York City here. So let's say like the governor of Florida, okay, had corruption charges brought against him back in 2021. And then the DOJ dropped them. And in exchange, the Republican governor not only announced a bunch of left-wing policy, but also allowed the Democrats to run the state more directly, and said that he and his officials would no longer criticize Democrats. And then you went up to any Republican and asked them how.
I don't know. Maybe the calculation was, okay, well, I'm not 100% sure that Eric Adams is going to switch parties, but if if Hakeem Jeffries comes out there and says this is a travesty, he should go to jail, blah, 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 maybe you would like cement that happening or fast track that happening. Maybe that's the calculation there. Although I generally agree that I don't love that kind of like toothless response from Jeffries on this particular topic. The guy is just, Adams is just like to call him a disappointment is putting it lightly. We'll say that. I mean, he's in many ways more disappointing than Fetterman.
How they felt about that. That motherfucker would be.
You're saying that Trump is live, but I'm not seeing it yet. Pop up on my feed.
Charge us, we're charging them, so it works a simple system. And we don't have to worry about, we're charging too much or too little. But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much.
Shitty audio. Hold on. Let me see if I can find a different.
Actually more. But India's a very, they charge tremendous tariffs. I remember when Harley Davidson could factory in India in order to avoid.
Jesus, the audio is so low.
People can do with us. They can build a factory here.
Turn it up.
Or whatever it might be here, And that includes the medical, that includes cars, that includes chips and semiconductors. That includes everything.
That better?
If you build here, you have no tariffs whatsoever. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think our country is going to be flooded with jobs.
What should consumers expect? Are prices going to go up short-term,
Well,
long-term?
not necessarily. I mean, not necessarily, but I'll tell you what will go up is jobs. The jobs will go up tremendously. We're going to have great jobs, jobs for everybody. This is something that should have been done many years ago. China did it. I mean, China did it at a level that probably nobody's ever seen before. If you manufactured
What
a car,
tariffs
you
did he
couldn't send
sign?
it into China, the tariff was so high, so everybody went and they built in China. It was no big secret. So we're going to see, but it's going to mean tremendous amounts of jobs. And ultimately, prices will stay the same, go down. But we're going to have a very dynamic country.
But if prices go up, Mr. President, because of these tariffs, who do you think voters should hold responsible?
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country, and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration.
We do massive farming exports to fucking Canada.
I've never seen before. I think our farmers are going to be helped. Jobs are going to be helped, but our farmers are going to be helped. Our manufacturers are going to be helped. And again,
And when they do reciprocal tariffs, it will hurt those farmers.
Come in and build car plants. They'll do it without tariffs, and therefore prices won't go up. There could be some short-term disturbance, but long-term, it's gonna make our country a fortune.
So Americans should prepare for some short-term pain.
No, you said that. I didn't say that.
You just said that.
If the prices go up.
Let's see what happens. Nobody really knows what is going to happen, other than we know that jobs are going to be produced at levels that we haven't seen
Economists
before.
estimate
We
that
know
his first round of tariffs when he was
interest rates
president the
are gonna
first time
ultimately
cost
be coming
250,000 American jobs, by
Things
the
will
way.
happen, and they go hand in hand with the tariffs.
Just so you know.
We think that the prices for some things, many things, it could be all things, will go down. Ultimately, will go down.
Mr. President, can you explain the timeline here, sir? There's a period of time for a review, a report, 180 days. What's the earliest date that you think tariffs will actually be implemented and executed?
Well, I would say, maybe I'll ask Howard to answer that, because he's going to be the one that's implementing. What do you think?
Our studies should be all complete by April 1st. So we'll hand the president the opportunity to start on April 2nd if he wants. So I think we'll be ready to go on April 1st, and we'll hand it to the president, and he'll make his decisions. But remember, if they drop their tariffs, prices for Americans are coming down. Our production's going up, and our costs are going down. Remember, it's a two-way street. That's why it's called reciprocal.
Have you spoken to any American CEOs directly about this? Are they calling you and asking
I've
for
spoken to
exemptions,
many,
for
and
example?
many love it. And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. Yes, please.
Mr. President, you've talked about the VAT and the EU before and your concerns with how the EU treats you. Do you have a number in mind on the European Union? Do you have an idea of where that number is going to land?
Well, what they are now is they have a 20% VAT tax, which we're considering to be similar or the same as the tariff. Plus, they charge lots of fees, and they're doing something else. European Union's been very tough on our companies. They sued Apple, they sued Google, they sued Facebook, they sued many other companies, and they're American companies, and the kind of numbers are staggering. And the court system over there is not very good to our companies. If you know that Apple had to pay, I think, $16 billion in a penalty, a court case that was really shocking because most people thought they would have won that court case, people that watched it. So they've been very tough. Airlines have called me up and they said, could you help us with Europe because they're charging us so many different fees. I got a call from the head of American, United, and other airlines saying, every time we land a plane, we get just absolutely killed by the European Union. And so they haven't been treated as good. We think the European Union is wonderful. We all love Europe, love the countries in Europe. But European Union has been absolutely brutal on trade. Canada's been very bad to us on trade, but now Canada's going to have to start paying up. And Canada's been tough on the military because they have a very low military cost. They think we're going to, protect them with our military, which is unfair. So Canada's going to be a very interesting situation because, we just don't need their product. And yet they survive off the fact that we do 95% of what they do. And Canada is just absolutely, I say it, and sometimes people smile and sometimes they say great idea, but Canada, their taxes would come down greatly. Their security would go up.
13% of our imports come from Canada?
Things happen to Canada. And really Canada in this particular, why would we pay $200 billion a year in subsidies to Canada when they're not a state? You do that for a state, but you don't do that for somebody else's country. So I think Canada is going to be a very serious contender to be our 51st state.
Going with Canada, there was obviously a delay in implementing those tariffs.
I spoke to Governor Trudeau on numerous occasions, and we'll see what happens. But it just sets up so good for them. Look, the people would pay much less tax than they're paying right now. They'd have perfect military protection. They don't have any military
I think he's serious about the Canada thing, guys. I don't think he's messing around.
And you take a look at what's going on out there. You have Russian ships, you have China ships, you have Chinese ships, you have a lot of ships out there, and people are in danger. This is a different world today. It's a different world. They need our protection. Yes.
You mentioned Elon Musk and the efforts that he's undertaking with your authority. You granted him new authority this week. Will he secure any new government contracts while he is working on Doge?
No, not if there's a conflict. If there's
he just did $400 million for armored Teslas. He's going to get them on this.
Having to do with the conflict.
Are you personally checking to make sure there's no conflicts of interest?
Yeah, I am.
He answers to you.
Sure, he does. First of all,
no, talk about the Tesla thing.
And second of all, we're not going to let him do anything where there's a conflict.
Was it old?
Mr. President, your negotiations with the EU are.
Okay, sorry.
There's discussions ongoing already. How quickly do you expect that you'll hear back from them about any of these other measures?
I can't tell you. Yeah. The EU's been very nasty. It's just been.
Okay, thank you for the correction there.
Properly. Look, we were great to them on NATO. Essentially, it's a similar group of countries. When I came in, my first term, I raised their fees. I mean, they were not paying. We were paying for, in my opinion, almost all of NATO. And now, I had the bad moment with the press where the press said, well, does this mean you won't protect them? And I said, I won't protect them if they're not paying. But because I said that, the Secretary General, as you know, said it was the greatest thing he's ever seen because the money came pouring in. But they don't treat us right on trade. They don't treat us right on the military either. I mean, if you look at Ukraine, we're in for probably $200 billion more than Europe. Why are we in for more than Europe? We're in for more than Europe. I mean, think of it, or NATO. I mean, let's call it NATO because Canada's in. By the way, Canada is just about the lowest payer. Also, they shouldn't be. They are just about the lowest payer in NATO, in addition to everything else. So Canada's really been taken advantage of. And if they had to pay just something modestly fair, they wouldn't be able to succeed as a country. And that's why I feel they have to become a state. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it your expectation that partners will offer major concessions and that you actually don't end up applying those tariffs?
No, I think that a lot of them will stay the same, and whatever they pay, I'll pay. I mean, we'll have a lot of them stay the same. I think some. Look, I heard as an example, EU lowered their tax on cars down to the exact same amount that they were much higher. They were approximately 5 times higher, and they lowered them down to the exact tax that we're charging. That took place like yesterday or the day before. Is that a correct statement? I think so, yeah.
Do you expect any exemptions or waivers?
I don't expect that, no. This is a simple system. I mean, there wouldn't be any. And in the case of Apple, I gave them a waiver, an exemption in my first term because Samsung was in South Korea. And Samsung didn't have to pay the tax because it was a tax on China. And Apple makes a lot of their product in China. So I did that because it wouldn't have been fair. But now this applies to everybody across the board. This is a much simpler way of doing it, much better way.
Do you guys hear on your end the audio cut in and out every once in a while?
Russia. President Zelensky responded today basically saying any
Real
agreement
brief, like
they won't accept unless they're made with Ukraine. Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those
Of
negotiations?
course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we'd have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too. A lot of people, a lot of forks in the, a lot of forks in this game. I'll tell you what, this is a very interesting situation, but the Ukraine war has to end. The young people are being killed at levels that nobody's seen since World War II. And it's a ridiculous war, and it has to end. We had a good talk with President Putin. I had a good talk with President Zelensky. Very good talk.
Zelensky said this morning that any bilateral discussions
I don't think so. I mean, we have to find out whether
between
or not
America and Russia, he will not.
Zelensky wants to make a deal because he told me that. But
accept those terms.
I now know that Russia wants to make a deal.
Did you ask Secretary Hegseth to walk back his comments yesterday saying Ukraine won't join NATO and won't go back to pre-2014 borders because those are bargaining chips you could use?
No, I didn't. Somebody told me to, but I thought his comments were good yesterday, and they're probably good today. They're a little bit softer, perhaps, but I thought his comments from yesterday. I thought his comments yesterday were pretty accurate. I don't see any way that a country in Russia's position could allow them, just in their position, could allow them to join NATO. I don't see that happening. And long before President Putin, Russia was very strong on the fact that I believe that's the reason the war started. Because Biden went out and said that they could join NATO.
This traitor, man. I fucking hate him.
You know what? You're going to have a war now, and I was right about that. This is a war that would have never happened if I were president.
But you don't think it's President Biden's fault, not President Putin? I mean, he's the one.
I think Biden is incompetent, and I think when he said that they could join NATO, I thought that was a very stupid thing to say. I thought when he said, well, it depends if it's a minor incursion. In other words, it's okay if Russia does a minor incursion. I thought that was a very foolish thing to say.
The
other thing that got it started was how badly Milley and these stupid people, the bad generals, how badly they did with Afghanistan. I was going to pull out, but we were pulling out with dignity and strength, and we were going to take our equipment with us and everything else. They are, I mean, what they're doing is, what they did with that, I think Putin looked at that mess and he said, wow, this is a great time, I'm going to go in. But what the Americans said, I'm not blaming Americans, but I will say what they said had a big influence on his deciding to go in. Yeah.
When Elon Musk met with Prime Minister Modi earlier today, did he do so as an American CEO or did he do so as a representative of the U.S. government?
Are you talking about me?
No, Elon Musk.
Oh, Elon, I don't know. They met, and I assume he wants to do business in India. But India is a very hard place to do business in because of the tariffs. They have the highest tariffs just about in the world, and it's a hard place to do business. No, I would imagine he met possibly because, you know, he's running a company. He's doing this as a...
Seems like something you should know.
That he's felt strongly about for a long time because he sees what's happening and he sees how the country is...
I would feel better if you knew the answer to that question, but
fraud,
okay.
Waste and abuse, yeah.
So how does Modi know whether he's meeting with a CEO or meeting with a representative of your government?
Well, he's meeting with me in a little while, so I'm going to ask him that question. All right? I'll ask him that question, yeah.
On auto tariffs, what should we expect, sir? You mentioned obviously steel and aluminum and pharmaceuticals. What are you thinking about auto tariffs? We haven't talked about that much.
I think autos are coming soon. I think they're all coming more or less at the same time. And it's not going to be a big shock to the system. But what it's going to do is it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. Much more important than the money. It's a lot of money, but it's going to bring pharmaceuticals back to our country. It's going to bring chips back to our country. It's going to bring automobile. We're going to do a lot more automobile manufacturing in our country. You know, when I did this, when I announced this during the campaign, they were going to build the largest car plant in the world in Mexico. It was almost under construction. It was just starting. And when they heard me make that statement, and they thought I was going to win the election, actually, it was a few months before the election itself, China was building the car plant. It was going to be the largest in the world. They immediately stopped construction. You can see the foundations there. They immediately stopped. When they heard I was doing this, that would have destroyed Detroit. It would have destroyed Michigan. This plant would have taken up more than almost the whole state built. And it would have been very destructive. When they heard me speak, and they said, "Wow, if he gets in, we're gonna lose our shirt." So they stopped building. That's the impact that tariffs have. Again, you know, I say it, and I say it loudly. It's the most beautiful word, but now I say religion, love, and a couple of other things are more beautiful, because I got in a lot of problem with the fake news when they said, oh, other things are more important. God is more important, but these are the words.
What the fuck are we doing here, guys? You know he was thinking in his head, pussy. 100%. His mind, he was like, pussy.
Tariffs, those two words. Reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
I mean, no exemptions, right? It would be all auto imports?
Any exemptions, no, because you don't need to. With reciprocal, you don't need to.
Mr. President, has Gavin Clegg just arrived at the IRS?
Fox Radio. Do you have a update on the TikTok negotiations?
Yeah, we have a lot of people.
Timeline's running out, isn't it?
Well, I have 90 days from about 2 weeks ago, right? And I'm sure it can be extended, but let's see. I don't think you'll need to. We have a lot of people interested in TikTok, and I hope to be able to make a deal. I think it would be good. You know, people have learned it's very popular, and we'll have to probably get approval from China to do it. But we have a lot of people that are interested, and a lot of people, I think China will be interested because it's to their benefit too. So I look forward to that. But we have a lot of people that are interested in TikTok, quite a few.
Mr. President, Doge workers arrived today, Gavin Clegg and others arrived today at the IRS. Do you expect to close the IRS, or what are you expecting?
No, I don't expect it, but I think that the Internal Revenue Service will be looked at like everybody else. Just about everybody's going to be looked at. So it's they're doing a hell of a job. It's an amazing job they're doing. And you know, that force is building. I call it the force of super geniuses, but it's building. And you know, they go up and they talk to some of the people about certain deals, and the people get all tongue-tied. They can't talk because these people get it. They're very smart people. We need smart people. Yes, Brian?
On tariffs, sir.
Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Mr. President, I know that during the campaign, it was huge in Pennsylvania as far as bringing back manufacturing. Have we talked to any CEOs since the tariffs were announced on steel and aluminum? What's the feedback from those guys?
They are in love with it. As you know, in Pennsylvania, U.S. Steel is through the roof. They're all through the roof. That's why I didn't want U.S. Steel to make a deal with Japan or anybody else. I think it's going to do great. But I think maybe more than anybody else, the steel companies and aluminum companies, they're in love with what's happened. And this will eventually be the car companies and chip companies. We have to have chips made in this country. Right now, everything's made in Taiwan practically, almost all of it, a little bit in South Korea. But everything, almost all of it is made in Taiwan. And we want it to be made. We want those companies to come to our country, in all due respect. You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away. We had Intel, we had these great companies that did so well, and it was taken from us, and we want that business back. We want it back in the United States. And if they don't bring it back, we're not going to be very happy.
And you mentioned pharmaceuticals as well in China. That's national security to bring that back.
Yeah, China and other places. We want to get the pharmaceutical and drug business back into the United States, where it should be. Right?
Sir, on tariffs, are you concerned that the countries that would be most affected, like India, would just shift their trading to China?
No, I'm not concerned about anything, really. I mean, I'm just doing what's fair. This is a very fair thing. This should have been done a long time ago. I would have done it, but then COVID hit. I was getting ready to do this years ago, and first time we had the most successful economy in history, and then COVID hit, and this was going to be the thing that I was most waiting to do, but
he had just announced a new trade deal with China at the beginning. Okay, whatever.
Spain and all those people were dying, and then we put tariffs on. See, I have a big heart.
Sir, on Ukraine, when Putin says that he really wants peace, do you believe him?
Yeah, I do. I believe he wants peace. I believe that President Putin.
Peace defined by violently subjugating their neighbor.
I think he wants peace.
That's what he means by peace.
He would tell me if he didn't. I think I'd like to see.
How could it be a peaceful act to just seize land?
I believe
by force.
That he would like to see something happen. I trust him on this subject. I think he'd like to see something happen. I think it could have happened a long time ago. I think Biden, number one, it shouldn't have started, but it did. And now all those cities are knocked down. like demolition sites. All those beautiful golden towers are knocked down. There's nothing going to replace them. But much more importantly, you lost millions of people. A lot of soldiers, but you lost millions of people. When they knocked down those cities, and they're all laying down on the side, they're laying down just in ashes and all crumbled up concrete. They literally look like a world-class demolition site. And many of them, almost all of them, but many of them, and this should have been done by Biden years ago. This should have never been allowed to happen. I know he's a friend of yours.
But couldn't Putin just withdraw his
He's a friend of
today?
CNN. That's why nobody watches CNN anymore, because they have no credibility. Okay, who else? Yes, please.
Sir, if you can find a buyer in the United States for TikTok, do you think Xi Jinping will authorize the sale of it, or will he?
I'm going to make it worthwhile for China to do it. I think so. I mean, I got to know TikTok because during the election, I ended up with 36% higher than
he always, bro. He always does 36% for like every.
You know, that's always been a Democrat thing. It became a Trump thing, and I think
he did not win the youth
Joe
vote,
Rogan
let alone by 36%.
Some of the great people that I did interviews with were.
It's just not true.
But I think that TikTok was I think it was a big part. Look, as you know, we were up by 36% with youth. The Republican was never up with youth. And I focused on TikTok, and I found it to be amazing, actually, and very fair.
How come no journalist ever says, "Sir"?
The image
I don't
of
know what
TikTok
numbers you're looking at, but
it was before the election. I think people saw it and they view it as a positive, not a negative. I think it'll be to China's advantage.
It's just not true, you know.
Have the deal be made? Yeah.
How much money do you think you'll raise from tariffs on an annual basis?
That's the most interesting question. I think it'll be a staggering amount. It will be the external, I call it the External Revenue Service. That was a name that was devised by a few of us, but I think it's going to be a staggering amount.
We've heard it's the number 1 trillion floated in meetings with senators. Is that a number you've thought of?
I don't know, but already the Senate's saying, well, wait a minute, you know, they're looking at some of the numbers and they're saying, whoa, look, we want to, I say American first, I say make America great again. I think it's the most important thing.
Truth at 211 finances his waterbed.
Try was so important. I mean, a lot of important things. Space Force, the biggest tax cuts in history. You know, this could be one of the most important things that we've ever signed.
Do you expect the Russians and President Putin to attend the summit in Saudi Arabia?
Eventually, yeah. Not quite yet. It's a little early. They're having a meeting in Munich tomorrow. Russia is going to be there with our people. Ukraine is also invited, by the way. Not sure exactly who's going to be there from any country, but high-level people from Russia, from Ukraine, and from the United States.
Do you want to add Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8, and you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back. Obama and a couple of other people made a mistake and they got Russia out. It's very possible that if that was the G8, you wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. And if I was president, you definitely wouldn't have had the problem with Ukraine. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine. But you ask a very good question, the G8. It used to be the G8 and then these people threw them out. And I was arguing with Trudeau and with numerous of the people. Actually, Prime Minister Abe, a great man from Japan, agreed with me 100%, and some of the others did too. But I got there, it was the G7, as you know. They had already been terminated. I think it would have been very helpful, and it still would be helpful to have Russia be a part of that mix. And I think if they were, I don't think you would have had the problem that you have right now.
Russia is part of the G20. They kicked them out, of course, because they illegally annexed Crimea.
Yes.
I mean, how would you have responded if Russia invaded or took over?
They took Crimea during Obama.
2014.
They took, well, now they're looking to take the whole thing. Then they took a big chunk of land and people, as you know, during Bush. And now they're trying to take the whole thing during Biden. You know, the only one that didn't give them anything is Trump. They never took anything with Trump, nothing, not 2 inches of property of land. But Crimea was Obama. And then Bush gave them a lot, if you remember, And then, in fact, it's a sort of a standard little phrase, and Biden's giving them everything because this is a war that shouldn't have been had.
What?
And the only one that didn't give him anything is Trump. That's the way it is.
What's the message from Wall Street about these tariffs?
He just
some nervousness on Wall Street about the
I don't
impact.
think so. I mean, there hasn't been very much, and I think it's going to make the United States stronger, and in many ways it could make other countries stronger too. You know, other countries want to have.
He criticizes Biden for providing Ukrainians with aid so they can defend themselves, and then turns around and says that Biden's giving Putin all this land when he is the one that is pressuring Ukraine to just accept these land losses and forever not be a part of NATO. Like, this is so insane.
Meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two, and I'm going to say there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at 400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We don't have to spend this on military because, and I'm going to be meeting with China. You know, we were trying to de-escalate nuclear, and I was in a position where Russia had agreed and China had agreed we were going to start, and then we had a rigged election, so that never took place. But this one was too big to rig. We won by so much that it was too big to rig.
You want to do the China meeting in the United States, or would you travel to China for that?
For what?
A China meeting. Would you do that here?
I tell people all the time, you know, the question is who's going to have the first meeting, where are you going to, I say this to Putin, to President Xi, I say to everybody, never bothered me, you know, I'm willing to say I'll go first. It doesn't matter. It's the end result that counts. So it doesn't make any difference.
When do you want to have a conversation about global defense spending, you, China,
Well, I'd
Russia?
like to have that, as soon as things settle down, I'm going to have that conference, primarily with China and Russia, because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuclearizing, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many you could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over. And here we are building new nuclear weapons, and they're building nuclear weapons, and China's building new nuclear weapons, and China's trying to catch up because, you know, they're very substantially behind, but within 5 or 6 years they'll be even. And we're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive. Hopefully, there'll never be a time when we need those weapons. If there's ever a time when we need nuclear weapons, like the kind of weapons that we're building and that Russia has and that China has to a lesser extent, but will have, that's going to be a very sad day. That's going to be probably oblivion.
Do you see that as separate conversations, or do you see one giant summit with you, Xi Jinping, and Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I could see that. Let things calm down a little bit. You know, when I left, we had no Middle East problem. We had no Russia going into Ukraine. They never would have done it. Putin never would have done it. And I came back, and we got like the whole world is blowing up. So when we straighten it all out.
Saudi Arabia war with Yemen and Israel, Palestine. No, yeah, the Middle East was perfectly fine.
President Putin of Russia. And I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half. And we can do that. And I think we'll be able to do it.
If Elon Musk identifies wasteful spending in the Defense Department, defense contractors and the like, are you willing to go after that spending as well?
I mean, he just said 2 days ago he would not cut the defense budget. So
yeah, and we're doing that.
Could we, you know, I'm just wondering about your conversations on defense spending. Would you want to do that as a trilateral, or would you use the existing body that also already includes China and Russia, the G20?
No, it's the people. It's President Putin, President Xi. I don't need bodies. I don't need anything. It's people. It's all about people. It's about relationship and people. And, you know, I've had a good relationship with President Putin. I've had a good relationship with President Xi. It's about people. And I think when things straighten out, which I hope will be in the not too distant future, the meeting I want to have first is a meeting with China and a meeting with Russia on slowing down, stopping, and reducing nuclear weapons in particular, and also on not having to spend the kind of money we're all spending on weapons, military weapons generally.
I think my question is, would you have those meetings separately with each of those leaders, or would you try to bring them all together?
Both. You start off separately, and that's what was happening. I was dealing with President Putin. We had really an understanding where we were going to denuclearize. What a beautiful term that is, right? Denuclearize. What a great thing if we could do that. And we were going to, he really liked the idea, and so did I. And we had then called China, and China was very open to it. And then COVID hit, and then we had a rigged election. But now there was no rigged election. Now we have an election that was too big to rig. That's what my whole theme was, too big to rig. And they tried, but they didn't pull it off.
Sir, as part of the reciprocal tariffs, would you also direct agencies to study the impact they would have on prices in the U.S.?
No, there's nothing to study. There's nothing to study. It's going to go well. The United States is going to become a very, very strong economically country. Yeah.
Mr. President, in the past you have spoken against BRICS. India is part of BRICS. Do you want to dismantle BRICS, or US want to be part of it?
I don't care, but BRICS was put there for a bad purpose. And most of those people they don't even want to talk about it now. They're afraid to talk about it because I told them if they want to play games with the dollar, then they're going to be hit with a 100% tariff the day they mention that they want to do it. And they will come back and say, we beg you not to do this. BRICS is dead since I mentioned that. BRICS died the minute I mentioned that. And I remember when Obama and Biden in particular, I guess he said that, they have us over a barrel. They don't have us over a barrel. We have them over a barrel. If BRICS wants to play games, those countries won't trade with us. We won't trade with them. And if any trading gets through, it'll be 100% tariff at least.
On your cabinet,
You know what? When they hear that, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to say, look what happened to BRICS. They didn't want to talk about it. They don't even want to admit that they were a member of BRICS. That's what's happened.
On your cabinet, sir, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. get confirmed. He's going to come in here and be sworn in. Mitch McConnell has now voted against several of your nominees. He voted against RFK Jr. as the next health secretary, citing conspiracy theories. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I feel sorry for Mitch. And I was one of the people that he wanted to go to the end and he wanted to stay leader. He's not equipped mentally. He wasn't equipped 10 years ago mentally, in my opinion. He'd let the Republican Party go to hell. If I didn't come along, the Republican Party wouldn't even exist right now. Mitch McConnell never really had it. He had an ability to raise money because of his position as leader, which anybody could do. You could do it.
McConnell, in terms of effectiveness,
but the fact is that he raised
has
money.
Been the Republican Party's strongest asset for like 15 years.
Loyalty based on the fact that as leader you could raise a lot of money. Senators would call me and they say he wants to give me 20, 25 million. Can I take it? I'd say, take the money. Take the money. But he engendered a certain amount of, I don't even call it loyalty. He was able to get votes. But I was the one that got him to drop out of the leadership position, so he can't love me. But he's not voting against Bobby. He's voting against me, but that's all right. He endorsed me. Mitch, do you know that Mitch endorsed me, right? You think that was easy?
And they were coming right on top of me. And within about 3 or 4 seconds, I was covered with bodies.
Are you doubting that he had polio?
I have no idea if he had polio. All I can tell you about him is that he shouldn't have been leader. He knows that. He voted against Bobby. He votes against almost everything now. He's a very bitter guy. And we have a very strong party. And he's almost not even really a very powerful member. I'd say he's lost his power. And it's affected his vote. And, it's one of those things. But in the meantime, Bobby did great, got more votes than anybody thought. And I think he's going to do phenomenally, just phenomenally in that position. And everybody else likewise did well. Not only well, they got more votes than anybody thought.
I mean, this is...
Tulsi, look at how she did. She did great.
It was party line vote. She got the least amount of votes for a DNI.
Marco got 90
maybe ever, I think. He's just lying.
By the way, I tell you, Marco Rubio's done a fantastic job. He's been
Rubio got a lot of votes,
a great Secretary of State. They're all doing great. But we're going to have a swearing in today, and maybe we're going to have a second one because I hear we have a couple of them coming up. And the man behind me is doing a fantastic job. Secretary of Commerce. And I think you're going to see something very big come from today's signing. This is going to be a very important signing. Okay?
On U.S. Steel, sir, can I ask very quickly? You said you'd meet with the head of that company and the Japanese company.
U.S. Steel is going to be here, and a lot of the steel companies are coming. I think steel companies, they love what's happening to them. We saved it. If I didn't do the tariffs from my first term, you wouldn't have one steel company here. You wouldn't have one steel. There wouldn't be a steel company alive in the United States. And right now, they're going to be thriving. They're doing very well, but they're going to be thriving. They're going to be coming out. People are going to want to buy those steel companies like crazy.
Are you still planning to mediate talks between Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel?
Yeah, I don't know. I think U.S. Steel right now has all the power. The tariffs have given U.S. Steel a new lease on life. Okay? Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
We're going to skip the RFK thing. All right, back to the Vaush video on why you don't hate Democrats enough.
Be torn apart. Republicans threaten to primary their own people if they disagree with Elon on anything. The Democrats won't even turn on people who have already drank with Judas. Like Hakeem, there is apparently no line where Hakeem Jeffries is willing to rein in his own party. There is literally no point after which he will go, oh no, I think we should have some kind of standard within our party. Like maybe our party shouldn't be comprised entirely of people with no values who will kowtow to the right. I owe my constituents nothing. If you want more on how uniquely unlikable Jeffries is, you should check the comments on his talk with Jon Stewart. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't go over because I'm pretty sure Jon Stewart's podcast is content ID'd, but like everyone hates Hakeem Jeffries.
Is it? We watched it and we were fine.
Hutch Mod Team MAGA 2028.
Does it get content ID'd? I didn't get content ID'd when I watched it.
I hate Hakeem Jeffries, but a lot of other people do as well. Me hating him, that's not new. Yeah, here you go. The comments underneath this interview. Usually John's podcast episodes give me food for thought. This time it helped lull me into an afternoon power nap. My God, this can't be the future of Democratic leadership. Criticizing him for his healthcare policy. Bernie interview amazing. AOC interview inspiring. This interview painful. Establishment Dems clearly don't have a plan. Let me save you an hour. John politely points out it appears the Democrats think our current problems have to do with messaging rather than delivering for the American people, that the public is frustrated and angry that corporations and the wealthy rig the system. Hakeem's response, we must do a better job of messaging. We do deliver for the American people. I've seen the interview. Pretty sure Hakeem Jeffries hates Hakeem Jeffries at this point. He should. Embodiment of everything wrong with the party. Everyone here hates him. Everyone hates Hakeem Jeffries. No one likes Hakeem Jeffries. Okay? And that's important, because it didn't used to be this way. The average liberal voter has always been more or less okay with Democratic leadership, at least, you know, in recent years. But now, I hope, God, I hope we might be building to some kind of genuine reckoning. This is just from yesterday. Scoop. Dems pissed at liberal groups, Move On and Indivisible. A closed-door meeting for House Democrats this week included a gripe fest directed at liberal grassroots organizations, sources tell Axios. Why it matters. Members of the Steering and Policy Committee, with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries in the room, on Monday complained activist groups like Move On and Indivisible have facilitated thousands of phone calls to members' offices. People are pissed. A senior House Democrat who was at the meeting said of lawmakers' reaction to the calls. The Democrat said Jeffries himself is very frustrated at the groups who are trying to stir up a more confrontational opposition to Trump. A Jeffries spokesperson disputed that characterization and noted Axios that their office regularly engages with dozens of stakeholder groups, including Move On and Indivisible, including as recently as Monday. There were a lot of people who were like, we've got to stop the groups from doing this. People are concerned that they're saying we're not doing enough. But we're not in the majority, said one member. Some Democrats see the callers as barking up the wrong tree given their limited power as the minority party in Congress. It's been a constant theme of us saying, please call the Republicans, said Representative Don Bayer. I reject and resent the implication that congressional Democrats are simply standing by passively, said Rep. Richie Torres. This is the guy who tried to get Hassan banned from Twitch for being anti-Semitic. He's extremely bought by AIPAC. On the other side, people are angry, scared, and they want to see more from their lawmakers right now, other than floor speeches about Elon Musk, indivisible.
What do you want? What do you want? Can you even articulate what you want? What specific thing do you want them to do? Like, I have issues with their messaging. I mean, I agree that the Democrats have a messaging problem. I think Jeffries is absolutely right about that. But what do you want Democrats to do right now to, like, stop Elon from having Doge and doing Doge things? First of all, like, there have been several court challenges to the Trump administration so far. I mean, like, it's actually kind of insane. The idea that, like, nobody's doing anything is just not true. Look how many things have been blocked so far. Somebody tweeted out a list of them yesterday. Birthright citizenship order was blocked. The federal funding cutoff was blocked. Illegal feds resignation plan was blocked. Access to Treasury's vital data system was blocked. Firing 2,000 USAID workers was blocked. Drastic NIH grant cuts was blocked. Removing public health websites was blocked. So first of all, there are legal challenges that are going on every day. And many of these challenges, dare I say most of them, have been successful. Some of those have been maybe allowed again as the judicial process plays out. But there is a fight that's currently being waged right now. There are legal fights to what Donald Trump is doing, which is way more meaningful than, like, doing press gaggles and demonstrating with signs.
Founder Leah Greenberg told Axios. So to be clear, okay, the incompetence and abstemiousness of the Democrats is now severe enough that they are bitching about liberal political organizing groups complaining to them that they're not doing enough. This isn't just lefties. This isn't Bernie bros. This isn't like radical Gaza protesters or whatever the okay. This is like this is the Democratic base. And not only are the Democrats unwilling to hear these criticisms, they're bitching about them. They're like, what do you want us to do?
Can you answer that question? What do you want them to do, Vaush?
One of two possibilities. They are either controlled opposition, or they are so ideologically compromised by liberals' obsession with institutional power that they cannot fathom that they could be doing anything more. They literally...
Such as? Are we going to get any, like, meaningful suggestions here? Is he going to fill in any of these blanks?
Really cannot... They can't believe... They can't imagine. I don't know if it matters which one is more likely. I think the second one is...
The controlled opposition thing is such fucking nonsense, bro. Rotating villain controlled opposition, like it's basically lefty QAnon, where the Democrats are intentionally losing elections because they secretly support what Republicans are doing. Just nonsense. Just complete fucking nonsense.
Worse. Here's a clip that I want to look at.
Hey, dude, if you're going to do hits on national television,
I know this
how
guy.
about put it back up? How about not doing it like if somebody showed up to do an interview with us and they're looking down in their laptop like this. Okay, yeah, put it on.
Now this is fair, but this is a criticism about messaging. This is a criticism about, like, who the Democrats are putting in front of cameras. Who the Democrats are elevating to positions of leadership within the minority party right now. Their ability to be effective communicators to the media is arguably, I mean, besides the legal challenges, how they present themselves in the media is arguably the most important piece of the puzzle right now. We're in a war for persuasion when we're talking about, like, political struggles, political tensions between the two parties. It's ultimately a war over who is going to be more influential over their voters, and you're just not going to be very influential if you have people like fucking Chuck Schumer and what's his name again? This guy here, basically embarrassing himself on TV. But that's a problem of messaging. That is what Hakeem Jeffries was speaking to a moment ago.
Great, like, yeah, but they're looking down on their laptop like this. They got no microphone. Invest in a $25 microphone. You're talking to the American public.
Christ, that guy looks like a corpse. No. Connolly? No. Trust me, okay? He's great. He's pretty spry as 74-year-olds with terminal cancer go. Definitely a better choice for the Oversight Committee minority leader position than AOC.
Does he have terminal cancer? I learned I joined the ranks of millions of Americans. I have cancer of the esophagus. It was a surprise because except for some intermittent abdominal aches and pains, I had no symptoms. Cancer can be tough, but so am I. What stage cancer is it? What is the mortality rate? Cancer of esophagus. How the fuck do you spell that? The 5-year survival rate for esophageal cancer is only 20%. Jesus fucking Christ. That's not great.
Firebrand, who's actually respected and liked and known about by a large number of people. It's his turn. You know, that's what people actually said about him when they were running against each other. They said it's his turn. Like, he's been waiting for this for a long time, you know? They actually said that. Yeah. Nothing to do with the interests of the voters or his abilities. Literally just, yeah, he's old and he's going to die soon. Let's give him a shot. Like, the Democratic Party is basically like a Make-A-Wish Foundation for 80-year-olds, you know? Oh, you're about to die? Have a leadership position. Whatever. Last chance you get, right?
Like,
I think that's fair.
You don't know how to do this. You don't know how to play this game. You are not equipped for this. You may be a very great congressman. You may be very nice. You may have great voting record. You are not equipped to do this. Your staff is not equipped to do this. No one associated with you is equipped to do this. The people who elected you over AOC are not equipped to do this. Look in the mirror, understand the stakes that are going on, and say, I'm stepping aside. This is just
if you want, you can go look at any of Connolly's statements to the media as the Democratic leader of the House Oversight Committee. Look at anything that he's done when talking to the media. He literally looks like a great grandpa who is on the cusp of death and is like, has no idea how to use the computer. Dude does not have the sauce. Not even a little bit. In fact, I can, here, let me try to find it. 1 second. Let me try to find just anything. Just a little snippet, okay? Just a little snippet. Oh, we did see a clip of
Lib.
Connolly. Remember when Nancy Mace in the on the floor called or said tranny, and Connolly was like,
in defense of this fossil, no messaging will reach MAGA or Hassan's left. Those people are delusional. 100%.
I think that might be rude or something to that effect, and asked the Republican there to do something, and the Republican was like, sure, I'll see if I can do something. I'm not familiar with all of this fancy new talk. I'll take a look and see if it's problematic later. And then Connolly was like, okay, thank you. Oh, sure, yeah, here's the relevant clip. Okay, remember, okay? This is the Democratic lead. He's the minority leader in the House Oversight Committee. This is a very powerful position, okay? Which is why it would have been a big deal if AOC could have gotten it, okay? This is the guy they chose. In an era where they understand that Donald Trump pretty much runs the show, they need firm, powerful, decisive leadership to grab the American people's attention and pull it back towards the path of justice.
My motion to subpoena him, I thought, would have some broader support on the Republican side. It had none. You mentioned that they squashed it, but they had a scramble. They were collecting people and running into that hearing room, and they were able to table the motion on a 1-vote majority, 20 to 19. But the entire tenor and topic of the hearing shifted to Elon Musk, didn't it? So we achieved our goal.
I know, right? Captivating stuff.
I don't think that's a really controversial, of all the things, that clip seemed completely innocuous to me. If their plan was to be disruptive and shift the narrative to a conversation about Elon Musk, and they were successful in that goal, like I to nitpick about that over about. Okay, whatever. Anyways.
Oh, yeah, here's where he said Donald Trump has a mandate, which is just fascist propaganda.
The public did not give Trump a mandate to dismantle the whole chunks of the federal government. Gave him a mandate to, kick the tires, check the dipstick, and make sure that things are running well and efficiently.
They didn't give.
Well, that's not great, but I mean, I would be willing to entertain the idea that was a bit of a misspeak situation, but yeah.
A mandate at all, you.
But yes, it's not great.
Stupid piece of shit, you. 1.8% margin. one of the closest elections in American presidential history, like up there in the top quarter of close races. I just got to chill out. He's so forgettable. You're forgetting you showed this clip literally yesterday. I'm not forgetting that. This is actually a different segment. So by showing the clip in this segment, people who didn't see the other segment can see it in this segment. It's a sneaky trick that us YouTubers use. Obama did get a mandate. Obama's margin of victory was significant, not Trump's. But they're willfully giving...
Speaking of Jonathan Lithgow, did you guys hear that he might play Gandalf in the HBO Harry Potter series? That's exciting.
Ground to Donald Trump. I don't even know if it's because Connolly or whatever is paid opposition. I think in part it's just because the Democrats foster a culture of weakness. They foster a...
Oh my God, did I just have a fucking Connolly moment there? Jesus Christ. that might have been the most boomer thing I've ever said. Bro, that is certainly in contention. Top 5 most boomer things I've ever said. Did you guys hear Jonathan Lithgow is going to play Gandalf in Harry Potter? Oh my God. Oh no, boys, we need to pack it in.
A culture of weakness where no amount of failure can get you ousted from the party.
Sun's getting real low. Sun's getting real low.
Party. You lose the entire goddamn government to Donald Trump. Everyone gets to keep their seat. Yay! Everyone stays in. The previous DNC chair never accomplished a damn thing except losing a Senate seat, and they gave him the goddamn DNC chair position. Accomplished nothing except for dragging down the party. Connolly, oh, he's got terminal...
Who's he talking about? Is he talking about Ken Martin, or is he talking about Jamie Harrison?
Cancer, and he's 85 years old or whatever, and he's dying. I think he's actually like 76. Who gives a shit, man? Give him the oversight position. Does he need to know how to use a computer? Nah. Indivisible is urging people who are scared to call their member of Congress, whether they have a Democrat or Republican, to make specific procedural asks. How can one kick these people out? Basically, what I am saying is that liberals in this country need to hate Democrats more than you think is possible. Okay.
The leftist instinct to self-destruct is a powerful force, you know, like at a time like this, where if we stand any chance of stifling Donald Trump's agenda, it would have to be with perfect unanimity. And of course, the leftist feedback that they give in this moment is for the party to go to war with itself. Just go scorched earth. Democratic, I guess in his mind and the, you know, his ideal sort of vision for how the Democratic Party course corrects at this point is for Democratic leadership to form a list. Here's 75 Democrats we need to primary in the next 2 years, which would be just like a godsend to the Republican Party. That would be the most helpful thing that Democrats could do right now to the Republican Party, is go to war with itself. And this is their instinct at every step of the way, is to just cannibalize themselves. That's not what we need right now. What did the first Donald Trump presidency teach us? It taught us that we can be effective foils to MAGA if we're united. The Democratic Party has never been this united in my entire life. Well, in this moment, it's a bit murky because we just had this loss, and now there are these open questions about, you know, what leadership is going to look like and how do we deal with the second Trump presidency? Is it going to be different from the first one? These are all valid questions. But honestly, the Democratic Party, even in this moment, after a pretty significant loss, both in Congress and in terms of the presidency, they're not like eating themselves alive. Democrats, to their credit in Congress, figured this out the first time around. You know, we can actually like prevent him from doing a lot of the stuff that he wants to do if we stay united. That will be the Democrats' biggest strength right now. And of course, Vaush's instinct, just like the quintessential leftist instinct, is like war. We need war. I need a hit list. Give me 50 Democratic names. We're going to primary all of them. Meanwhile, Mike Johnson, he's got a fucking 3-seat majority. He has such a tenuous grasp of government right now. It is so fragile. And they have so much division within their own party that really all we got to do is stay united and just kind of sit back and watch them destroy themselves. The Republican Party will go to war with itself over the continuing resolution that they have to vote on in March to fund the government. The Republican Party will go to war with itself over their reconciliation package that they want to pass sometime by like June or July or May. I don't know what timeline there's. It's going to be so difficult for them to get everything done that they need to get done. And if we stay united, it makes their job so much more difficult. And Vaush is like, war. The war! I don't know what it is about that instinct, man. Leftists, there's something about leftists, man. They think that the solution is to every problem is to take a sledgehammer to it. I'm not even kidding. You know, you can apply that in real world terms. Like, oh, you want to make a drink for your girlfriend? Get a sledgehammer out and smash the glass, you know? Oh, you want to take a drive to the doctor's for an appointment? You have to take a sledgehammer and just, you know, like annihilate your own engine. It's just, they just think it's just not, they're not chess players. You know what I mean? Like leftists are not fucking chess players. They're like, you're playing checkers and you just fucking smash the board. And they think that that's like a viable strategy. Do you not understand the value of like staying united right now? I understand you have concerns about Democrats that have been elevated to leadership positions. I share those concerns, but war? What do you want to do war right now? You want to do an intra-party civil war right now? The old ways are not working. I guarantee you nothing would make Mike Johnson, Senator Thune, and Donald Trump happier. Nothing would make them happier than if the Democrats decided to go to war with itself in this moment. It is so stupid. It is so fucking stupid. It doesn't mean you shouldn't have concerns or you shouldn't voice your concerns about, you know, like, should we be having Connolly go on MSNBC? Like, is this helping us? That's fine. It's fine to have those concerns. But when you're like, we need to primary Hakeem Jeffries, it's like, what are we? Okay.
You guys are emotionally stunted from years of...
Hutch just wants to stick to the status quo and be losers. Are you a leftist? Rumham, are you a leftist, just out of curiosity? You're calling me a loser. I just want to be clear. Are you a leftist? YouTube chat is a little bit delayed. Are you a leftist? Will you just say yes or no? Like, are you kind of like socialist-y leftist? We'll give him time. Yes. Okay. You call libs losers? Do you understand that leftists, their political identity in the United States is basically defined by constant failure? Do you not understand that? Have you not considered that? Has that not occurred to you? You revel in it. You revel in it. Well, yeah, we lose. It's because it's rigged against us. Pot, kettle. Before you start calling other people losers, maybe figure out how to like win elections ever. You know what I mean?
Of high fructose corn syrup overconsumption and pornography addiction. You don't have you guys don't possess the emotional range I'm describing here, okay? We're talking about like levels of hatred that would max out the blood pressure for an individual.
We lose elections from time to time, Glumdrop. We have bad election cycles sometimes. Maybe we have 2 or even 3 in a row. You guys just never win. Ever. You're completely irrelevant. Shouldn't say that. So maybe we had a bad elections, not maybe, we had a bad election cycle in 2024. Maybe we have another one in 2026. I don't know. Maybe. Chances are probably not. Chances are we're probably going to take back the House in 2026. If history is predictive of the future moment, of this present moment, okay? You guys are you're never going to win any meaningful amount of political power in the foreseeable future. I mean, the Democrats are having a leadership problem right now. You guys are just a fucking chaotic mess of constant losing. You don't know what victory feels like. Your idea of victory is when Democrats lose. And then you go, ha 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 ha, Democrats lost. And then 3 months later, Donald Trump is getting in front of cameras saying, we're going to take over Gaza. That's your idea of winning. That's a victory to you. Donald Trump winning and saying, hey, we're going to turn Gaza into like a vacation property region that we're just going to control. And we're going to kick Palestinians out forever. That's winning to you. Do you understand that? That's your idea of winning. The closest you can ever get to experiencing the satisfaction of winning political power or something like that, the closest that you can get is when Democrats lose and then everybody suffers and you call it a victory. As a leftist, I fully supported Harris and I desperately wanted her to win. Listen, I'm generalizing massively. I guarantee you that 90% of self-described leftists in America voted for Kamala. Understand that when I'm speaking about leftists in this context, I'm talking about the really kind of vocal, rabid group of people that are super online and fucking watch Hassan and shit, you know?
Such as yourself. All right. We need liberals to despise Democrats more than you can get, frankly. I literally do. Hate them more. Just infinite, undying hatred. Okay? It's so dumb. I recently learned the Dem rules literally say senior members get preference for leadership positions. Yes. No, the Make-A-Wish Foundation thing for old people was not a joke. I mean, it was partially a joke. But yeah, no, it's not even a matter of how effective you are as a politician. It's literally like, oh, you're old, you get it now. They don't believe in anything. Republicans don't have the same seniority system. Yeah, because Republicans like to win. We're getting close to a lib uprising. We do need a lib Tea Party. We need a lib Tea Party. We genuinely, we need liberals in this country to reject the Democrats now. And more energy needs to be directed towards this than the Republicans, by the way. Trust me.
His plan would his plan would guarantee Republican political hegemony for the next 20 years. I'm telling you guys, it's this leftist instinct. War. Nuke everything to the ground. I want the Democratic Party to be nothing but a pile of smoldering ash. That's how we'll win.
There's nothing you can say to Republican politicians that will change them on anything. They hate you and they want you dead and they don't care, okay? The Democrats you actually have some marginal control over. The Republicans are the ones that are destroying the country. The Democrats are the obstacle we need to get through to do something about it, okay?
Oh my God. I cannot emphasize how much I believe it's actually the inverse. The Democrats, resistance libs, improved your lives materially so fucking much over the last 6 years. Resistance libs were like the most effective political voting bloc in the entire country. In 2018, 2020, and 2022. We showed the fuck up. We voted in special elections. We voted in midterms. We took elections seriously. We're not the fucking problem here, bro.
We're dealing with a war machine that is left not only ineffective, but it's like the rust and rot of the previous machinery is occupying space that we need to build the effective machinery. It's the only chance. It's the only chance, man. It's the only chance, okay? It's important. I saw this on Twitter. I don't know if it's real.
The only chance to defeat the rising tide of fascism and MAGA, the only chance we have to defeat them is if we destroy the Democratic Party. It's so cliched, you know what I mean? Like, it's such a cliched take. It's so predictable. It's so fucking predictable. It's their answer to everything.
But because I really, really, really hate Democrats, I will... What purpose does rejecting Democrats right now serve as opposed to supporting them for reform over conservatives? What reform over conservatives? Every liberal who comes into chat to say
what reform over conservatives? Excuse me? Compare the Biden presidency with the first Trump presidency and compare the Biden presidency, what he was doing in his first month in office in 2020 or in 2021, what Donald Trump is doing in his first month in office in 2025. What do you mean, what reform? Were you just not paying attention during the Biden years?
that, you're living in a fantasy world. Like what reform? Sure, then go support it. What are you talking about?
What do you mean, what reform? What kind of a question is that?
About? It's like imaginary, like if we never criticize the Democrats, maybe they'll suddenly start doing the things.
This is the straw man too. This is the straw man that leftists like to do, where it's like, oh, we should never criticize the Democrats. No, I didn't fucking say that. Did you hear me say that? Have you heard me criticize Democrats? Nobody said don't criticize the Democrats. We're saying maybe don't like try to commit nuclear war on the Democratic Party when it's the only party that can mount sufficient enough opposition to the Republican Party in order to like prevent them from winning or pursuing their agenda. Like it or not, the Democratic Party is your only ticket to avoiding the dire consequences of what happens when we give Republicans control of government. It's just, it is what it is. I certainly have my issues with the Democratic Party. I share it regularly on this stream in my chat, but I'm not delusional. I understand that the Democratic Party is it. That's the ticket. This civil war that you're trying to foment, or any kind of like vague allusions to trying to prop up a third party, which to his credit, he didn't suggest, but maybe build a coalition, you know, maybe build a united coalition. Like, we would be an unstoppable force if every self-described anti-establishment, faux populist leftist type committed to building a strong coalition with the Democratic Party, the Republicans would never win. The only time, the only way that Republicans can win in the modern era is if if the electorate is apathetic. We have the numbers. We would be an unstoppable coalition. And might I add, leftists would accomplish so much more of their goals. They wouldn't get 100% of their goals, but they would get so much closer to their, you know, preferred outcomes if there was this committed coalition. But if there's one thing that leftists are just like the worst at, their worst liability is they don't prioritize coalition building at all. At all. They get mad at Democrats like, you didn't convince enough voters to beat Donald Trump. Well, how the fuck are you guys doing? Do you ever ask yourselves, can we do a better job of convincing American voters that, you know, progressive policy is the way to go, Medicare for all and free college and paid family leave? And like, are we doing enough job of convincing people? No, they never ask themselves that question.
We want them to, that they're currently refusing to do. No, don't be a bitch. I don't know whether or not this is true. I choose to believe it is because I hate Democrats. I'm manifesting reality, okay? I'm wishing this into existence. There was a meeting protest today where over 100 community leaders and advocates met with Schumer, among others, and it went horribly wrong because he basically admitted that even they never thought about how to fight back. Everyone was mad as hell and demanding Dems do more. At one point, he basically laughs at my mom and smugly tells her that if she wants the community to be helped, then she needs to run for a position and help her community. And then my mom...
I'm sorry, what? Why would you get mad at that? If you want to get involved and support your local Democratic Party, then you should get involved. What the fuck? That's unbelievably based, right? Like, why would you scoff at that? If you really want to get involved, there's nothing stopping you from getting involved, right?
Mom had to sternly remind her that she did, and she ran for her position, and she won, which is why she's there with the rest of the advocates and leaders, because they're doing their jobs and the top Democrats aren't doing theirs. Super awkward. Also,
I mean, I don't know what that means. They're doing their jobs? What does that mean? We're doing our jobs. We're doing our part to stop the Republicans from confirming Tulsi, I guess? Like, what do they mean?
At the end, they told the crowd that everything's off the records. They can't be held to their word, Lamau. Is it true? I choose to believe that it is. Is it any different from what Weinstein said? Can somebody get me that clip with the Sunrise Movement? I believe it because it's what they've done before, you know? Can somebody find me that clip? Feinstein, not Weinstein. Sorry, that's a different person. Feinstein.
Oh, you guys aren't going to like my answer here, but there was nothing wrong. Feinstein did nothing wrong in this one clip.
Not that I give a shit. Spiritually true statement. Speaking of ancient Democrats being allowed to run high-profile positions basically forever because, you know, leadership seniority and them hating their voters.
We are trying to ask you to vote yes on the Green New Deal. Please.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We have our own Green New Deal.
Some scientists have said that we have 12 years to turn this around.
Well, it's not going to get turned around in 10 years. What we can do
Senator, if this doesn't get turned around in 10 years, you're looking at the faces of the people who are going to be living with these consequences.
Fuck the Sunrise Movement, to be clear. Fuck them as hard as you could possibly fuck someone. Fuck the Sunrise Movement. Didn't the Sunrise organization not endorse Kamala? Am I crazy? Didn't they refuse? Your strategy is putting a fucking 8-year-old in front of a senator and trying to get an 8-year-old to demand that a senator do what you... I'm sorry. Feinstein did nothing wrong here as far as I'm concerned.
And it's supposed to be for the people and by the people and all.
You know what's interesting about this group is I've been doing this for 30 years. I know what I'm doing. You come in here and you say it has to be my way or the highway. I don't respond to that.
You are talking to...
Based? Unbelievably based? Yes, that is the appropriate response to a child, yes. Isn't it funny that the way that the children are talking is like indistinguishable from a lot of these fucking lefty activists?
Gotten elected. I just ran. I was elected by almost 1 million vote plurality.
A mandate.
And I know what I'm doing.
She's crashing the f out. She's actually put this bitch on Xbox Live. It's over for her.
So, you know, maybe people should listen a little bit.
I hear what you're saying.
I guarantee...
Dude, I actually loved it when she said that shit, bro. I'm just saying.
Every one of these children right now is more Maoist than you could comprehend. Like the level of third worldism, infinite suffering and death upon America, like...
nobody views politicians speaking this way as cool. I don't care.
Being projected by these individuals.
The Sunrise Movement, they like literally ambushed her and then told these kids what to tell her and then said, Senator... I'm sorry, this is not, to me, that's not effective strategy. That's not how you get through to people. We're here to demand that you vote for the Green New Deal. Okay, well, you know, maybe I don't support that particular piece of legislation, but guess who? I mean, need I remind you that like Joe Biden signed into law the largest investment in climate in the history of the world. You guys realize that? He laundered a lot of the new Green Deal stuff. He like snuck it in there. He like packaged it in with the Inflation Reduction Act. The IRA was the largest investment in climate in the history of every country that has ever existed in the entire world. And it wasn't enough for these people. So honestly, fuck them. Fuck these kids. No, leave the kids alone. But fuck the Sunrise people.
All of these children are on watch lists now for stuff they've said after this happened.
They didn't endorse her, you guys. They didn't endorse Kamala. They just didn't endorse her. Do you guys understand that? They didn't endorse her. Like, what more did you need to make an endorsement? How could there have been a more stark contrast between two political candidates than Kamala and Donald Trump? You couldn't make an endorsement in a race between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? You're not a serious organization. It's a fucking joke. It's a charade. It's a farce. What an unbelievable thing to not do in 2024. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Hello, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up? How are you?
What's up? How's it going?
Not too bad. I'm just listening. I guess I have a question.
Well, first of all, can I ask you, what's your name? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. My name's Andy. I'm 40 now. I live in Wisconsin.
Nice.
So, I mean, I've been frustrated with this whole bullshit, these whole last couple cycles, and I just don't know how to handle it. I was a Bernie guy in 2016, and, I voted for Obama, and then, even then when, it was Obama versus, well, I mean, just, as far as, I feel like a lot of people wanted to get into Bernie, were excited about Bernie, and then, it didn't work. And then, in 2020, again, it didn't work. But we have this other opportunity where it's like, well, I don't feel like many people were super excited about Joe Biden, but we all kind of got behind him. And I wonder what the solution would be for people that maybe had more progressive and loftier ideas or expectations for a platform that, just got, well, we got to do Joe Biden or because we have to beat Trump. And it gets us in the situation where now, it fell through with Kamala. And it's like, well, do we ever take the time to reflect backwards to say, well, yeah, maybe there wasn't time to primary and find somebody instead of Kamala. What could we have done? I don't feel like we're reflecting back on that at all. And it's always kind of forward.
Wait, really? So. Do you really think that? Because I've heard nothing for the last 3 months. I mean, my media diet is pretty robust, and I see so many conversations happening about what Kamala maybe could have done differently, especially in the first month after the election. So I'm just not seeing what you're saying, where there's no reflection.
Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, things that she could have done differently, but I think it was kind of clear to a lot of people weren't really excited about Biden, but we did it because we're all
because you're a grown up.
Yeah, exactly. But
you're a grown up.
It's it would have been nice to let's see somebody with some youthful energy or somebody with some different ideas. We just got Biden because it's there's that Bo Burnham thing. It's how is the best possible scenario Joe Biden, and it's
he got the most
there and
he got the most votes. He just won elections. He just won primary contests. That's how he won.
I know, but we get there and then we get real late into the cycle, and then it's clear he's not going to go forward, or that's one thing I think we hold ourselves a little bit higher, we have higher expectations of ourselves. So that's why I think you have all this infighting, which you can not like it, but I think it's good because it kind of excises a lot of obvious grifters out of the party. But it is a problem that we're not lockstep united again, with everything. But looking back, it's well, maybe we could have taken a year to campaign and primary and actually do it. Maybe he could have made the decision earlier. We could have done anything up to that point. Everybody was saying, let's just go, let's go with Biden. But, after the debate performance, and it was clear that it wasn't going to work, I saw her interview that night and I wasn't very excited just because it didn't seem like he'd even occurred to her that he was going to do poorly. And then you had, it was the California Gavin Newsom up there, and, he's smoother, but, it's just well, if we'd had this opportunity to primary and go through all the people, maybe we could have actually found somebody that we could, galvanize around. And I think it's this whole, this idea that I think a lot of normies have that it's, they're both the same, the Republicans and Democrats are the same, which clearly they're not. But when you have a lot of, policies and things that don't necessarily seem like they're in the, benefit of the working class, you need to if they are, which, Biden did pass a lot of good stuff, but you need to message it more. You need to jam it down people's throats. You need to make it, known. And I don't know, I think it's just failures all over. So I guess my big question is just you got progressives that want to actually do things. We want to get healthcare and free college or actual services, get our fucking tax dollars to people, you know, and like, well, with this, you know, establishment, quote unquote, establishment Democratic Party primary and, you know, members of the squad and like progressives, how is that productive? You know, that's sort of like the same thing that these super toxic leftists are doing, but it's coming from the like Democratic establishment. You know, I don't think.
Well, Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush brought those primaries on themselves. They made their own constituents super unhappy. Cori Bush was down 16 points before AIPAC even spent a dime in that race, and Jamal Bowman was a fucking clown. So it's not all that surprising that they got primaried.
Sure. But didn't the DCCC like try to primary like AOC after a year or two? Like, weren't they like funding other candidates too?
I'm not aware of that. I think the Democratic Party policy is that they don't fund primary challenges.
Oh.
I don't know if that was always the case, or I don't know if that started in 2020, but it's the case now that the DCCC does not finance primaries. Maybe they did at the time, but
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it's this whole, you know, thing. Obviously, we don't want to see the fucking country descend into fascism. Like, what can we do? And short of like starting some, you know, socialist or not socialist, progressive, you know, rifle clubs or something like that, like to maybe create some sort of left-wing militias or something. But it's like, what do we do? You know, like after Bernie, like the minute like Hillary beat Bernie in 2016, all I heard was, oh, you guys are so childish, and like now it's time to grow up and get on board. And it's like, well, no shit, like we're gonna do that, but like we're on the same side. And it's like one of those things where would have been smart money, maybe pull Bernie along, like pull his supporters along, but it turns into this like within the party, like, well, Hillary won or whoever won, and like why not pull the second runner up with you? Like the smart
to be
things
VP.
Well, it's something like that. Like, you know, it's like this kind of commonsensical BS that
my understanding
the right has no problem with just like jumping behind.
Hold on, my understanding is that she actually did move to the left on like a number of issues because of the pressure from Bernie. Like she moved left on free public college for state colleges. I don't know. It's been like 9 years or whatever, but she did.
Yeah.
She did actually make policy concessions to Bernie. But and you mentioned like, you know, you mentioned healthcare and student debt specifically. The Biden administration took really meaningful steps to expand healthcare access and make it more affordable on his watch. Like the fact that they were able to successfully make it so that the government can negotiate drug prices with Medicare. There were caps on insulin costs. These are really big deals. And I just feel like he didn't get like any credit for that from a lot of these really kind of disaffected lefties. So he tried to do student loan forgiveness. The Supreme Court struck it down, and then he used other avenues, and he told people like, that was our first try. They said, no, we think we have these other options, but it's just going to take more time because we have to do it piecemeal, which is exactly what he did. And he ended up wiping out entire student debt balances for 4 to 5 million borrowers, totaling like $150 billion, which represented about 10% of all student loan debt. That's a big deal. Yeah. For those people that got that email, they woke up one morning and they checked their email and it's like, you know, hey, I'm here to tell you, you no longer have student debt. He did that, and a lot of those people that are the most vocally oppositional when it comes to Democrats were just like, it wasn't enough. He should have just, I guess, ignored the Supreme Court, or they all became legal experts overnight and decided, well, he could have done it this other way, but chose not to. It's a little frustrating to me. I mean, I mentioned it before earlier in the broadcast, but Joe Biden was without a doubt the most progressive president of my life, without a doubt. And
yeah, I know.
You just wouldn't guess that when you glance at like leftist media.
I know, and I think the idea that he is the most progressive candidate is sort of silly. I mean, it's true, but it's like silly that he, you know, it's gotten moved slightly to the left, and now he's the most progressive candidate. That's fine, and he did do a lot of good things. But
I don't think it was slight.
Part of it.
That's the difference between you and me. I don't think it was slight. You call it marginal differences, but to me, it was not. I mean,
I guess, you know, like you could take harder lines on things, but I think like the biggest problem is like, we're trying to, you're not going to convince these, far leftists or people that are just convinced, like say they're not going to endorse Kamala or whoever these people are. Like, I think a lot of these, like the messaging needs to maybe go out to the like Republican voters, right? So it's like you see these like stories now where you got people that voted for Trump and they're like, oh, this farm bill that was included in the Inflation Reduction Act, all of a sudden it's going away and now I'm going to lose my farm and all this bullshit. And it's just like, did they know that beforehand? Did they know any of it beforehand? It's like, did anybody? Like maybe, and there needs to be more like, jerking yourself off. Like we watched Trump go out and do it all day. Like, why can't, they're almost too adult and too proud or like old fashioned now. They don't want to go out and say and toot their own horn or whatever. But it's like, we need to.
Well, they did, but they did it in traditional ways. Like Joe Biden did do press conferences all over the country touting the local investments in communities all over the country because of the Infrastructure Act and the Chips and Science Bill and stuff. He did do press gaggles. It's just nobody watched them. So if your point is that
kind of like
I'm just saying they tried to, they were navigating the media landscape in a way that's quite antiquated. They were navigating the media landscape in a way that might have been effective in 1990. But
sure,
if you're making the point that they're not media savvy, then I totally agree with you there. But I also think it's a combination of things. I also think it's like, to me, it's insane that an organization like the Sunrise movement would not endorse Kamala. It's just suicide to me. And so the Democrats have to,
these labor unions.
The Democrats have to contend with like two different forces that are attacking them at the same time. Like when the Democrats win elections or they do political campaigns, they have to contend with like this anti-establishment, super anti-democratic party left wing kind of media ecosystem, which is really big on social media now. And they also have to contend with MAGA. And MAGA, they just don't, MAGA, there were like Never Trumpers and the Lincoln Project and the Bulwark and shit like that. But those people don't have the same kind of influence that the leftist media space has currently. So I think it's a combination of things. Like, yes, they're not great when it comes to being like media savvy, but at the same time, it would sure help if we had like a reliable coalition. And we just don't. It's insane to me that like it wasn't just Sunrise. There were multiple like prominent left-wing organizations that refused to endorse in 2024. And if you couldn't endorse in 2024 after Roe v. Wade fell, then you're just I don't know how to get through to those people. I don't know how much worse it would have to get before these people understand that they need to take like the threat of the Republican Party seriously. It's just
it's hard. I mean, I guess you can't, it is stupid, but you can't discount the missteps that the Harris campaign made. And like, I heard a story on NPR about them, a lot of Hispanic voters, and they were saying like, oh, they're, using these socialista, words and terms that, trying to like, invoke like some sort of, cohesion or whatever, and then like bring them along. But then a lot of people from South America like associate that with these tyrannical government entities, and like just that that, and then like like who were the right wingers, Liz Cheney and Dick Cheney, and it's like, that's fine, like take their endorsement, whatever, but you don't need to celebrate it. You don't need to be like holding hands and doing the things. It's like somebody that voted along with Trump 99% of the time, it's like, oh, all of a sudden like they're on our side. It's like, no, you need to like just push it aside and focus on your own shit. It's like, I don't know
why do you think Kamala touted Liz Cheney's endorsement, if you had to guess?
Because I think she thought it mattered to Republicans. Like there'd still be some like traditional Republicans out there that'd be like, oh, there's this, Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney. Like they're gonna.
I think that's a factor, but I think you're missing something kind of bigger than that. The electorate broadly shifted to the right during Biden's time in office. That's sort of like a normal pendulum swing. Usually, when the incumbent party's in power, they lose support over time, and just a constant left-right pendulum in this country, and the entire electorate moved to the right on a number of issues. You can see that very plainly in the data. So her decision to try to appeal to never Trump voters or, you know, quote unquote sensible Republicans or people that may have shifted to the right, I think was that the idea behind it was completely logical and based in like data.
I guess, but like looking back, like, you know, young people and like, you know, people that you need to get out, like, you know, I don't think they're going to see it or be excited, you know, or
I don't think they were targeting young people with the Liz Cheney stuff. Anyways,
probably not. No.
Here, I'm gonna try to talk to some other people. It was good talking to you though.
All right, thanks.
Take it easy. Bye bye. Hello, hello. MM, can you hear me?
So yeah, sorry, I was still muted.
What's up? How old are you? Where are you from?
Oh, I'm an old dude, fucking 36 now, from Georgia.
Nice. All right, what do you want to talk about?
We've actually talked before. I talked to you right after, well, not right after, like 3 weeks after the election.
Okay.
No, so this whole thing with like the leftist, and I was watching the Vaush, and I was listening to the guy, but it's a little bit delayed. But yeah, no, I think that like with everything going on with the leftists, yeah, obviously going out on an all-out war against Democrats is a terrible idea. But I think the biggest weakness, and the thing that's been the most frustrating, is what you were saying, is that in the 1990s, the Democrats would have, you know, going to small towns and having Biden give a press conference in front of like 35 people would have killed in 1990. But it's not 1990 anymore, and they're getting slaughtered. Like none of the leftists know what Biden did. And part of that is the news, right? Because Biden's old and he speaks slowly and he's not exciting. And like, I think I don't agree with Vaush on like 99% of what he said, but like the Democrat Tea Party idea, I think, is more about just having unhinged psychos to go out on television and like draw eyes. Just anything.
I mean,
like,
Gavin Newsom is right there, but yeah.
I mean, but Gavin Newsom is still Gavin Newsom. Like, we just need people to go out, and like we need a few people that like are inoffensive, not in terms of personality, but inoffensive in terms of like general demographics, and just start saying shit. Just being like, I mean, these people are gonna kill your grandma because they're stealing her Social Security. They're gonna like, you know, they're trying to get rid of Medicaid. Like, you're gonna like, your kid's gonna die. Like, they need to basically, they've got to stop being like, oh, well, okay, obviously, if we see some cuts to Medicaid, then there could be issues, and you guys should really consider that. No, they've got to like, the Democrats have to stop this whole idea of being couth. They have to become uncouth. They have to learn to like use aggressive language. They have to learn to.
Well, I mean, we just watched a clip of a congresswoman 2 days ago who said we need to fuck Trump. It's like, it's not like they're not doing press conferences right now.
Okay.
It's just the quality of the people that they have going up there are not the best. I just feel like we need to be very conscious of like who we elevate in terms of media coverage.
Right. I think in terms of like I think you mentioned this on Live and Learn. What was it? Like, was it Josiah that was laughing so hard at the woman who said, "We've got to fuck Trump"? It's like, oh God. Yeah, no. That's like, these people don't know what they're doing. And it's actively hurting all of us, is the problem. Like, you would think in a country of 300 million people, 335, that we could get 20 left-leaning people up there who can talk.
I think you're being a little bit too hard on the Democratic Party right now. We certainly have, I mean, I could probably list 20 Democratic politicians and surrogates that are very strong in terms of being in front of a camera. And when you say like, well, Democrats just don't know how to do this and they don't know how to do that. We had one bad election cycle. Like, nobody's going to say, hold on. It is though.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish my point. It's one bad election cycle that followed 6 really successful election cycles. So it's not like Democratic Party And it's not just about winning elections too. It's like what you do with Congress. The Democratic Party was a really effective foil against Donald Trump in his first term. And we're still only 3 weeks into this term. And so while I share your concerns about like media strategy, the idea that we should just discount the previous 6 years of like really effective Democratic Party politics, I think is a bit reactive. It's like a knee-jerk reaction.
But okay, so I'm gonna say some things that are gonna kind of undercut what you're saying. 2020,
you'll try
that election. Well, no, 2020, that election happened. COVID. Trump dropped the ball. If Trump had half of a brain and just like got his fat ass out of the way and let Fauci run the country on the COVID response, implement the things, the policies and things like that.
I don't know how to speculate on that.
He would have won. He probably would have won.
Maybe if he would have handled COVID competently, then he could have used that to galvanize support. Certainly,
right.
But that's not who Donald Trump is, and so I don't really understand
who he is.
I'm just saying, like,
that's not who he is. But what I'm saying,
hold on, real quick.
Like
we also need to keep in mind that even before COVID, Biden was running like 10 points ahead of Donald Trump, even pre-COVID. So there's just no way to know how that race would have played out if COVID had not happened. You can make an argument that Donald Trump could have won if that had happened, but you could make 3 other arguments for why he would have lost as well. So I don't.
Right, and then going into 2022, what did the Supreme Court do in 2022?
Roe v. Wade.
Okay. That's a slam dunk. The Democrats could have literally not said anything for 2 years. Supreme Court passes Roe v. Wade. Odds are the Democrats are going to win. Like, I don't think that.
Are you denying that the Democrats had been historically a very effective foil against Trump after he won? It was just a steady decline of support among MAGA. Like they got crushed in election after election after election. After he won. Okay. That wasn't just it's a combination of factors. So you have circumstances that help make the argument to voters, things like Roe v. Wade or COVID or whatever, but you still need a competent party structure in order to.
I understand that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to have. I am not saying destroy the party. I don't want you to think that. I'm not some crazy person. What I am saying is the fact is that Democratic policies should be more popular than they are.
Democratic policies are popular. Period.
Right.
Like give me a single Biden bill that he passed that was not popular. You can't. They were all popular. So the policy was not.
I'm not arguing against that. What I'm saying is that if you strip the names off of it, right? If you strip the names off of it and you said we did this, people will be like, "Holy shit, that's fucking great."
They did do that. People didn't. Most people don't watch the news.
They did that research, but somehow, this culture war has taken over, and the right wing has done a very good job of manipulating large swaths of the population to ignoring the good things that the Democrats have done. And I am saying that a lot of that is because the Democrats are doing such a poor job of getting their achievements out, relaying it in a way that people understand, and at the same time, using some of the right wing's tactics against them by being hyperbolic, by not trying to couch everything, by
can you get into specifics?
Reactionary to problems.
I hear these kind of complaints all the time, and I just feel like they're always so vague. Can you get into more specifics about what do you want to see Democrats burn down?
I don't want to see them burn down anything. I'm not arguing for them to burn down things. What I am saying is that
what norms do you think that they should abandon?
I think the biggest thing is just they are generally well reserved with their language, and they tend to avoid hyperbole. Right?
Really? I feel like they use pretty strong language when it comes to Trump. They were calling him a fascist.
Right, but that's just openly a fact. The problem is the fact that most Americans don't care about that.
I think
care. They don't care about the fascism part because
listen, real quick. I think demagoguery is way easier than competent governance. It's so much easier. Like the jobs that Democrats have is so much harder. It's fucking easy to be a Democrat or a demagogue. You just get up there, you point to problems that persist in the country, you blame certain people for those problems, and you promise that you're going to be the guy that's strong enough to, kick those people out and then fix those problems. That demagoguery is not new. It's like, this is a very established playbook. It's way harder to govern the way that Democrats endeavor to govern. And
I'm not arguing against the way that Democrats are governing, right? I think that like Lyndon B. Johnson, he had 63 people in the Senate, right? That's why so much legislation got passed.
Yeah.
And people like Vaush and people like Emma Vigland, they just ignore that.
Why can't you be more like LBJ?
Why can't you be more like LBJ?
Yeah.
It's like, because he had a fucking 63. He could lose 3 senators and pass anything he wanted. That's why.
Yes.
But like, those things aren't lost to me. I'm not like some crazy person. But what I'm saying is the fact that like, the Democrats have just like ceded ground by saying, "Oh, well, we're not going to wade in those dirty waters."
But can you be more specific though? What are these dirty waters that you want? That like, give me something tangible, specific, like something.
Oh, they need to just like full court press and start saying things like, "These people are evil." Like, these people trying to pass this legislation, they are.
You haven't seen the clips of Democrats on these subcommittees like tearing into Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and James Comer.
But
they are doing that. People just aren't paying attention. People are not watching these subcommittee hearings.
Right, because it's in a subcommittee hearing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. It's not the fact that they're not saying it. They can say it in a subcommittee hearing all they want, but if it shows up on C-SPAN, fucking Josh on Xbox Live is not going to see that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, Josh on Xbox Live is going to go watch Joe Rogan talk about DMT and have Brett Weinstein say that like the COVID vaccine is a conspiracy by the CDC and that's why I'm not vaccinated. Right. Yeah. The problem is the fact that like they needed, and particularly while Biden was president, because the dude did so much good shit, but nobody knew about it. Like, can you imagine if the Democrats just got together and as soon as we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, we started putting like AOC, Bernie Sanders, just go to Rogan.
They literally did though. They literally did. They did do a full court media press trying to tout these victories and it just wasn't breaking through.
Did we go on these like crazy right-wing podcasts? Did we get like comedians? Did we like do anything? No, we did Pod Save America and we did NBC.
No, I agree with you there.
And we did a press release and we did all this stuff. We did the stuff that fucking killed in 1990, like you said.
I agree with you.
We killed it in 19. We hopped in our time machine. We fucking got in our 88 olds and we slayed.
The problem is like the Democratic Party leadership right now just comes across as myopic. They're not being very
stuffy.
They're not being very creative right now. They're sticking to sort of like traditional media channels and traditional kind of forms of messaging, and it's just not breaking through. So I agree with you there.
Right. That's the whole thing I've been getting at is the fact that like they are being so stuck in their ways. I'm not asking them to like, be like, oh, well, we're gonna abolish, I don't know, whatever. Like they get in power and they're like, oh, we're gonna get rid of the Democratic Party as it is or whatever. I'm not that dude. I'm not like asking for third party. What I'm asking for is that like, when I said that it's crazy we don't have 20 people, the 20 people that you mentioned, I'm not saying they can't speak. I'm not saying they're not eloquent. The congresswoman out of Texas, she's awesome. I love her.
Jasmine Crockett?
Yeah, she's fantastic. We need more of her. Like, we need more people like her, but we also need more people like her not on MSNBC, not on giving CNN.
We need her sitting down with fucking like Theo Vaughn or whatever.
Yes, put her with Theo Vaughn.
Literally, yes, absolutely. Yes, that would be an incredible idea.
Like, the people that are good at speaking need to be out speaking, but they need to just stop giving interviews to people who aren't reaching the public. Like
it's not that I don't think they should stop doing traditional media interviews. I think they should supplement those media interviews with a meaningful engagement with alternative media. We shouldn't just cede legacy media altogether to right wingers.
No, because CNN will just let Scott Jennings say whatever he wants for half an hour if that happens.
I'm going to try to bring in some other people because my time is limited.
Go ahead.
But I don't think I disagree with you too much. I hear a lot of people say like we need to start playing dirty. And at that point, I get a little suspicious because I'm like, what norms are you trying to shatter here? Because I'm not on board with a lot.
I'm not saying like crazy norm shattering stuff. What I'm saying is the fact that like the Democrat Party in general, the Democratic Party in general is just not. They aren't playing ball. They're playing 1950s Celtics, pass the ball around, and then the Republicans are running around fucking Mike Jordan, Charles Barkley, posting up and just running them down.
I think that's apt. I think that's an apt description of what's happening.
It is miserable to watch. But anyway, bud, good luck. Have a good day. Stay safe.
Good talking to you. Bye-bye. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Mic check. Your mic is muted.
Hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, so that guy talked about pretty much stuff we kind of already went over. What do you think of the new DNC chair?
I don't know enough about him, to be honest with you. I haven't looked into him. I hear that he's like a killer. I was reporting that he's like a fucking killer, which is encouraging. But beyond that, I don't know. What do you think of him?
Yeah, I saw he wanted to take a more bottom-up approach, focus on local elections, like to tackle all the crazy things that have been going on at school boards with Moms for Liberty. And that's how he wants to build like an institution from the bottom out.
Love that.
Is what I've seen.
Love that. What do you think of that?
I'm hopeful for a few reasons, as awful as that sounds, because actually I feel awful about a lot of things. But I guess the tariff is kind of a freebie for us. Like you don't realize how much that matters because tackling it from multiple angles. One, it affects everyone because rarely does a president ever pass a policy that directly affects people. Like they'll feel it immediately.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially,
honestly, the presidents don't have a lot of tools where they can just like press a button where it's like prices go up, prices go down. That's just not how free market economies work. But this is one of those buttons. If you press the tariff button, the prices will go up. And from my perspective, I feel like this administration is massively overplaying their hand. And they're certainly behaving as though they were given a broad mandate. And I tend to think that if we take our lessons from history, voters typically really punish parties that engage in perceived overreach. And so that's why I'm not quite as doomer-pilled as a lot of people. I mean, when you look at the aggregate polling right now, he's, he reached his little honeymoon zenith around 50%, and now he's kind of trailing a little bit. And voters are going to respond if their wages don't meaningfully rise and the cost of groceries go up even more. If we're doing aluminum and steel tariffs, well, guess what? Now, like, the average car is going to cost $3,500 more. Like, these things are going to be things that, like, culture war issues become very salient, but they don't matter more than how people's day-to-day lives are impacted. And people are going to feel the impacts of this tariff policy pretty much immediately. And I don't think they're going to be happy. He's telling people there's going to be short-term shock. We're going to have a little bit of growing pains, but we're going to get through it.
Yeah. And
that's not going to happen. We're not going to get through it. It's not going to be a short-term shock. It's just going to mean, hundreds of thousands of jobs lost and higher prices. And that can only go on for so long before even a lot of his most ardent supporters are like, okay, what the fuck? That's not why I elected you.
Yeah, the bad economy button is typically a meme, but here he's actually pressing it. And it's, as you said, like historically, even though we kind of live in different times in social media, you can kind of build your alternate reality. You only need a very slim amount of his base to switch over, like people who are swayable for it to change. Like a little going through history, like Bush Sr., he won in like a landslide election almost. like much more than currently. It was like by 8 million votes.
Yeah.
And he basically had like the U.S.'s most successful war by the time he almost finished. And there was a recession at the end, and he got obliterated.
Right.
Like by a lot. It wasn't close.
Yeah.
And
well,
a lot.
I mean, he also had the benefit of a third party kind of chopping up the votes there, which helped Clinton a lot. But yeah, he got mopped in 92.
Yeah, it's like he had Gulf War, he had the American Disabilities Act, but none of those helped him in the end.
Well, he ran on not raising taxes, and then he had to raise taxes, and so that ultimately was like the thing that really did him in.
Yeah, and this guy ran on lowering prices, so.
Yeah, I don't think the culture war stuff is going to be like, I don't think Trump's executive order on trans athletes is going to be any like what anyone is thinking about a month from now, or 3 months from now, or 6 months from now.
The thing with the tariff is, I know we already touched on it, but it's not like we're not losing money to anywhere, because typically, like, we'll buy more stuff from other places, sure, but typically Canada will invest more in our companies, like our tech companies. That's where a lot of our money comes back from abroad. And even though we produce a lot of our own domestic oil, when we import oil from Canada, it serves as like just adding more supply. It's basically competition, so that way the supply is more abundant. But when that's cut off, then we'll definitely see gas prices go up.
Yeah, we buy oil from Canada, who then ships that oil through pipelines down to Texas into our refineries, and then we refine that oil, and then we sell that oil. So like Canada is without a doubt Canada and Mexico both are by far our largest trading partners. And for Donald Trump to wage a trade war with our two largest trade partners after he promised he was going to bring prices down is, to me, political suicide. But it's going to take a second for people to feel the impact from that. But when they do, they're not going to be happy.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll end up changing his mind in the end, because I don't know who's whispering in his ear. Because some of these ideas, he talks like he just heard about them.
Well, even though he paused the Canada and Mexico tariffs, he's still pursuing these other tariffs, and those costs will be passed down. Like,
and
for aluminum tariffs, like the price of beer is going to go up across the board in this country, because they use aluminum to package their alcohol, and so
not just them, especially the washing machine debacle for the last round of tariffs, because what that ended up doing was it
raised
South
the
Korea
price,
and Japan, I believe.
Right, it raised the prices by like 20 or 30%. Washing machines.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was 50%, I believe. But
was it?
Yeah, and these tariffs, like they're not just targeted on industries. He's targeting countries, which can be skirted by loopholes anyway, which is strange to me.
Well, the other thing too is that we already know the impact of his tariffs. Like the tariffs, what economists project or what they estimate was that the tariffs that he implemented during his first term led to the loss of 250,000 jobs. So this idea that it like caused this manufacturing boon in the United States simply did not happen. We're in a manufacturing recession even before COVID hit. It's just not, he seems to think that they work. I genuinely believe that he actually thinks that they work, which is why he's doing it. And I guess nothing will dissuade him, but it's not going to be good, and people aren't going to like it.
Well, when people lose jobs, and we'll see economic retraction for sure. We've been on an upward cycle for over 2 years, I believe. So we're soon to face one.
Yep, we'll see. Anyways, good talking to you.
Yeah, and I guess before I leave, I'll just drop something interesting in the chat for just to see how modern manufacturing works. No one country can build stuff anymore because manufacturing is way too advanced.
Right.
So there, I dropped it in the chat.
Oh, this is Trisnaya. What's up, man?
Hey.
All right, good talking to you. I'm going to pull one more person in. Nope, they left. Good talking to you, though.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
All right, it was fun. Bye-bye.
Anyways. We finish the rest of this? I don't know. I don't know if I have the... fuck it. Let's do it.
We're the people who voted you. You're supposed to listen to us. That's your
How old are you?
job.
How old
I'm
are
16.
You?
I
well,
can't
you didn't vote for me.
Well, I'm 24.
I mean, that's just true, though, right?
matter. We're the ones who's going to be impacted.
Something.
It doesn't matter. We're going to be the ones who are impacted.
I understand that. I have 7 grandchildren. I understand it very well.
Senator, the cost of not taking this action is far higher than the cost.
Mind you, again, like 4 years later, the Democratic Party passed the largest investment in climate ever in any country, ever in any country. Pondering, what's up, buddy? It wasn't like the plain text of the Green New Deal, but through the IRA, they passed the largest investment in climate ever, like 4 years after this video happened. And this organization, the Sunrise Movement, which is focused on climate change, refused to endorse Kamala in 2024. It's all such a fucking farce, man.
This is one of the reasons why I've said I don't think the Democrats are just bought, because I think that if she was merely bought, she would be aware enough of what this sounds like that she wouldn't be saying.
I think in this moment, she just had a human moment. You know, humans typically don't respond to, I guess we'll say, I don't want to call it belligerence, because I don't think this is necessarily belligerence, but it's a very, I don't know, disrespectful. It's just human beings just don't respond to this kind of pressure, typically.
Saying stuff like this, which was, by the way, met with widespread criticism. I genuinely think like it's an ideological thing. Like, being bought is part of it, I guess. But I really think the main part of it is just like, they really are just ancient, arrogant, out of touch coastal elites. Like, the Democrats hate their constituency. Republicans fear them, you know, because Republicans will do or say anything to try to stay in line with the wishes of their constituency, and Democrats just despise you for. The
Inflation Reduction Act allocated nearly $400 billion in federal funding toward clean energy with the goal of lowering the nation's carbon emissions by 2030. Wasn't there additional investment in climate with the Infrastructure Act as well? That one was a smaller amount. I think in total it was like upwards of $700-800 billion. So this idea that the Democratic Party didn't respond to pressure from climate groups to actually do something about climate is just not true. It's just simply not true. But yeah. Sunrise Movement still mobilized massive door-knocking campaign for Harris. They just refused an endorsement. Do you understand how fucking stupid that is? Do you not get how fucking stupid that is? You organized millions of people knocking on doors and you wouldn't issue an endorsement? How the fuck do you even explain that? That makes no fucking sense. Unbelievably stupid. It's just nonsensical. It's completely incoherent.
For interrupting them. How is this any different from what happened yesterday with the Axios report, where Jeffries is like, why the fuck are all these guys calling us and telling us to do something? We can't do anything. We only run the largest political party on earth outside of China, and control billions of dollars and have connections to the networks. Every country, we were only incredibly powerful. Like, what was Donald Trump able to do during Biden's term? Like, nothing, right? Nobody heard from him. No one heard anything from him.
Of what the Green New Deal will be. And there is enormous popularity for this bill around the whole country. And we're asking you to be brave and do this for us and for your grandchildren.
Get enough for everybody. I'm trying to do the best I can, which was to write a responsible resolution.
Any plan that doesn't take bold, transformative action is not going to be what we need.
Well, you know better than I do. So.
See, she's actually mad. She's an arrogant fucking croon. She's a aristocrat who's angry at the audacity of these
Feinstein did nothing wrong here.
Constituents, not voters, I guess, but constituents. How dare they question her? Like, she's angry at them for, it's not just her being bought. It's not just her being like, well, they paid me to not support the Green New Deal. The oil companies paid me or whatever. Like, she just hates them. She despises them.
I think one day you should run for the Senate.
Great, I
will.
I wonder if he actually believes this, or if it's just hyperbole. Does he literally believe that Democratic senators hate their own constituents? Is there really not even a tiny bit of space for the possibility that they deeply care about the constituents and they are doing the best that they can within the structure of the United States government, which is deliberately structured to make sweeping federal legislation really difficult to pass? When you try to like dive into pragmatism, when you try to unpack like a pragmatic approach to getting legislation done, and you try to explain to people what the process is to get a bill passed, you got to get this and you got to do this and it's got to and they just like respond by just repeatedly shouting at you, we just do the thing, just do the thing, just do the thing. Feinstein, do the thing. Why aren't you doing the thing? Just do the thing. Why aren't you doing the thing? I just told you to do the thing. Well, I'm trying to explain to you, in order to do the thing, you got to, no, I don't want to hear it. Just do the thing. I don't know what the relevance of that article is, Ogre Boy.
What you're right.
But by that time,
in the meantime,
there's going to be a big problem.
Why is it so difficult to make life better? Maybe that's the issue. What you mean to say is, why is it so difficult to get bills passed? And there are answers to that question if you're curious enough. If you want to tear the system down and do a revolution, like, you can try. Sure, you can try to do that. I don't think it's going to go well for you.
I just won a big election.
That's the Democrats. You don't like that I'm not fighting climate change? Maybe get 50 years older and then run for the Senate and then do something about it. I just won an election. How many elections have you won, you 10-year-old? Stupid bitch. I'm Feinstein. I've won my seat over and over again 5 million times. I have the mandate. A Tea Party type deal is our only hope here. I'm sorry, guys. Either you reject electoralism entirely, which I think is extremely misguided, because as it turns out, being in charge of the US government is really like powerful. Like, it's actually a really powerful position. You're kind of giving up the, you know, you're kind of giving up a big seat with that one. Dude, I'm a crash out. No, unironically, like, I've always gotten more angry watching Democrats than watching Republicans, because at least you know
that's obvious.
Republicans are evil. Like, they believe in evil.
You just said she was evil. You just said she literally hates her own constituents and was literally bought off by big oil or whatever.
Evil, but like, you know, real question, what does contacting your state rep do? It's surprisingly effective in a lot of cases, depending on the way in which you contact them. But I think that a lot of Democrats legitimately don't understand that they are hated and despised by their own voter base. You know, they need to know, like, and and this is my call to action. If you are an American, you should be contacting your local representative with phone calls or with written letters. Emails are less effective, but if you have to, you have to. And you should say, like, I'm disgusted by your lack of action. Can you please pressure Schumer and Jeffrey?
Your lack of action when you're out of power in the government. A little too late for that, buddy. The time to think about this was back in November, and that moment is gone. We're past that moment now, and now we live in a reality where the Republicans control government. They get to do what they want to do, provided they can whip the votes in their own party. They get to pass bills. They just get to do it. That is their constitutionally granted right of authority within the United States government. They get to do things now. And to a certain extent, Democrats kind of have to sit back and just eat shit for a minute. Ogre Boy says, you're doing the thing where they're out of power. I'm not doing anything. Do you fucking understand that? I'm not doing anything. The Democrats are out of power. Do you understand? I am not willing that reality into existence. I live in that reality, and I acknowledge that reality. You're doing the thing where it's just do the thing. Just do it's literally a true statement. The Democrats lost control of the Congress and the presidency. So the Republicans get to do stuff now. Do you not live in that reality? Are we doing a firebombing a Walmart situation here? In a video game? Can I say that?
To do more. I'm not going to give you a prompt. Type it up yourself, okay? But like, they need to understand how hated they are. Send them, I hate you, 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 I hate you. Essentially like that. Use colorful language.
Isn't that the perfect encapsulation of like, I just think it's telling. I know he's kind of half joking here, but he's kind of not, where it's like, that's their idea of advocacy. Gee, I wonder why leftists have such a hard time building coalitions with people. It's such a fucking mystery to me. I wonder why progressives don't have a larger influence in the Democratic Party. It's so insane. Can anyone explain this? For the record, I don't think that's going to accomplish much.
No, don't actually just send them a bunch of swears or whatever.
Okay, there you go.
What if my rep is Republican? Yeah, if your rep is Republican, tell them you hate Jeffries, okay? I'm sure that'll achieve.
Okay, he's being playful. He's being hyperbolic.
The goal you're looking to...
but it's still kind of, you know...
to achieve.
It's amazing. That was a 26-minute video, and I didn't hear him give a single... I didn't hear him actually suggest anything. This whole like notion of like, well, the Democrats need to be doing more. Did he give us a single suggestion? Like specific, okay, here's what they can do that's different besides like not putting Jerry Connolly on MSNBC. There was that, but what else was there? He's saying they're not doing enough to stop the Republicans. What else? Here's a lot of suggestions. Okay, this should be good.
Trump and his cronies, including unelected, deluded, low IQ, ugly, socially awkward, loser dork billionaire Elon Musk, are stripping people of their rights, placing people in camps, invading our privacy, and...
She didn't endorse Kamala either, by the way. This one? I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure we watched a video by her. I'm pretty sure she declined to endorse Kamala. I could be wrong. I want to be fair. But I'm almost positive that we watched a video from this person shortly before the election, and they said that they had a moral stance, they had a red line, genocide was too far, and I will not endorse anyone for president this year. Or did she endorse Stein? I don't know what she did, but I'm almost positive. So I'm sorry. I think it's rich coming from these people. Democrats aren't doing enough. It's like, okay, it's like, imagine a scenario. Okay, you have two groups of people, right? And the groups of people, they pick their best 5 fighters. Okay, you got a group over here and you got a group over here. Or let's make it even simple. Let's make the metaphor even simpler, okay? And remember that scene in Troy? The opening scene where the two armies were getting ready to have a big battle. And then they decided, you know what? Let's just have our best fighters fight each other and we'll decide it that way. And then fucking Brad Pitt ran up and just fucking impaled that WWE wrestler with a spear in like one fell swoop. Okay, it's like that, right? Imagine if in that situation, one group gave their chosen fighter a spear and the other group gave their chosen fighter a book. Okay, now go fight. She wanted to give Democrats a book by not doing any kind of endorsement in 2024. And the Republicans gave Trump a spear. That's what this is like.
Gutting the federal government. And to those of you in my comment section saying personal attacks and name calling undermine my arguments, no, they don't. No, they don't. I can bully Elon Musk and create sound legal arguments at the same time. watch me. And yes, I'm gonna be saying swears a lot in this episode because I'm mad. The uncensored version is available on my Patreon linked below. And in response to this tyranny, this all-out war on democracy, on the very foundations of our country, of the rule of law and of the Constitution.
Gee, who could have seen this coming? Maybe it might have been a good idea to endorse Donald Trump's opponent. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe this could have been avoided, right? I don't know.
And our lawmakers are, sending strongly worded letters, tweeting, holding press conferences. I don't know about you.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you in the streets marching? Are you personally showing up outside of the offices of Democrat congressmen and women? What is she doing? What is she personally doing? Isn't this a bit of a pot kettle situation here?
But it feels like, not enough. Today, we're going to talk about what the Democrats are and are not doing, what they should be doing, and what to do about all of it. Let's get into it. But first...
Okay, I want to predict. I mean, I feel like if we're just going off of pattern recognition, she's just going to make vague allusions to like the bully pulpit without getting into a lot of specifics. I could be wrong. Maybe she'll surprise me. I don't think we're going to get a lot of like really tangible specifics here. It's just going to be kind of like a vague call to do more.
A very big palate cleanser. It's almost Valentine's Day, and whether you're partnered up in a throuple avalanche of administrative actions that agencies under Trump within the executive branch are making in order to carry out his executive orders and proclamations. Those are things like the order to expand expedited removals of illegal immigrants, the closure of USAID, the creation of DOGE with loser Elon Musk at its helm, despite the fact that he's not appointed or elected and is just acting in his individual private civilian capacity, and acting illegally to gut as many federal programs as possible. Lots of lawsuits are coming down the pipe to stop DOGE, to challenge the end to birthright citizenship, and so much more. So that accounts for 2 of the 3 branches of government. Trump and his loyalists and government agencies are shutting down, freezing spending, and gutting agencies of their institutional knowledge and personnel. Within the executive branch, lawsuits are being filed by state AGs, private citizens, nonprofit orgs, and more. And judges are using their injunction power to stop various of Trump's orders from going into effect until these lawsuits play out. And while it is incredibly tedious and slow, it is that injunction power that is standing in the way of a lot of these things from playing out. So the judicial branch is doing its part in the checks and balances scheme to step in where it can as Trump continues to overreach. So that leaves one branch, one sad...
She did endorse Harris, by the way? Okay. Well, now I feel bad. Okay. I'm pretty sure she did not endorse Biden. Am I making that up? Are you sure she endorsed Harris? What kind of an endorsement was it, for the record? Was it like a... Because that matters too. Was it like one of those like, I guess, you know, if you live in a swing state. I want to give her credit where credit's due if she did endorse.
All right, y'all, tomorrow is election day. In case you're new around here, I have been screaming about Donald Trump provided over $1 million to affected workers due to overly harsh treatment, excessive force, unlawful, but global society, and you chose to act, to do something, to prevent that future, to instead place a vote in favor of a world where women, where LGBTQ folks, where immigrants and minority communities actually have a fighting chance for survival.
Not bad.
Please vote. If you need more information about your polling place...
Hold on, did she say vote for Kamala? She's just saying, please vote. Did she say vote for Kamala?
Strong opinions loosely held. This quote has been attributed variously to different billionaires and entrepreneurs who use it in a gross way to justify being loud and wrong, move fast and break things. That's not what I mean. You're allowed to have your opinions and to even assert them forcefully, especially for women who are taught to always be quiet and agreeable. Have forceful opinions, I'm begging you. But be open-minded to changing those opinions when presented with convincing evidence. That is, I think, the best way to live in this world. It can open you up to friendships you wouldn't otherwise have because of snap judgments made on first impressions. It can keep you curious about the world and all the ways that humans have conceptualized of our existence over the millennia, instead of closed off, curmudgeonly, and convinced that your opinion is the only possible correct one and unwilling to learn new things or to have your mind blown. Is in fact a fascist. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. But Anthony Giles, Tay, and Brett. It's a vote in favor of a world where women, where LGBTQ folks, where immigrants and minority communities actually...
How do you search the transcript? How do you do that? Read the description? Tomorrow, America will choose who to elect or its next president. The stakes couldn't be higher. I've spent the last year screaming about them. Today, I want to talk about a more personal level about how you and the people you know and love could be affected by a second Trump presidency. Show up to vote for Kamala Harris. All right, okay. All right, I got a little bit of egg on my face. All right, credit where credit's due. Okay. I got that one wrong. Okay.
Little useless, limp branch that doesn't seem to be doing much of anything in its checks and balances powers to counteract the actual insanity unfolding in the executive branch. And that's the legislative branch, where our legislators, the ones we elected to represent us, the ones who are supposed to be the essential part of the democratic workings of our government, where they sit around with their thumbs shoved up their asses doing jack shit to stop any of this, all while lamenting, well, we just don't have a majority. Oopsie, sorry, guess there's nothing we can do. Or playing lip service to our outrage through strongly worded letters to Marco Rubio or some shit. The classic trope I've talked about before. Republicans openly violate the laws in the Constitution, and then the Democrats say, hey, but you can't do that. So here's a basic rundown of what Congress has done since Trump was inaugurated. The Senate has confirmed 13 Trump appointees and passed the Laken-Riley Act, the first official law Trump has signed. Laken-Riley was passed with bipartisan support and allows for the complete suspension of due process rights for undocumented immigrants accused of crimes. Not just violent crimes, but also theft. Reminder that we give due process to everyone in this country, at least in theory, meaning notice and an opportunity to be heard by a judge, the right not to be held indefinitely without a trial and forcibly removed from the country. We give that to everyone, including those accused of even the most heinous of crimes in this country. But the Laken-Riley Act, combined with Trump's executive orders declaring an emergency at the border and pausing all immigration, including of refugees and asylum seekers, and the resulting agency actions like the expansion of expedited removal, all provides for a blanket suspension of due process rights for immigrants of all kinds, including those seeking and using legal means to be here. The elimination of due process rights is a key ingredient in fascist takeover because it allows for human rights abuses to go unchecked and tends to be directed at vulnerable minorities because people already hate their fucking guts, so it's easy to turn a blind eye, whether they're Jews in 1930s Germany or Mexicans in 2020s America. And the Laken-Riley Act passed with bipartisan support. 12 Democratic senators and 46 Democrats in the House voted in favor, along with every Republican in both houses. Here's the list of Democrats who voted in favor. If you are their constituent, you should be the most annoying person on the planet for them right now. Get to work. The House, for its part, has introduced a ton of bills, many of which are symbolic and will not even make it to the floor for a vote, 25 of which have passed and gone on to the Senate, and that's about it. Though Senate and House Minority Leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries introduced bicameral legislation this week to try to challenge DOJ and Elon Musk by preventing unlawful access to the Treasury Department's payment system, which DOJ operatives took over last week, as we talked about in my episode on Monday. They called their new bill, wait for it, the Stop the Steal Bill. They were very proud of themselves when they announced the name and received some chuckles from the audience.
We call our legislation Stop the Steal.
And that's when it hit me. Oh yeah, part of the reason why Democrats aren't getting done is that legislators are a bunch of nerds in suits. And
also, they're out of power, but yeah.
Many of them are old as dirt. Of course, they don't know how to talk to the American people or create a cool, engaging social media campaign and are terrified of youngsters coming in and using unconventional tactics to get done. Also, they're probably sleepy because most of them should be in retirement homes at this point. Theoretically, they would hire PR people to make up for being big, giant dorks, but I don't think they'd know relatable, cool messaging if it hit them across the face. And Republican lawmakers are also
okay. She's spitting here a little bit.
Constituents, so it works. I think I've solved the problem, guys. Everyone can go home. The literal only reason we thought Kamala was cool was because of some sweet fan cam edits on TikTok. She certainly didn't convince us on her own after literal decades in public office. It took some lefty weirdos getting control of her TikTok account to win any of us over. Did it get her elected? No. Obviously, the entire messaging problem on the left that is
I don't think that speaks very highly of your, whatever.
Alienated a huge swath of the working class and other groups that would historically fall under Democratic umbrellas cannot be solved by a slick TikTok.
Like, if the only reason you liked a political candidate is because of 30-second fan cams on TikTok, I think that says more about you than about the candidate, but okay.
Campaign. But as it is, these Democratic lawmakers are speaking to literally no one except for a few policy wonks and some boomers. A couple of younger representatives have come down the pipe and actually feel inspiring and know how to speak like humans. AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Katie Porter. But name me a single cool Democratic senator that can speak like a human and makes you excited about politics. I'll f***ing wait.
Bernie?
They got Cory Booker on the social media game. Literally, Chuck Schumer confirmed, according to Mother Jones, that Cory Booker is in charge of the Senate Democrats' social media. With the New York Times...
Cory Booker's not bad. What's the problem with Cory Booker?
Last week, Mr. Booker delivered a PowerPoint presentation to fellow Democrats.
Klobuchar sometimes hits us with some bangers. You can be cringe sometimes, but kind of like a good cringe, right?
About how to deliver their message online. In the slides, which were obtained by the New York Times, Mr. Booker offered his colleagues guidance on how often to post on each platform. Instagram once or twice a day, Facebook once a day, LinkedIn 3 to 5 times a week, X 2 to 5 times a day, TikTok 1 to 4 times a day. Like, their social media strategy is about how often to post. This is you learn in like a poorly made intro to social media management for dummies course. Cory Booker is a fucking dork, guys. We have nothing to work with. And because much of the high profile work is being done.
I mean, optimizing social media strategy around like SEO and best practices or whatever is not super controversial, but okay.
By the Senate, because of their role in confirming presidential appointments, a lot of the focus and ire is on the Senate. So while House members definitely play a role in counteracting...
Like, would it be better to spitfire 20 tweets a day or have like one tweet a day that did well? You know what I mean?
Horrors coming from the executive branch, it is the Senate where a lot of the work is to be done. And no, I'm not talking about introducing silly, fun, cool, tongue-in-cheek legislation like the Stop the Steal Act. We all know that the bill is dead in the water. It's being done for show, and so that our legislators can point to something and say, see, we are...
That's what all of it is when you're out of power, though. It's all for show. That's all this is. It's all theater. That's the best tool that you have at your disposal when you're out of power is theater. That's it. It's all symbolic. It's all... They know it's not going to succeed. That's the point. But that's what happens when you're out of power. It's all you have.
Fighting back. Meanwhile, we're all out here getting fucking annihilated by breaking news story after breaking news story of some new horrific thing Trump and his cronies are doing, while our lawmakers chuckle at sassy names for bills no one will read or pass. Get a grip. I think there's a time and a place for introducing snarky legislation. This is not one of them. This is not business as usual. This is not a simple, well, we'll get them again in 2 years. Yes, the midterm.
Hi, Hutch. The Dems need to do more. I propose a 50-state blitz by Senator Klobuchar. She will visit 5 fire stations a state and pose with shirtless firemen. This will win the country over for Dems. Call it the Klobuchar tailgate party.
This is how we fight.
Terms will be important, but we need to actually have a functioning fucking government to hold elections in the first place. Trump is causing damage at breakneck speed that will cause years of chaos and rebuilding. This is mission critical, all hands on deck shit, and our legislators are sitting on...
Look, I broadly agree. Again, we've been talking about this for a while, but I broadly agree right now that Democrats have a big messaging problem, but we're 10 minutes into this video, and basically all I've heard so far is just like, be like... hipper and cooler on social media, which isn't necessarily bad advice, but it's just right now we're at very surface level. You know, well, what I want to know is what the legislative branch of government can do to functionally stop like Doge and Trump and the Republicans. Of course, there's not really much that they can do. They don't really have a lot of tools to do that, which is sort of the point. We'll see if she gives us specifics on that front.
On their hands, shrugging their shoulders, despite the fact that Trump is following the Project 2025 playbook word for word, line by line, the playbook they've had access to for a year and a half at least, and yet they did apparently nothing to prepare for.
I don't know if she just is forgetting, but the Democrats like very specifically focused on Project 2025 for like the last 2 months of the election. The Democrats were talking about Project 2025 and calling attention to Project 2025 every day everyday blitz for like 2 months. The Google searches for Project 2025 shot through the roof, in large part because of these efforts.
I made an episode ringing alarm bells about Project 2025 in September of 2023. Why are they just now starting to realize that, maybe this is pretty bad?
They're not. They did it. They were sounding this alarm. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Really, just this week, I think they're starting to get the memo.
Yeah, didn't they talk about
leader Hakeem Jeffries?
They talked about it at the fucking DNC, right? Like DNC Project 2025. They did a whole, they had, remember this?
All right. What's up, DNC? All right, y'all remember this big old book from before? When Colorado Governor Jerry Polis ripped the page out of it? This is Project 2025.
No, there was like a whole day where they were talking about Project 2025.
Jeffries sending out a 10-point plan to counter the hostile takeover of government we're seeing, and even that is pretty weak. One of the 10 points is the Stop the Steal Act I just talked about. They also include calls to increase efforts to communicate with the American people about how awful everything is, with zero concrete advice on how to do so. The only real tangible plan they have at this point is to challenge the appropriations process that they'll go through in March. Remember how the government almost shut down and they kicked the can down the road to keep it open? Well, they kicked the can to March. And because appropriations bills require a larger majority to pass, Democrats will actually have some sway in that process, especially because there are some Republicans that just straight up will never vote in favor of an appropriations bill because they believe the government shouldn't spend any money at all. And until March, I guess the plan is tell people things are bad. Even Democratic governors hopped on a call with Chuck Schumer, according to reporting for the New York Times, literally begging him to get the senators to do something to stop the onslaught, suggesting better media and messaging strategies, and lamenting that they, the Democratic governors, are bearing the brunt of angry calls from constituents while also being the ones heading up a lot of the legal battles as well. And old Chucky Schumer was like, well, I can't force anyone to do anything. Plus, Cory Booker is doing a great job with the social media. Pathetic. Okay, so that's the lay of the land. Executive branch, fuck it up. Judicial branch, the one string holding back the worst of the onslaught. Legislative branch, dog shit. The good news is that at least in theory, the legislative branch is the one most responsive to the people. That's us. And as much as the moneyed interests do control our elected officials, the one thing they fear, probably even more than losing money, is losing elections. And if you understand that their main and all-consuming goal, the thing that they think about with every vote and every public move they make, is re-election, you can start to understand how to leverage that as someone who votes on whether or not they get re-elected. But we can't apply pressure if we don't know what to pressure them to do. So what could Democrats, especially...
Oh, good. Thank God. All right. We have arrived at the portion of this video where we're going to get concrete asks and suggestions. Okay.
Especially in the Senate, be doing? Well, we know it's not passing legislation. Their minority status and partisan gridlock means that's nearly impossible. Coming up, the appropriations process in March is also something they should definitely be planning for. They absolutely should be hiring better social media managers and talking more publicly about how awful things are.
That's fair.
The real way for Democrats to fight back, to get down and dirty and make the day-to-day passing of bills and Republican tomfoolery slower.
Just jam up every process that they possibly can, maybe she's going to suggest.
And more painful is by wielding the bureaucratic, mundane, day-to-day processes of Senate sessions, what the organization Indivisible calls procedural hardball. A lot of what I'm about to talk about is from Indivisible's...
Wait, are they not already doing that? Didn't they just jam up Kash Patel's confirmation?
Explainer on how Democrats can play that hardball. It's linked in the sources in the description. The day-to-day functions of the Senate include huge amounts of standard protocols, business as usual rules and procedures that provide a veritable treasure trove of opportunities for Democrats to take actions that will provoke time-consuming, incredibly boring procedural actions that will eat up valuable floor time and make the process of getting anything done absolute hell for Republicans. Republicans are trying to get federal employees to quit by making their jobs a living hell. Democrats can do the same to Republicans on the floor of the Senate. Specifically, there are 3 tactics laid out in that Indivisible explainer that senators could take. Number 1 is...
There was just a filibuster last week that went, didn't they do like a filibuster until like 3 in the morning or something? I don't remember.
Simple blanket opposition. Every nominee, every resolution, every yes-no vote that furthers Trump's agenda, it's a no. Even if the nominee seems like a reasonable Republican, they are still being put in place as a Trump loyalist. It's a no. Democrats have been voting yes on certain nominees, and there needs to be consensus among the entire Democratic caucus that it's a no vote every single time. Taking this a step further, there are ways for Democrats in their individual...
I believe there was blanket opposition against Vaught. There was blanket opposition against Tulsi. There was blanket opposition against RFK. I don't know about like the Bondi. Was that blanket opposition to Bondi, or was there some bipartisan support there?
Individual committee roles to muck up the process further.
Rubio is a little bit different. Like, he had been serving in the Senate, and it's just, whatever.
Democratic Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii is doing just that. He's on the Foreign Relations Committee, and in response to the shuttering of USAID, he's placed a blanket hold on all of Trump's State Department nominees. Marco Rubio has
blanket hutch. They let them through. I don't know what that means. They let them through. What do you mean when you say that? They let them be confirmed? I don't know what that means. They can't stop them from being confirmed.
Already been confirmed as Secretary of State, but every official below him, from his deputy to major ambassadorships, have not yet been confirmed. By placing a blanket hold, Schatz isn't completely blocking the confirmation process, but it requires Republicans to jump through a number of additional procedural hoops and waste valuable floor time to get any new person confirmed. It slows down the process. And that valuable additional time gives all of us a chance to breathe and a chance to respond and react to each new thing instead of it being a constant onslaught. Blanket opposition, combined with tactics like blanket holds, will show a united front within the Democratic caucus and will help to slow Republican actions, even if they can't stop them completely. Next tactic is weaponizing.
When was this video posted? 7 days ago? My understanding is that that is the strategy right now, is blanket opposition to the nominees. I could be wrong, but they didn't do it for the first week or two. But my understanding is that I think that's what they're doing right now.
Quorum calls. Technically, according to the Constitution, the Senate cannot conduct business unless there is a quorum present, meaning a majority, meaning 51 senators. However, in reality, there is hardly ever a quorum actually present, but typical Senate decorum, the friendly thing to do, is for senators to not ask if a quorum is present before conducting official business, because if it is officially established that a quorum is not present, the work of the Senate grinds to a halt. They can't do anything, and they have to either adjourn for the day, or the sergeant at arms has to literally call senators back to the Senate floor and forcibly retrieve them. What's fun is that any senator can call for a quorum check at any time. Calling for a quorum check forces the clerk to do.
Tell that to Fetterman. Fetterman opposed Tulsi. He opposed RFK. I could be wrong. Did he oppose Kash Patel? Fetterman is a bit of a disappointment.
A roll call of all 100 senators out loud. If the roll call is finished and a quorum is not met, the Senate cannot proceed. So Democratic senators can call for quorum checks, forcing Republicans to prove they have a quorum anytime they try to do anything. They can also stage a walkout, assuming that there are some Republicans not present, which usually some aren't, meaning that there would not be a quorum present if all Democrats leave the Senate floor. But even if technically there is a quorum present, they can still call for a check at any time to gum up the process. This will be incredibly boring. It will make Republicans' jobs really boring and bad. It'll be so annoying, and it'll go against decorum and protocol, and that's the point. And then the final tactic is blocking unanimous consent. Unanimous consent is used to skip over procedural requirements involved in things like setting dates, moving things on the schedule. Pretty much nothing can happen in the Senate unless there are no objections. But by saying unanimous consent, they're assuming there are no objections, and they just kind of jump over that. Senators request unanimous consent for things to happen, and usually there's no objection and things move forward.
I'm sympathetic to the argument that Democratic politicians, the congressmen and women, should use every procedural tool at their disposal to jam up the process. However, I do think it's a little what would be the word? It would be lacking any kind of imagination if you can't envision a possibility where this could end up backfiring against Democrats, where the Republicans could effectively turn the public on Democrats for doing this. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying there's a risk involved where something like that could be perceived by the public as massive overreach, especially after he just won the popular vote, for example. So again, these things I think are careful considerations. I'm sympathetic kind of to both sides of the argument, just to ride the fence a little bit.
Swiftly. I imagine you can see where this is going. Senators.
But if you can't imagine how that would backfire, then I don't know what to tell you, because I can very easily imagine how that could backfire.
can object to anything, any procedural step, any request. Anything a Republican senator wants to do, no matter how small, cannot move forward if a single Democrat objects. Things will probably eventually move forward if the objection is like frivolous, for example, but when a senator objects, it starts down a rabbit hole of further procedural hoops that must be jumped through, including, for example, roll call votes, debates, and delays. Democrats can take it a step further by using their entire allotted 30-minute debate time whenever it's available. It means zero fast-track confirmations. It means, again, making Republicans' jobs as hard as possible, as boring as possible, as tedious as possible. It's making their day-to-day work nearly impossible. Not completely impossible. They still have a majority. They'll still get things done, but the pace would be dramatically decreased. You know, we always complain about how it feels like Congress can't get anything done. Might as well make that fact work in our favor. Often, blocking unanimous consent and requiring quorum calls can go hand in hand. Typically, because senators need time to have informal discussions, negotiations, take time to figure things out, they will pause work on the floor of the Senate by suggesting the absence of a quorum. This requires the clerk to then read out all 100 names and take a roll call. And the clerk will do that usually incredibly slowly, on purpose, knowing that it's just being called to give senators time to discuss or until the next senator wishes to be heard. It's just part of the business of day-to-day operations in the Senate. You could go to senate.gov and click watch live Senate floor proceedings on any given day, and you'll see this in action.
Somebody brings up a good point in Twitch chat. Is she aware that Congress hasn't done anything other than confirmations and all the stuff coming from the EOs and the Lake and Riley Act? True. But all that she's saying, like, we need them to grind Congress to a standstill so we have time to, like, address all of the individual things that are happening in this sort of, like, barrage of actions from the Trump administration. But 99% of the things that have happened have been, like, Trump policies and executive orders.
Senator will make their statement and then suggest the absence of a quorum when they're done. That's normal. The clerk will start calling names, but then when the next senator stands up and is ready to speak, they will request unanimous consent to end the quorum call. It will be granted, the senator will speak, and then they'll suggest the absence.
All this to say that the very best that Democrats can do right now is, like, slightly temporarily delay Republicans from doing what they want to do. You know, to me, this doesn't, I just don't think this, to some voters, they want to see like a fight, you know what I mean? They want that symbolic gesture done. It makes them feel some form of catharsis or whatever, that the Republicans had to wait like an extra 3 days to get something over the finish line. To me, it is, to me, like, it's a very, that is like a very superficial form of resistance to me. It just doesn't really get me excited or affect me one way or the other.
Absence of a quorum again, and the clerk will once again start very slowly reading off the names. Anytime that unanimous consent is requested so a senator can speak, any Democrat can object, requiring a full roll call vote on whether or not to move forward. So they'd object to the senator asking for an end to the quorum call, triggering a full vote tally on whether or not to end the quorum call, which would require listing off every senator and taking their vote. And then if it's not unanimous, there could be a debate that follows. It could eventually lead to allowing the quorum call to finish, showing an absence of a quorum.
Seriously, go fuck yourself, Ogre Boy. For real, bro. I had a conversation with, was it you? I had a conversation with you before the election. I asked you, you know, I feel like we had a conversation where you acknowledged that the outcomes would be worse if Donald Trump won, and you refused to vote for Kamala. You're not, you specifically and people like you are not in any position to lecture Democrats on what they should be doing right now to, like, effectively mobilize against Republicans. You made your choice, bro. You said, you know, it doesn't matter to me, like, who wins in this election. Why do you care? Like, this outcome was something that you accepted. Why do you care? Why do you not? Now you care? Now you want to be like, guys, do more. You got to do more to stop all this. Now is when this matters to you? This mattered 3 months ago, bro. That's when this conversation should have been happening. Not now. Not now. You think this conversation about how the Democrats can do more right now in this moment is somehow more important than the conversation about who should I vote for in November? How do you take yourself seriously? You didn't care. What's up, IRI? You didn't care. You said this outcome was acceptable to you. I don't understand why you're in any position to lecture about anything right now. You got what you wanted, bro. You got what you wanted. This was your preferred outcome. Enjoy it. Soak it in, right?
Or I'm grinding Senate work to a halt. Like it would be.
He's going to be like, I didn't want Donald Trump to win. I voted for Jill Stein. Meanwhile, Jill Stein's former campaign manager was on Twitter yesterday saying like, yes, this is what we wanted. The Democrats had to lose. Did you guys see that one?
So stupid and so boring. And they can just do that over and over and over. Anytime any Republican asks for anything to be done with unanimous consent. Again, things will eventually get done, but it will be so much slower and it will be so painful and so boring. The name of the game is block, delay, obstruct.
So, to be clear, effectively, this accomplishes nothing. Just so we're clear about that. Just so we're clear about what this means. In effect, substantively, this doesn't change anything. Congratulations. You made Ted Cruz wait 3 hours to vote on a bill that was going to pass anyway. Huge victory there. Right. Very proud of your accomplishment.
The reason Democratic senators aren't already doing this, because you know that
they're pissed because Democrats aren't doing something that is in effect not going to change anything. Maybe it's good optics or whatever. To me, again, the optics don't matter to me at all. I really don't care. But this accomplishes literally nothing. They're mad at Democrats for not doing more that would effectively amount to nothing.
They know that they could be, is the same reason why you wouldn't want to do it either. It's boring as it's also embarrassing because it goes against decorum. And
you are shitting on any possible thing they can do while crying they are out of power. I'm not crying. Who's crying? I accepted the outcome that night. Okay, this is what America wanted. Did you see tears streaming down my face the night that he won? I accepted it. This is what the voters wanted. All right. Well, here we go. I'm not crying. I expected this to happen. None of this is surprising. I mean, well, some of it is, but yeah.
You know, the way we do things. So they'd have to make themselves look a little ridiculous by standing.
What do you think they should do then? Again, I think 99% of the problem right now when it comes to Democrats is they're just utter failure of a coherent, effective media strategy, which the first part of her video touched on entirely. And I don't really have any notes or complaints about the first part of her video. I agree very largely with basically everything she said. Once we get to the second part where it's like, well, the legislative branch isn't doing enough to stop the Republicans. It's like, you guys don't understand limits on power, apparently. You can't, there's just some things you can't stop, right? Like, there's things that we could do, like we could be demonstrating and mobilizing and, you know, organizing and whatever, you know, and people are going to start doing that more and more. I guarantee you that people are going to organize more as we get into this presidency, and he does more of these like awful, terrible things. It will provoke a response. But in terms of like, you know, what the Democratic Party in Congress should do to stop the Republicans, it's like, okay, you slowed them down for a couple days. Great. I mean, I don't know. To me, that doesn't matter. I just don't care. Cousin Aaron, thank you so much. What up, buddy? How are you doing? So what's the prescription here? Well, I'm thinking about 2026. I don't know about you guys. The prescription, similar to what it was in November, is to win elections. After you lose elections, you have to take it on the chin for a little bit. You're kind of limited in what you can do. I'm thinking about 2026 or maybe special elections. Maybe we can chip away at that 3-seat majority in the House. I think about electoral solutions when these things happen. I think about elections. I think about margins in Congress, and well, then what can we do then? It's like, well, I don't know what you want me to say. We lost the election. The Republicans won the election. I don't know what do you mean? What can we do? Do you understand? Like, this is what happens in a democracy, right? Like, if you have a bad election in a democracy, there are consequences for that. You have shitty judicial appointments, you have shitty executive orders, you have shitty cabinet members, and you have shitty agency decisions, you have shitty decisions when it comes to regulation, you have shitty legislation. Yeah, it's bad. Yes, it's bad. This is bad. Me personally, I was trying to tell people, like, it's going to be bad if he wins. Like, they're going to be able to do stuff that we're not going to like. It's going to be bad. And lo and behold, hey, we're here. It's bad. Arguably worse than we thought it would be. How many of us saw the Gaza thing coming? Jesus Christ. That's so much worse. It's just weird that you're shooting down other solution-minded approaches that don't really contradict your solution. I just get frustrated. Specifically, now we already established that she, to her credit, seems like she gave a pretty full-throated endorsement of Kamala. So I want to give her credit for that. But the kind of audience that she speaks to, and I don't know, I follow a lot of people on Twitter, a lot of people of a super lefty persuasion, and I follow people on Twitter who spent 2024 telling their audience that I cannot cross a moral red line and I refuse to endorse the Democrat in 2024. I'm seeing some of those, and it's not just one or two people. I'm seeing these same people turn around and now they're complaining that the Democratic Party, who was voted out of power, aren't doing enough to stop the Republicans. And to me, that's frustrating. Again, I don't want to project this on her. She seems to have made a rational endorsement of Kamala. I don't know how the endorsement was packaged or whatever, but it seemed like a pretty strong endorsement. Really bad shit's going to happen if Donald Trump wins. But the crowd that was doing this whole, like, my conscience won't allow me to, take a position in 2024, they don't have any right to complain about what's happening at this point. They knew this could happen. And it didn't matter to them. I just don't want to hear it from them. It's not like her prescriptions are bad right now. Like, I'm not going to complain if Democrats jam up the process, but if you can't acknowledge that there's a risk that could backfire against Democrats are already on the back foot right now. They're already on the back foot. And if they jam up every process, that could backfire. I don't think either people don't want to recognize that risk or what, Her suggested action complements yours. Maybe. I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with you. It might, maybe. It could. There's a universe in the infinite multiverse where the Democrats jam up every procedural process in the Senate, slow things down, and it garners good press for them, and it works out in our favor. That's possible. I'm not even shooting that down. But at the same time, effectively, what does it accomplish? Can someone articulate that to me? In effect, what does it accomplish? If someone can explain that to me, then maybe that I would find this more persuasive or appealing. Well, it definitely won't if you discount it. Okay, just let's construct a hypothetical reality where I fully support what she's talking about. I want you to tell me, in effect, what does it actually accomplish? It effectively slows down the opposition's momentum, which contributes value to our own momentum moving towards midterms. Okay, I don't see it that clearly. Again, 99% of like what they're doing right now is just Donald Trump doing stuff through the power of the presidency. He doesn't need the legislative branch to do EOs or whatever. All of this to me it just strikes me as too little too late, you know? That's what this feels like. It just feels like it's too late to be having this conversation, bro. If we wanted to have a conversation about like, should we allow the Republicans to, you know, staff the federal agencies, potentially gut them or shutter them or dismantle them entirely? Should we allow the Republicans to be able to, you know, replace Alito and Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court should they decide to retire? Should we allow Republicans to craft legislation? Should we allow, you know, Donald Trump to win the presidency and then implement tariffs that will be the cost of which will be passed down to consumers? You know, should we allow this stuff? That was a conversation to me. That's in the rear view. That's a conversation from you know, the entire last year. And we're just past that conversation now. We had a conversation about that as a country in 2024, and the voters made their decision. I'm an optimist lib married to a doomer lib. We are both pulling our hair out right now. I mean, look, I'm almost obnoxiously optimistic. And even I'm fucking tired right now. A lot. This is definitely worse than the first term. You don't have to see the outcome clearly to appreciate additional action, more people actively becoming more informed and more involved. Again, to my understanding is that the Democrats right now are jamming up processes. They're doing a lot of what she's suggesting. I tuned into a random Senate session yesterday or the day before when I was washing the dishes, and I heard the Democrats call for a quorum call, you know, jam up that process that day. So I feel like I'm seeing them doing a lot of the stuff that she's suggesting. I agree. Why would you blow all your political capital to be petty when JD Vance said courts don't matter? You don't want to be taken as whiny and petty when you send articles of impeachment later down the road. People act like politics happens in a vacuum. I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. Like, again, there's just to reiterate the point. There absolutely is a risk of this level of obstruction blowing up in the Democrats' faces and backfiring on them. There is 100% a risk of that happening. Captain Flavortown with 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. The Democrats literally have nothing to lose. Well, that's silly. Everything that happens from now until the 2026 midterms matter. We have nothing to lose. What do you mean? We could lose more seats in 2026. I promise you. It could be worse. You know, we could give them a 7-seat majority in the Senate and a fucking 50-seat majority in the House. If you say they have nothing to lose at this point, I don't think that's not very forward thinking. It has been so much worse than it is right now. When Donald Trump was elected in 2016, I believe the Republicans had a 4-seat majority in the Senate and like a 35-seat majority or 45-seat majority in the House. It could be worse, trust me. There's always something to lose. Always. This politics thing never ends, bro.
ending up and objecting to things no one ever objects to and that are actually pretty absurd to be objecting to in the first place. That's the point. Democrats always try to take the high road, to stick to the way things are, the rules and regulations, because they think it makes them seem more legitimate, more credible, because they're following the rules. That's not the protocol right now, though. It's time to play dirty, and this is the best way to do it. The trick is to make sure that the Senate...
But she's not suggesting that they break the rules, right? She's suggesting that, like, to me, when I hear breaking the rules, I hear like ignoring the courts. Actually, breaking the rules is pretty bad, right? She's not suggesting that they break the rules. She's suggesting that they operate within the existing framework of the rules that are in place to slow down the process. I always hate this, like, when people say, like, Democrats got to play dirty. They got to get rid of these norms. I'm always like, well, which one are you talking about here? Are you saying ignore the rules? What rules are you talking about here? Because when I talk to some lefties, they're like Ogre Boy, for example, it's like send Merrick Garland, you know, stick him on Joe Manchin's daughter until Joe Manchin agrees to a $15 an hour minimum wage. That's usually what they fucking mean when they say that shit. And it's like, okay, Heather Scott, bro, we are just floating around in orbit right now.
Senators are also communicating why they are doing it, so people don't look and see them gumming up processes and making a mess in the Senate and think, wow, what is wrong with this person? They aren't doing their job. Democratic messaging has to be, we are doing our job to protect this country from the complete takeover of fascist rule. This is how we do it without a majority or any power. We are slowing the process down for you. That needs to be the message. Okay, so we're blocking, we're delaying, we're obstructing. But how do we, as individual private citizens...
It could work. I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm just saying it could work. I'm just saying I don't think it's as clear cut and obvious as she's making it out to be. Just, can you not imagine a scenario where people are like, you know, having water cooler talk at the fucking at their job? You see what the Democrats are doing, bro? Like, there's a risk of that, right? Like, it's not like there's no risk there.
Use our voice to push the legislative branch, the one that's supposed to be answerable to us, to do what we want it to do. Well, much like we are asking our Democratic senators to do, we must also be annoying as hell for the good of...
If there is really nothing that can be done, the whole world is fucked. I never said there's nothing can be done. I'm just saying politics... When I think about politics, I think about the long game. I'm not thinking about the next, like, 6 months exclusively. I'm not thinking about the next year exclusively. I'm thinking about the next 10 years. And there are going to be short-term losses. It just is what it is. You want, I mean, some of you guys, maybe you want to tune into some creator that's going to tell you everything's going to be okay. We're going to stop them. We're going to stop them. I'm not going to tell you that, because I don't think we can stop them from doing a lot of the stuff they want to do. I don't have any faith in an American, like, revolution against what's happening right now. I don't think that's going to happen.
The nation. That means that if you have Democratic senators, keep an eye on what they're doing and call them and tell them what I just told you. Send them the link to the indivisible.
A family member of mine is convinced that no one should bother entertaining any Democrat conversations because that feeds into their game, basically. They thinks Elon is a force for good, the salute was autism, etc., and he can't condemn Nazism because that's playing Democrats' games. No idea where to start again. Any ideas? No. Chances are you're not going to change that person's mind.
Visible explainer I linked in the sources. Tell them you expect them to vote no on everything. Push them to delay through playing procedural hardball. Show up to their state offices. Yes, your senator has an office.
The other thing to consider, guys, is do you not realize that Raphael Warnock probably had a lot of people calling his office urging him to vote for the Lake and Riley Act? The inverse is true. The electorate in Georgia is very moderate. Very, like a light reddish / slightly purplish hue. But democracy works in every direction, not just in our direction. So the reason why you saw so many Democratic senators and representatives in the House vote for the Lake and Riley Act is they probably got a lot of phone calls from their constituents urging them to vote for that. They probably looked at polling in their own states and it's like, well, shit, 80% of people in the state support this bill.
In your state where you can go and make your voice heard. In-person visits are the most powerful way to influence them, especially if it's an in-person visit of you and 15 of your friends. Indivisible actually has a toolkit for that very act. I'll link that in the sources as well. If they do something you like, support them and cheer them on. If they do something you don't like, for example, my Senator Amy Klobuchar voted yes to confirm Trump's nominee for Veterans Affairs, going against the lockstep anti-Trump no votes that we need in our Democratic coalition. If they do something like that you don't like, you berate them. You be so annoying. You call, email, show up, petition, nag them on social media, all of the above. And at the state and local level, you can also berate your elected officials to make sure that they're fighting against every MAGA move coming from the feds and implementing policies that will counteract the worst of it, like sanctuary policies and others that protect vulnerable communities. In fact, Indivisible has a whole guide with different directives depending on if your elected officials are Democrats or Republicans and what you can do to influence them. I will also link that in the sources. This isn't sponsored by Indivisible. They just have a lot of really helpful resources that I really leaned on for this episode. If the name of the game for Democrats is block, delay, obstruct, the name of the game for all of us, their constituents, is pressure, complain, annoy. For the good of our nation, we must all become the most annoying people on the face of the earth. It's time for you to rise to the challenge.
I just want to point out that part of the reason why I think the Democrats lost is because in the culture war, for a lot of people, Democrats became annoying. So I just want to point that out, but yeah.
Of being annoying as hell. And you can join me over on my Patreon community where I just launched the Why America Co-Learning Lab, a learning community having discussions and making connections, along with a monthly syllabus curated by me. All year we'll be covering topics under the umbrella theme of Eat the Rich, building solidarity in the new Gilded Age. February's topic is all about how to build a movement even when you're feeling overwhelmed as hell. This is all hosted over on...
I don't know. Again, like... I don't take a big issue. I don't know if I have any issues with that. I don't know if I necessarily disagree with any of it, but it's just the conversation itself bugs me. People could have been more proactive. You know, we wouldn't have to be fending off these problems. We wouldn't have to be fighting for this or that or this or that thing if more people would have made a proactive decision in November. But for a lot of those people, I guess they preferred to just like let something really bad happen and then react to those bad things. It's like, well, we could have got ahead of that. I mean, I fucking did. I did my part voting in deep blue California. I don't know how much I contributed there. You're shadowboxing, Hutch. Save that energy for far-right lunatics instead of Leisha. I just remember I watched a video from her where I'm like, okay, so she did endorse Kamala. I'm not making it up, man. I watched a video where she said she wasn't going to endorse Biden, right? Her name Leisha Miller? Maybe I'm just wrong about her. Did she endorse Biden? Maybe I'm being totally unfair to her because I totally forgot, but I'm pretty sure I watched a video of her where it was like, genocide is my red line. Let me see if I can find. Miller. Yeah, bro. This is the video, bro.
Re-election in 2024.
What's interesting, you see a lot of people searching a little bit. Some saying, I'm not necessarily for Donald Trump. I might entertain a third party. Again, people not liking their choices.
How worried are you about black voters showing up for President Biden in November?
Well, I'm not worried. I'm very...
Biden does in the next 10 months.
The section of the video is called, Do You Have a Moral Obligation to Vote?
many people who he's lost permanently, lately mostly because of his stance on Israel, but also because of apathy, disinterest, and disillusionment with politics generally. So let's talk about voting and whether you have an obligation or a moral duty to vote at all. First, the reasons why people on the left may not vote for Biden include political apathy, the people who say, I'm not really interested in politics, it's too inconvenient, my vote doesn't count, so why bother? Moral opposition, the people who say, what he's done supporting Israel at the border, etc. is unforgivable, and I refuse to cast my vote to elect someone who has supported those policies.
The reason why, if you claim to be guided by your own morals, the moral obligation you had to vote for Biden had he stayed in the race could not be any more clear after the actions that Trump has taken so far, less than a month into his presidency. He's now talking about America absorbing Gaza, forcefully, like fully ethnically cleansing Palestinians from Gaza permanently. That's why you had a moral obligation.
I would rather vote for no one or a third-party candidate. And political protest. The people who say the only thing politicians care about is
the moral argument fails. It fails.
Re-elected, so voicing opposition isn't enough. We have to refuse to vote in people who we do not agree with.
If you're guided by morals, then you should be guided towards the best possible outcome in any given choice that you make. And sometimes the choices that you make in life is going to be one bad option and one less bad option. But when we're talking about something as impactful as the presidency, the president has the ability to directly influence billions of people, let alone the 330 million that we have here. And so it is a moral necessity to principally support the idea of harm reduction.
Or who do not listen to us. Only through this threat will we actually have political...
Unless you see both options as immoral? No, I totally disagree. If I take the most extreme hypothetical, which to be clear, I don't support this premise. I think the premise is nonsense. But if I had an election where I had to vote for either 99% Hitler or 100% Hitler, I would vote for 99% Hitler. There was a conversation that Sam Harris had with Tim Pool where they made the extreme hypotheticals of like, do you vote for the person who's going to do 100 death camps or do you vote for the person who's going to do 5? And Tim Pool was like, I'm not going to vote for any death camps, bro. That's against my morals. And Sam Cedar was like, I'm going to vote for 5. I'm going to vote for 5 death camps.
Sway. And for some people, it's a little of all three. To be honest, I've generally been of the opinion that people have the obligation to vote because to not vote for Biden means a vote for Trump. And my opinion on that has changed or gotten a little bit more complicated recently. So let me tell you why. First, do people have a moral obligation to vote? Is there a rational argument behind not voting at all? Listen, I'm no philosopher, but I did find an extensive and interesting article from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy on the ethics and rationality of voting, linked in the research document posted in our Patreon community. I'll give you some cliff notes. Basically, the rationality and moral imperative to vote depends on your goal in voting in the first place. If your goal in voting is to affect the outcome of the presidential election with your vote, you probably won't vote because that's not a rational choice. The likelihood of your vote affecting the outcome is nearly zero, unless you live in a state where the outcomes in the past have been incredibly close. Then it may still be rational to vote based solely on the goal of affecting the outcome. But if your goal in voting is to be an agent who has participated in causing a specific outcome, part of the larger cause as opposed to being the individual cause, then perhaps voting makes more sense for you. You feel a part of something. It's not necessarily about whether your individual vote changed anything tangible. Voting can also be seen as an expressive activity, a way to show membership to a group or to demonstrate commitment to their political team. As the Stanford Encyclopedia puts it, sports fans who paint their faces in team colors do not generally believe that they as individuals will change the outcome of the...
See, now that's an interesting question. Hutch, do you vote for 100% Hitler with a 49% chance of winning, or 99% Hitler with a 49% chance of winning, or 0% Hitler with a 2% chance of winning? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. If you're trying to draw a parallel between like that and the third parties in the United States, then I don't think it's an apt comparison because the third parties in the United States have a 0% chance of winning
the game, but instead wish to demonstrate their commitment to their team.
But you've presented an interesting moral dilemma. right there. That's a good question. I like that.
For some, that is what voting means to them. They vote and develop ideologies according to Stanford in order to signal to themselves and others that they are certain kinds of people. For example, suppose Bob wants to express that he is a patriot and a tough guy. He thus endorses hawkish military actions. Or for example, suppose Lindsay wants to communicate that she is a good person, so she posts on social media that she donated her money. In many ways, this is performative, sure, but it's also human nature, and it often plays a role in how
your candidates are Undead or Barmal. Who are you voting for? Don't put that evil on me. Don't put me in that corner.
and whether people choose to vote. Okay, so those are some reasons why someone may choose to vote or not vote, but do they have a duty to do so? Well, as we've established, it's incredibly unlikely that an individual vote will affect the outcome of an election. So a plausible argument in favor of a duty to vote has to identify a reason why people should vote, despite the fact that their individual vote doesn't matter. And if you think that people have a civic duty to vote, that begs...
Well, if everybody looked at voting that way, then nobody would vote. You know what I mean? Like, voting blocks are only voting blocks because enough numbers of people show up to be a voting block. And so it doesn't matter if you're a small part of that block, you're still part of that block. And if everybody approached every election of like, well, I'm just one vote in 1,000, or I'm one vote in 10,000, or I'm one vote in 10 million. So what difference? If everybody felt that way, then nobody would participate in democracy, which is why I kind of lean towards like compulsory voting. Let's give people a small fine if they don't vote, like $75. I don't know. And if you make under 40,000 a year, then it's like $10. I don't know what the numbers would be.
The question of whether that civic duty is fully completed.
The Australians, they got it right.
Whether voting is the best way to achieve that civic duty. There are many ways to contribute civically that don't involve voting and that arguably have a greater impact. As Stanford puts it, if a citizen has a duty to be an agent who helps promote other citizens' well-being, it seems this duty could be discharged by volunteering, making art, or working at a productive job that adds to the social surplus. If a citizen has a duty to avoid complicity in injustice, it seems that rather than voting, she could engage in civil disobedience, write letters to newspaper editors, pamphlets, or political theory books, donate money, engage in conscientious abstention, protest, assassinate criminal...
I hate it. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Political leaders, or do any number of other activities. It's unclear why voting is special or required. If a person is voting for the purpose of aiding and helping others, then they would at the very least need to be sufficiently well informed to vote for the better candidate, a condition few voters meet. The Stanford article goes on and on and on, but the long story short is that there isn't a clear answer as to whether there is an obligation, ethical, moral, or otherwise.
Yes, there is. You have a moral obligation to vote.
Vote, especially if that voter is ill-informed or impartial to the outcome. The best argument I could find is that voting is an essential part of a democracy, and so participating by voting...
How about, like, the impact of elections? Why don't we start there? Maybe it's a good idea to vote in elections so you don't have situations like the Dobbs decision, or the presidential immunity decision, or these tariffs which are going to raise costs for everybody, or the mass deportation program that seems to be sweeping up like 50% of the people that they're sweeping up in these deportation raids don't have a criminal record, or family separation. I don't know why this has to be so abstract. There are serious, tangible consequences when one person wins an election over the other person. Like it's all getting so abstract. We're getting into these like esoteric philosophical conversations about like the moral imperative of voting. Okay, why don't we just think about it much more simple, in much simpler terms? When Donald Trump won in 2016, that directly led to him crucially replacing Ruth Bader Ginsburg's seat with a pro-life judge, who then voted alongside 5 other conservative judges to end abortion protections in this country. If you are a left-wing persuasion, I assume you think that was a bad outcome. That bad outcome could have been avoided if enough people decided that they were going to vote. Why are we needlessly complicating this? We would not be having a conversation about permanently absorbing Gaza as an American territory and kicking 1.7 Palestinians out of their home permanently. That conversation would not be happening if enough people took this election seriously in 2024. Why don't we just talk about the things that have happened, the things that are happening, and then compare them with like what Biden was doing around this time in 2021. Biden was signing the American Rescue Plan into law, which halved childhood poverty, among dozens of other things. And he was working with the states to distribute 200 million vaccines in 90 days. That's what he was doing. Pretty good stuff. That was stuff that I liked. That was good stuff. I liked his judges. Ketanji Brown Jackson has been an eminently qualified pick. I'm not going to do a conversation right now because I gotta go here pretty soon. But I'm willing to have a conversation another day about it.
Voting is a means to show your support of democracy itself. But there are arguments against all of this. Who am I to sit here and tell a Palestinian American, or anyone for that matter, that voting for Joe Biden is a vote in favor of democracy itself, while he supports an anti-democratic...
Well, it's a difficult conversation to have, but I think you can have that conversation if you're just willing to speak plainly, but
regime actively committing genocide. And who am I to say that you need to vote in order to fulfill your civic duty when there are arguably more effective ways to promote democracy or improve the well-being of others? Though I will say I am skeptical of the argument that threatening not to vote will sway...
I don't know if I buy the idea that like you volunteering at a local soup kitchen is more like a more meaningful engagement with democracy than voting.
Public policy, except for when wealthy people who have bought the ear of our politicians do it. Until we get money out of our politics, nothing will ever have more sway than cold hard cash. For my part, I will likely still vote for Biden this November.
Damn, I was wrong here too as well. But I do remember this. It's like this kind of limp-dicked kind of, I'll vote for him, but I'm not going to tell my audience who I think they should vote for.
Proudly, or
it's we'll call it tepid support.
Because I support him, but because I'm terrified of the alternative. I get that they're both generally bad, but have you seen my video on Project 2020?
To me, I feel like this is audience capture, like she has the good sense enough to understand the stark differences between the candidates at the time, which were Biden and Trump. She had the good sense. When was this posted? In February of 2024. But if you'll recall, at that time, there was a ton of, that's like, the Israel-Palestine stuff was still very salient in terms of like online political discourse. And I feel like she probably on some level figured that if she said, I think it is important to support Joe Biden and vote for him in November, that she probably feared a lot of backlash from her progressive audience. But that's me being very uncharitable, and I don't really know this person, so I just want to acknowledge that I don't know that that's the case. I'm just saying it's possible. Definitely possible.
25. At least in the Democratic Party, generally, there are still some people who don't want to...
That's cope. You don't think that there was pressure on left-wing social media pundits to fence it? You don't think that there was any pressure that left-wing pundits felt to withhold an endorsement for Joe Biden in 2024? Do you seriously believe that? Okay. I don't think we... Yeah, I want to live in that world, but I don't live in that world.
Completely upend our democracy. Maybe that's not a good enough reason for many people to vote for Biden, but I know it is reason enough for a lot of people. But I'm not going to say someone is wrong for feeling differently because it's complicated. And with literally everything I talk about on this channel, it's not black and white. But what I do know is this. Presidential elections are not where real change happens. While Trump proved...
Okay. You lost me. Excuse me? Presidential elections are they're so unbelievably important. They're so unbelievably important Do you guys think we would have invaded Iraq in 2003 if Al Gore would have won? Do you guys think that the Republicans would have passed the ACA if McCain would have won in 2008? Do you think Roe v. Wade would have been gutted if Hillary won in 2016? Do you think civil rights and the Voting Rights Act would have passed in 1964 and 1965 had JFK not won in 1960? What about FDR? What about FDR? What about fucking 1862? This idea that real change doesn't happen from presidential elections is just so fucking insane to me. Crazy. This to me feels like equivocation. You can interpret it as you will, but when I hear this to me rings the same as saying like, well, you know, the parties are basically the same. That's what I get when someone says like, well, real change doesn't happen when presidents are elected. What I'm hearing is, well, there's not really much of a difference between the parties. That's what I hear when I read between the lines. And it's fucking nonsense. It's ridiculous. Ogre Boy, do you think that we would have invaded Iraq if Al Gore won? Just answer my question. What do you think the odds are that we would have invaded Iraq if Al Gore won? Why do you do this thing where you... Who knows? I know. We would not have invaded Iraq if Al Gore would have won. 0% chance. It would not have happened. 0. It was a pet project for W. They tried to kill his dad. He wanted to finish the war his dad started, man. That was their pet project. 0% chance we would have invaded Iraq if Al Gore won. Presidential elections are not where real change happens. I'm losing my mind right now. What? That isn't to take away from like grassroots activism, you know, like there's change that happens on a community level that, you know, maybe it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of the entire country, but you know, that community, it really matters when some big shift happens, right? Like, so it's not to say that you shouldn't do any kind of like local organizing or get involved at a local level, but this leftist instinct to just be like, well, I don't know if electoral politics are all that important, really, you know, drives me insane. DeHammer says, actually, it would be decently high. I would say 60% definitely a pet project, but they were ignoring UN rulings, which would have been smart for us to keep. You think there would have been a 60% chance that we invaded Iraq if Al Gore would have won in 2000? Is that what you're saying? Okay. That's a take. Interesting. Okay.
The power a president has to really fuck shit up, the person who runs for president and is in the White House generally has far less control over yours and my day-to-day life than they're painted out to have. And I think the big...
Tell that... Okay. Tell that to every woman living in... Which is 1/3 of all women in the United States now live in a state where abortion is effectively banned. One out of 4 women get an abortion, I believe, is what it is. And now 1/3 of the entire country lives in a state where abortion is now banned. She made this video in February of 2024, a year and a half after the Dobbs decision. Anybody who is in my chat right now who will be diagnosed with cancer at some point in their life cannot be denied healthcare coverage. Some of us are going to get cancer diagnoses. Just to get a little dark with you. Some of us are going to get cancer diagnoses. And when that happens, if we didn't have healthcare before, we would have been denied. That happened because Barack Obama won in 2008. I don't understand this. I don't understand this instinct to diminish the importance of voting. I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Big takeaway for me is that local work.
What if I want to be denied? Good news for you, brother.
Is more important than ever. Connecting with your neighbors, supporting their small businesses, providing mutual aid for members of your community where you can, volunteering on the campaigns for your local school board members and representatives, showing up to town halls and city council meetings and pushing for change that tangibly.
Also, maybe vote in presidential elections and take them seriously and, carefully scrutinize each candidate and evaluate the possible outcomes if either of them wins and, take those outcomes very seriously. Maybe do that also.
Affects the lives of the people who live near you. Not only is that more effective, but your voice is also louder in those situations. Local government meetings are boring as hell. Show up and plead your case. Gather your friends and write some letters. Get involved in campaigns to get progressive local candidates elected. Find mutual aid networks in your area to join or
I mean, she eventually reached, she apparently had an evolution in 2024 because, this video was recorded in February 2024. And then she recorded a video, I think a day before the election. And she was pretty strong in her endorsement of Kamala Harris. So she even seems to think that this video that she made was not the best advice. Her 8 months later or 9 months later was telling people no, this is a very serious election and we need to, I think the reasons why she's taking this posture at this time, a few months into the Israel-Palestine conflict, I think is pretty obvious. To me, this is audience capture. If I had to speculate. Just saying.
Create one yourself. When shit gets scary out there, we often forget to turn towards the people around us for support. This year's presidential election feels like an existential threat on both sides of the aisle. But I know personally when I focus on my community and the people around me, I feel a hell of a lot less hopeless. And that's where the real change actually.
I feel like she contradicted herself just there. It's I don't know if things change all that much in presidential elections. Maybe it's better to get involved at the local level. And then 2 seconds later, this election is an existential crisis. Really? I feel like if it was, then you would be telling people in this moment, you should vote, right?
Happens. So what have we learned today? We've learned that the majority of
I don't know. I'm very cranky. I'm very cranky. I'm sure her and I, she seems definitely in the leftist space, she seems pretty reasonable. I think I'm just cranky. I'm a little annoyed. What it is. I'm a little annoyed, man. I'm a little annoyed. It's not her fault. It's not her fault. I didn't love every single one of her points, but I am just getting really sick of seeing, I mentioned it before, but I follow a lot of leftist accounts on Twitter, and I know for sure that several of these leftist accounts in October of 2024 were saying, I refuse to support Kamala. I'm not going to do it. I want to do it. I want to support her, but I just can't. My moral stance is that I can't support Kamala Harris. And these same exact accounts, bro, are now inundating my feed every day with why aren't the Democrats doing more to stop what's happening? And I'm I feel so jaded. I feel so unbelievably jaded when I see those. I don't take it as far as some accounts do. I've mentioned it before. I've seen some accounts are just fully unhinged. Bro, I follow some accounts that are I'm glad he's doing this to Gaza. And I'm what the What? You're what? I follow some lib account. That's on me? I suppose it's on me because of who I follow on Twitter, but no, I follow some like what 46 has done was this one Twitter account that was just talked about like Biden's accomplishments or whatever, and it was like a cool, informative follow during the Biden years. And that whoever's running that account was like, I have no sympathy for the people of Gaza. And it's like, what? The fuck did they do? Jesus Christ. I'm not that, thankfully I'm not there. But I am seeing like multiple people that sort of flirt with that kind of insane rhetoric. It's just fully unhinged. So I'm not there, but I am jaded. I do feel like too little, too late, guys. I think you'd make such better content if you weren't so Twitter brained. Maybe. I took like a 3-week break from Twitter. It was nice. I have to say, it was very nice. And I can't avoid Twitter now. Like if I didn't have Twitter, it would make this job a lot more difficult. Twitter streamlines a lot of my workflow. I'm annoyed too and furious at tons of people in my life for being virtue signaling hypocrites, but we gotta be in everybody get in action mode right now. That's all well and good, but I'm telling you, like the leftists that I'm talking about, they fucking hate people like me. They are explicitly not an ally. They don't posture themselves to be allies. It's hostile, it's belligerent. These people fucking hate, like Vaush even said it himself. Like he said something to the effect of like, well, you expect Republicans to be bad, which is why I hate Democrats more. You know, I'm not going to go out of my way to fucking build bridges with those people. You know, why would I? That's insane. The squirrel account, I've told this story before, but I have a funny story about the squirrel account. Is it a woman? The Squirrel, one of the most deranged leftists on Twitter. The squirrel person, if we rewind the tape back to right around this time in 2021, there was that debate about the $15 an hour minimum wage and whether or not it would be included in the American Rescue Plan. And what was initially proposed by Biden was a $15 an hour minimum wage that slowly ramped up over a 5-year period. The reason you do that is to offset or prevent shocks to the markets, local markets, and inflation. You gradually work up to, so in 2022 the minimum wage is going to be $16. In 2023 it's going to be $17, and so on and so forth. And the squirrel person started unloading on Biden. How dare he? He's betraying everything by doing it this way and blah blah blah. The squirrel person, just for reference, now they fucking hate Bernie, but they were a huge Bernie supporter. The problem was that Biden literally copied Bernie's proposal. Bernie, when he proposed a $15 an hour federal minimum wage, proposed it in the exact same way, a gradual 5-year buildup to get there. And when I pointed that out, squirrel person, are you aware that he literally just copy pasted Bernie's plan? Because I didn't see you complaining about this when Bernie was proposing it. They blocked me on Twitter. I wasn't even like super hostile or confrontational in the tweet. I was just like, are you aware that this is literally, this is Bernie's plan? And they blocked me on Twitter. What am I doing? Why am I still streaming? Why am I here? What is the point of all this? What if I'm gay? I don't know. Can you love pussy and be gay? Possible, I guess. I might love men's buttholes more, or mouths, or hands, and I just don't know it. And then I get a sweet little taste, and I never want to go back. I don't know. Birdman Condor with 62 months. Xphobia with 85 months. Woo 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 with 19 months. Jump Die with 21 months. Smash Mint with 6 months. Greenblade with 51 months. ATX Couch Potato with 29 months. Doc with the primer. Thank you. I'm imagining an actual squirrel person, a man with a tail who eats acorns. Now I think they're just a regular person with a squirrel avatar. Robert Garcia might be getting censured for calling Elon Musk a dick. That's what I'm talking about, though. That's good. That's an example of effective messaging. That would be a good thing. It would be the Streisand effect. I'm all for that. Big supporter of that. I stopped short of saying we need to fuck Donald Trump. I think that's a little weird. I don't think that works. All right. IRI streaming. Tell them I say what's up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. Goodbye.